Chapter 1 of Sally on the Rocks. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Anne Fletcher. Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. Chapter 1. The new bank manager is a bachelor and simply rolling. The successful little Cramptonian is born, not made, as strangers coming to the place soon found to their cost, for even the Cramptonians themselves had to be careful, on account of Miss Maggie Hopkins. The white flower of a blameless life availed you little. Sooner or later, Miss Maggie got hold of it, threw it in the mud, and said in effect, "Just look at this beastly thing," and held it up to the shocked gaze of the neighbourhood. Most people have something they would prefer to keep to themselves, not so much sin as folly, some miniature skeleton. Whatever it was, Miss Maggie, with her gimlet eyes and corkscrew methods, got it out of you. It was she who discovered within 3 days that the new doctor and his wife had emerged from shops, and Mrs. Hill, who was given to what is called swank, had to walk humbly in Little Crampton thereafter. Miss Maggie also discovered, though this took longer, that the lawyer's new wife, who seemed so modest and quiet, had once kicked a lavish leg before the footlights. As a matter of fact, Miss Maggie's discoveries would need a volume to themselves and may be dismissed. The stranger had pitfalls to the right of him and pitfalls to left of him, all of them unpleasant and some of them fatal. If you fell in and crawled painfully to the top, you encountered Miss Maggie's pole, which thrust you down again. As you floundered in the deepest mire, you condemned Miss Maggie to a yet deeper pit, but you had to leave Little Crampton just the same. You might think that when you had successfully passed the test of the gentry, all was well. You were very much mistaken. There remained High Street. You must buy only in High Street and the best of everything, which really meant the worst of everything, at village prices. If you failed, then High Street insinuated to your face that you were no lady, and your house was to be let at a sacrifice. The greeting of Mr. Alfred Bingley, bank manager and lay reader, denoted the temperature of your banking account, and was a useful chart, with its set fair, very warm, cool, or heavy fall, as the case might be. If your banking account was not up to the Little Crampton standard, it behoved you to bank elsewhere. Yet it was a place of unrivalled beauty, a garden in the heart of a garden. There were long stretches of moors, where, unless you had spent your boyhood upon them in getting lost and found, you were swallowed up by a maze the moment you left the beaten tracks. Short cuts led to miles and miles of despairing search, and to scandals. In the autumn, Little Crampton flamed in crimson and gold and purple. Acres of corn tossed their heads in the breeze, rustled in the silent night watches, whispering of strange things. There were defiant poppy faces laughing here and there among the gold, cursed at by the farmers, uprooted and forbidden, yet living their radiant hour just the same. There was a mantle of purple heather on the moors, spread flat for all to tread on, and wrapped closely round the hunched shoulders of the mountain. The mountain really represented an object lesson, since it showed that in Little Crampton it was the habit to make mountains out of molehills. Neither was the river as important as it sounded. There were other rivers in Europe, some of them larger. There were even people who had not heard of Little Crampton. There was the strangest, most wonderful sea, for though by climbing the mountain you could get sight of it, sometimes hear a low murmur, and it seemed within a walk, yet it never was, and there was no road to it. It lay, like the magic of tomorrow, always just a trifle ahead. Maybe those of Little Crampton who had grasped the great adventure and laid hands upon tomorrow had reached its shimmer of gold and grey, but no living tongue claimed this feat, and many held that it was but a mirage. At any rate, it was only the very young, or rather foolish, that went on trying to reach it. If you were a male little Cramptonian, you fared forth to make your mark in the world. If you made it, you returned, still in the prime of life, to retire. If, on the contrary, the world made its mark on you, in the shape of painful dents, you still returned, though only to await that magic tomorrow. If you were the common or garden non-adventurous woman, you stayed, waiting for things to happen. When you awoke to the fact that things, for the best of reasons, hardly ever happened in Little Crampton, it was always too late. The tide of youth and hope, coming in with a clamour, had gone out swiftly, leaving a long stretch of barren grey shore behind it. No longer the flow, only the inevitable dragging ebb. Little Crampton had its tragedies of duty, of foolishness, of inefficiency, that greatest of all tragedies. They were written in the faces of those women who had lacked grit or opportunity to break away, but still asked themselves that "dare I?" which never had an answer. They were dying in the dead faces of those who had ceased to ask even that question, because they no longer cared. That final dreadful thing called resignation lay behind those hopeless eyes now. Linked with tragedy walked comedy, tragedy laughing, comedy weeping, bound together for all time, and sometimes hard put to it to say which was which. If you came in the guise of a lady, and especially a young widow, it was ages before people called. Miss Maggie was finding out about you. If you came in the guise of a bachelor, unusual and thrilling, Miss Maggie had still to find out about you first, only it would not take so long as if you were a young widow of pleasing exterior. You would get an invitation of some sort before she got her first call, but if you and the young widow happened on the same day, it was simply all over with both of you, especially with the young widow. The sooner you discovered that Miss Maggie was neither to be defied nor ignored, but appeased, the better. Also that it would save time and trouble to tell her your own version of the worst. No matter how small the skeleton she pounced upon, the lady could make its bones rattle so loudly that you would be deafened yourself. If you were a curate, she invariably had you removed by the bishop under the most scandalous circumstances. Not that you were likely to be a curate. To go to Little Crampton had become equivalent to being unfrocked. Instead of the curates, there were helpers and lay readers, but even they knew Miss Maggie would find out about them if they were not very careful. Happy the immaculate Alfred Bingley, who could positively invite inspection of his past and his present. The Reverend Adam Lovelady did his best against Miss Maggie, but he was only a man, and she was a woman. But for the curse of sex, she must have been famous as a ruthless criminal barrister or investigator. As it was, she made the foolish as infamous as possible, and had a malicious joy in life. When anything was brewing, or had just brewed, she was overwhelmed by invitations to tea and the very best cakes, which she devoured with appalling voracity. But it was worth it. She invariably knew the most dreadful details. If you were a male stranger, passed for the present by Miss Maggie, you would be sure to receive an invitation to dinner from Mr. Alfred Bingley, provided, of course, your balance at the bank was all it should be. After dinner, you would probably have to hear about Mr. Alfred Bingley's wonderful mother and the wonderful book she had left behind her. You might even be favoured with extracts, after which it depended upon your own cook and your carnal appetite whether you ever accepted another invitation. On the whole, Mr. Bingley's dinners were considered the best part of Mr. Bingley. When he was not thinking them out, or exercising to get an appetite, or eating them, or banking, he was acting free curate for the good of the souls of Little Crampton. Even so, a dull time had fallen upon Little Crampton, so dull a time, in spite of the war, that Miss Maggie Hopkins wondered if nothing could be done to introduce a certain liveliness. Suddenly she thought of Sally Lunton. Sally Lunton had been very lively indeed 6 years back, and made the tongue of gossip wag fast, for the Reverend Adam Lovelady's black-eyed ward was quite the liveliest specimen little Crampton had ever found in its midst. Without a moment's hesitation, Miss Maggie took up her pen and wrote, "Dear Sally, Mr. Lovelady says he hardly ever hears from you now, but that you are still at the same address in spite of the war. How attractive you must find Paris to remain at such a time. There's no news. Mrs. Randall is ill, and as usual will see nobody but Mr. Lovelady. I expect she will leave all her money to cats. By the by, the new bank manager is a bachelor, and simply rolling, quite 1,500 a year, and most of it private means. There's influence, and he's sure to get a big London bank. He's about 40, and gives very good dinners, and is quite presentable for a man with his prospects. His mother was an awful woman, but she's dead. I suppose he'll be married now. There's a new widow, Mrs. Dalton, with a little girl, who seems the leading candidate. But it's a poor field, as Mr. Peyton would say. I suppose this war will do away with your livelihood. It's not any easier when people get older, is it? I'm sure it doesn't seem like 6 years since you were here and celebrated your 25th birthday. Mrs. Dalton makes out she's only 27, but I should say she was nearly as old as you are, perhaps even older. I have very nearly got it traced. Her father was that man who shot his wife showing how to shoot rabbits and swore it was an accident, and married a very pretty young girl soon afterwards. What are you thinking of doing next? Dreadful how the war is taking all the marriageable men, isn't it? We had quite an argument about it the other day at the Peytons', and Mr. Peyton was rude, as usual. I said that I thought the bachelors should be saved and only the married men sent out, Mr. Peyton having been married twice, as you know, and not minding if he's married a third time either. Mrs. Peyton is certainly getting on. The getting on stage is the most trying, don't you think? After you're past it, well, people leave you alone. But till you are, you must keep on struggling. The trouble is, so few women seem to realise when it's decent to cease struggling. They think they may as well go on for another year or two while they're about it. Mr. Bingley is simply invaluable to Mr. Lovelady, and always at the vicarage. He gets his money's worth by reading the scriptures at anybody he thinks they suit. Last week it was about women attiring themselves in an unseemly fashion. He looked at Elizabeth's hat. I'm sure you'd like him if you happen to meet him, though his name is Alfred. He's so safe, and of course there's the house and perks, as well as the 1,500. They say he asks a blessing at every meal, even at afternoon tea, though he always takes exercise for his digestion to be on the safe side. He reads prayers at the servants morning and evening. Unfortunately, another housemaid has just run away. Mrs. Dalton goes in for being the womanly kind. The little girl is a great help. If such a nice little girl, why not an equally satisfactory little bank manager? One knows how much he would love to have a little bank manager, and that Mrs. Dalton would rather have a motor car. We want somebody to liven up things dreadfully. What a lot of exciting things must have happened during the 6 years you have so mysteriously disappeared from our ken. You must tell me all about them, as you know they'd be safe with me. Why shouldn't women sow wild oats too when they get the chance? Of course, the nuisance is they mostly don't. Still, you were the kind to make your chances, and that's always something. I never knew such a Grundy man as Mr. Bingley. Still, I must own that as far as outward appearances are concerned, he has lived up to it, so far. I have my doubts whether Mrs. Dalton's comfortable income is anything of the sort, and not a lack of real principle. I don't want to make a pun. She doesn't bank here. Lydia is mopey as usual, but you can't if they won't. Grace as jolly as ever. She spends her days over pigs and manure heaps and other disgusting details no lady ought to know exists, and reads poetry in the evenings. Mr. Bolivar got married soon after you left. on the rebound. He's fatter than ever. One thing is pretty certain. Mr. Bingley will never be disappointed in love, not only because of the 1500, etc., but because he cares for himself with that highest, holiest passion that remains faithful throughout. His mother was a woman. Such a mercy she's dead. Unfortunately, her book still lives. However, as it's the one privately bound copy, something might happen to it some time, and one never knows. It's full of advice on how not to get married. Of course, like everybody else, he started to walk to the sea. But unlike them, he gave it up at once as useless. He has decided that it is a mirage. Nina, Mrs. Dalton's little girl, is absolutely devoted to him. She's very well brought up. I always think that widows are twice armed, don't you? Well, if you can't come to cheer up poor Mr. Lovelady, you can't. But I'm sure he would be awfully pleased to see you. And so would your affectionate friend, Maggie Hopkins. P.S. Mr. Peyton says he'll lay 2-1 on Mrs. Dalton any day. This letter reached Miss Salome Lunton when she was in serious straits. Things were looking grim and grey, and the shadow of the gaunt wolf lay athwart the threshold. The Paris she had known was dead, her chance of livelihood with it. A strange and rather terrible city had arisen in its place. "They may be here tomorrow," was in the eyes of all, though on the lips of none. They had heard what had been done in Belgium. They did not even whisper what might be done in Paris. They knew. The tense city seemed to hold its breath. Any day it might become the city of dreadful deeds. The dog, who had known the whip before, bared its teeth at the menace, but was well aware how little those teeth counted. The preparations for defence, which all in their hearts knew inadequate, proceeded feverishly. The beautiful trees had to go. Paris crouched like a woman robbed of her bright tresses, her crowning glory, and set her teeth against the morrow. Already the hordes were thundering at her gates. And then a sudden change of tactics. On September the 6th, Joffre halted his spent and retreating army, and 3 times were his words passed from rank to rank, and men fainting, dropping in their traces, dying of exhaustion, heard that clarion call to a desperate stand. "Let all advance who can. Let all who cannot advance die where they stand." All stood, and many died. The German tactics also changed. Their festivity in Paris was unavoidably postponed. So the tragedy of the city was averted, but not the tragedy of Salome Lunton and those in like case with her. 13 years to build up just enough to keep body and soul together, all swept away at the sound of a drum. While nations were locked together in a strangling grip, dealing death, finding death, she had still to fight her own battle of ways and means. After 13 years, she was further from the goal than when she had started, gay and confident, at 18. Whatever came or went, she would never sight that goal. For in a world where many were talented and a few had genius, she had only a cheap mediocrity. It was not the conditions without that flung her on the scrap heap, though they hastened that flinging, but the conditions within. The divine spark was absent. Hers was the tragedy of doing without most of the things that made life worth living. There was luxury as an accepted standard in her blood, in her art little, and in her purse even less. Others, mushroom growths most of them, lingered at the feast. She was sent empty away. There were times when her whole being revolted, and the thing became unbearable. At such times she asked herself strange questions, terrible questions. Most of her life had been spent in the grey underworld, a place neither reputable nor disreputable, mainly sordid and uncomfortable. What a far, impossible climb to the world of ease and reputation, but how short and easy a step to that other world below. Emptiness in the life she knew, In the far place above, pearls and peace of mind. In the place below, diamonds and satin and laughter, and the years that the locust hath eaten. She always looked in the glass at such times as these, though not in vanity. She was merely tracing the history of her black eyes and little pointed chin, which had descended to her from countless lanterns, and remembering the history of this ancestress or that, none of them respectable. Everybody knew the lantern tradition, that the men are bad, but the women worse. She had only to follow that tradition, go the lantern way, and find the primrose path. Flaming yellow hair, flaming black eyes, a mouth a little bitter, cheeks too sallow and thin for perfection, but cheeks that could blaze to a strange arresting beauty. A figure long and lean, too lean, but sinuous and graceful. All the assets, or nearly all, for something held back, something proud and fastidious and clean. But then her whole heart and soul held back from poverty and stress. One was too difficult, the other only too easy. And we lanterns always travel the easy way in the end, she reminded herself. I shall come to it unless another road opens before me. I will not be ground down in the very dust any longer. I will and must have money and ease, some way. She laughed, and then she wept. It was her pagan philosophy to live only in the present, to snatch at the pleasure of the hour, lest that pleasure should never come again. But the past crushed her heart in its hand, and just for once she did not tear those fingers away. They hurt, yet it was not an agony she would willingly have forgone. If it had spoiled her life, it had at least meant 1 month's wild happiness, and it is not everybody who can look back even to that. Happiness! It had gone beyond that. It had been magnificent, something that had borne her aloft on radiant wings. Her heart had sung with joy, her feet had scarcely seemed to touch the earth. But it was finished. A voice that she had stilled for 6 years rang through the attic studio and through her heart. Sally Lunn, it called lightly and laughingly. Let's see what else we can find for tea. She leaned her head wearily against the dilapidated armchair. Oh, Jimmy, if you could have cared more, or I less, how much easier to bear now. She pulled herself out of the chair and thrust her face out of the window. Then she drew it quickly back. The wounded were being carried past. The awful pity of that procession. Her thoughts came quickly to the things of the hour, the tragedy of nations. Oh, to be a woman at such a time, she thought. Useless, just an incubus. If only I could overcome fainting at the sight of blood and be taken into a hospital. Oh, that poor boy! She shuddered, choking a little as she pulled down the blind. Life finished before it was well begun. One of the most awful sights, and one of the commonest. I must get away, or I shall go mad, she thought. It was then that she opened Miss Maggie's letter. She can't be so bad at heart, she thought, almost ashamed to think how she had disliked Miss Maggie. Here she is practically making me a present of her frightful Mr. Bingley. For of course he is frightful, that sort of man always is. 1,500 a year, a house, perks and prospects. A glimpse of the respectable world, and not too far a climb, surely. I believe I could get him. I'm sure I could get him, she thought. Just the type to fall to the unknown quantity. Possibly he's never met a girl like me before. Certainly not in Little Crampton. She laughed at the thought of Little Crampton. She remembered it so well. How absurd she had always found it, and yet somehow so restful. Yes, she would visit Little Crampton again. Not for a rest this time, but for a husband. Mrs Alfred Bingley, she thought mockingly, wife of a man who reads prayers at the servants twice a day and asks blessings at afternoon tea. The thing seemed so incongruous and so ludicrous that she began to laugh, and laughed till the tears streamed from her eyes. Alfred Bingley! Yet what's in a name? Doubtless the John Joneses get somebody to love them. Then why not the Bingleys with 1,500 a year? Really, it's rather decent of Maggie Hopkins to make me a present of the Bingley man. She had not quite grasped Miss Maggie's intention. For Mr. Bingley to have fallen to Sally would have been neither interesting nor exciting. Miss Maggie's idea was rather to dangle the rich bait before two eager fishes and then snatch it away from both at the last moment. It was the pursuit, not the capture of the prize, she sought to witness. She would have Mr. Bingley free for many a long year to come, and damsels, faint but pursuing, on his tracks. That was life in Little Crampton. Sally's face softened at the reference to Mr. Lovelady, and she was ashamed and remorseful. "Oh, what a selfish beast I am," she thought. "What a worthless little beast. I am fond of Lovey, and yet when have I ever bothered about him? Only for my own sake now and then, or because I wanted something. Why, I deserve the very worst that can happen to me. Yes, the very worst. In all my life I have never thought of anybody but myself and Jimmy, and even that was a selfish love. Oh, what a prize for Mr. Bingley." Her mobile face changed again. "No, I won't. At least, not if I can help it." She would give herself another chance, postpone the evil day and the evil choice. "I'll give London a chance. If it lets me pick up a decent living, lets me be really decent a little longer, I'll resist the temptation. If it doesn't—" She did not finish the sentence, but her mouth set into grim, unlovely lines. She went to London, telling Mr. Lovelady her intention, but not her address. There were reasons for not giving that. Her friends were such a shady lot, it would hurt him. And poor Lovey has been hurt enough, heaven knows, she thought pitifully. For months of the wettest, most dreary winter she had known, she gave London its chance to save her. But that city of dreadful night politely but firmly declined to do anything of the sort. Thousands were sinking to destruction. Why not Sally, worthless child of worthless parents? Sally, however, had a tenacious mind and no wish to be swallowed up. She wanted money and ease and pleasure before the morass covered her, and she merely reread Miss Maggie's letter. "That woman hasn't married him yet, or I should have heard," she thought. "It's fate, and why hesitate any longer? It's either Mr. Bingley or—" She paused, and then added quickly, "I mean, of course, it's got to be the pious bank manager. God help him. God help us both." Her laugh was not very successful. As winter's stern face was softening before the coy advances of spring 1915, Sally Lunton came to Little Crampton. She arrived dramatically, expected of none, heralded by crashes and bumps, by the boxing of an ear, the objurgations of Elizabeth, and the emphatic oath of a man. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. I'm absolutely on the rocks, Lovey. The Reverend Adam Lovelady was buried deep in his armchair and a book on his pet hobby, roses. His study was shabby, but cosy and most scrupulously clean. Elizabeth saw to that. A trifle drastically, her master thought. A faint breeze, sweeping across from the mountain, stirred the curtains and ran its cool fingers through the parson's plentiful grey hair. Mr. Lovelady, an inhabitant of Little Crampton, if not altogether of it, was sufficiently Cramptonian to call it a sea breeze, and believe he could taste the salt on his lips. Outside, blackbirds and thrushes were very busy with their courting songs, and swaying on the branches of the trees were the first to flavour spring. If the Reverend Adam was without an Eve, for them there was a sufficiency of Eves, and a paradise without any serpent that they knew of. During the winter Mr. Lovelady fed the birds, very wastefully, Elizabeth considered, During the other seasons they repaid him by robbing him of his seeds, green shoots, and fruit, and by their songs. The Reverend Adam considered himself their debtor. Afar off a cock crew. Ananias, an exultant crow enough, for he still had sway over his cherished Sapphira. At his master's feet, as near as he could get, slumbered old John. Old John had been young John once, and rather a gay dog in his day. Now he was rather deaf, rather blind, very tired, and 20 years of age. Just a peaceful, almost sleepy English scene. Into peace swept storm. First a loud bump sounded in the hall, then a crash, and then another bump. Well, Elizabeth will see to it, thought Mr. Lovelady, burying himself deeper in book and chair. Elizabeth saw to it without loss of time. It was a way she had. Her voice carried to the study. "Young man," she said, "if you're a bomb-thrower come to break up the house, say so. But if you call yourself a porter delivering boxes, you just mind what you're at, or it'll be the worse for you." The deliverer of the boxes laughed. An ill-advised thing to do when dealing with the drastic Elizabeth. The Reverend Adam instinctively clapped his hand to his ear as a certain familiar sound reached him, and tried not to hear the lurid oath which followed from the aggrieved party. "She's doing it again. I wish she wouldn't," sighed Mr. Lovelady. "You run some risks," said the porter sullenly. Mr. Lovelady could feel Elizabeth toss her head as she retorted, "You can treat men as you like, or ill-treat 'em, as long as you ain't married to 'em. Once you are, the boot's on the other leg." "And a damn good thing, too," said the porter. "She's following. I didn't recognise her at first, owing to her new hair. You women are that queer and handy at improving on nature." "You men are beyond improvement, being hopeless from the first," snorted Elizabeth. "Go on," said the man from the station admiringly. Then came another voice, gay and careless, and a long, low, delicious laugh. The vicar flung down his cherished book and pitched himself into the hall. "It's never Sally," he cried joyfully. "Sally at last." Something long and lean, with a mop of yellow hair, dancing feet and dancing black eyes, curled its long length around him. "Yes, it's the bad penny. I'm absolutely on the rocks, Lovey. So I've come." Elizabeth stared after that yellow where dead brown had once been. "Well, I never did," she exclaimed. "After marrying this time, or my name ain't Elizabeth." Meanwhile the study door clanged sharply, and Sally did her best to strangle her guardian. "Yes, I've come at last." "And a good thing, too, a jolly good thing," he cried boyishly. "Oh, dear old thing, you don't look a day balder. What do you think of my new hair?" He was too busy kissing the wicked black eyes and pinching the dear little pointed chin to hear or heed. "It's been a long 6 years, my dear, and rather a lonely time." "Oh, I'm a selfish beast," she cried, "but I'm dreadfully fond of you, really, Lovey dear, when I think of it." "Oh, you're a gay young thing, and I'm a sad old thing. Youth to youth, gaiety to gaiety, nature's law and God's law. But the same Sally? The same happy, light-hearted Sally?" She turned, her eyes hidden against his neck. "Oh, yes, happy, light-hearted," she echoed, "still just dancing through life, something without much of a soul and never a heartache." "Yet somehow you are changed." His voice was troubled. She threw her hat across the room and faced him, laughing. "Yes, lovey-dovey, I've achieved the latest fashion in hair, or what was the latest fashion before the war." He looked at her and started. The thing was a shock to him. "Your hair has changed colour," he gasped. Before dull brown, now radiant flaming yellow. She pushed him into his chair. "Oh, dear innocent! Hair doesn't change colour. It merely suffers a change now and then." "Oh, Sally, but why?" "It's nicer." No, no. What God has given us is best." "Sometimes God gives us a squint, dear thing, but we get it rectified if we can." She shook her yellow mop in his face. It swept across his lips like fine silk. He kissed it, but murmured apologetically, "It looks so natural." "Oh, yes, doesn't it?" she cried, delighted. "I wouldn't have used horrid bleaching stuffs or dyes. They never look natural. But when a friend at one of the hospitals told me that hair turned a lovely yellow under the X-rays, well, I was X-rayed. It was before the war, of course, just to see. He was right, and I was pleased, and there you are. Everybody said I looked perfectly sweet in my new hair. What do you think, Lovey?" Well, to be sure," he prevaricated. "I do look sweet. Can't I see myself in your blue eyes?" "You're thinner than ever," he said accusingly. "Why didn't you write? Why didn't you come before? Why will you never let me know the worst, Madam Lucifer?" "Oh, it's the worst right enough. The scrap heap this time." He grasped her tightly. Is Sally in trouble? "Nonsense! You shall not talk like that. Besides, we've got you now, and we're going to keep you. Eh, old John?" Old John lifted his head a moment and growled. He hated to see feminine things on his master's knee. He knew what it meant. Trouble, and yet more trouble. Perhaps something broken as well. Long ago, when he had been young and gay and rather naughty, as befitted youth and gaiety, a big she-thing and a small she-thing had curled themselves up just like that, and old John had hated all she-things from that day to this. Then, one day, they had been planted in the ground, just as his master planted his roses. The roses had come up again. They never had. He was a jealous dog, and not in the least sorry. Now his master would play with him all the time. But his master had never played again, and even his voice had sounded different. The dog was puzzled. Then he worked it out in his dog-like way. There was something broken inside his master, so that it hurt to play. Oh, didn't he know all about that, and how it hurt by bitter experience? His had been the affair of playing with a bigger dog. His break had been mended. His master's never had, though one couldn't hear it rattle. But then humans were queer, and perhaps in their world it wasn't the thing to rattle. Anyway, the gay young master became all of a sudden a sad old master. He sat with empty arms, with eyes that somehow made old John feel very uncomfortable, and black hair grey. Old John had been jealous of Sally on her last visit, and thankful when she suddenly disappeared. He took it for granted that she'd been planted too, and wouldn't come up again. Humans didn't, it seemed. And now here was this Sally thing installed on his master's knee, calling him names that even a dog knew were silly and undignified. The sickening thing was, his master seemed to like it. It was years and years since his face had shone like that. Old John considered human females very trying. They made an undignified fuss of you one moment and smacked you the next. If there was a nasty human puppy present, even one without hair, they didn't see you at all. They said they'd take you for a nice long walk, dear old fellow now, and then their silly legs gave way before you were well started. He really couldn't see why sensible creatures like men kept them in the house. The yard, if it must be, but certainly never the house. His growl died away in a moan. It was difficult to be energetic even in hatred these days. One's bones would ache so. Sally stopped and patted him. "Old John still alive? How ridiculous!" she exclaimed. "He must be 100, surely." The Reverend Adam winced. There was not so much left that he could afford to dispense with old John. "Only 20," he said hastily. "Dogs have lived longer. Perhaps we shall see each other out." He had his little secret that even Miss Maggie had not discovered. He patted the shaggy old head, and the dog stirred his weary bones, and dropping his head on his master's knee, looked up with infinite devotion in his pathetic eyes, but tried slyly all the time to prise Sally off her perch with his nose. Sally laughed and held on, and because the dog was so very weary, he slipped back to his old position. "Oh, it's nice to be back again," she said. "Little Crampton is so safe, so respectable." It was good to feel respectable again, to come from the grey into the sunlight. One was away from the slime, the horrible things that mouthed in its depths, the shadow shapes slinking past, the insomnia of a city. Away, too, from that voice that whispered, "There, but for the grace of God, go I," and that other insistent voice that would not be stilled. Some day, it may be you." She shivered, clinging close to Adam Lovelady. "You always laughed at respectability, you bad girl," he said. "How you used to hate it." "I don't hate it now," she said, very low. To be respectably established for life had become the one crying need of her nature, the one escape from a terrible alternative. "Well, that's a good thing," he said heartily. "So you haven't quite forgotten us after all, and that's a better thing still." "Forgotten you? Forgotten our dear Helena and little Nan? I'll show you how much I've forgotten." She ran into the hall and seized hold of a canvas done up in sacking. "I could never show you one of my paintings before," she explained on her return, "because they had to be rather naughty to satisfy the firm. But this I did for you." Her hard mouth softened and her eyes were misty. Her cousin's husband was the best man she knew, perfect in her eyes, but what she called fate, and he God, had been very cruel to him. "It's called Broken and Mended," she said, unwrapping it. "And it may be true. One never knows." She spoke to comfort him, not for any conviction she held. Sally was without convictions. The picture represented the gates of death. On one side, in all sorts of attitudes, were those who had been broken by sin or loss, circumstances or weakness. On the other side of the gates were the figures made whole. Inside the gates, a beautiful woman with deep, loving eyes, a laughing mouth, and a chin the counterpart of Sally's own, eagerly awaited someone who would pass within. She held a small replica of herself by the hand. This was Helena Lovelady and baby Nan. The idea was crude enough, almost cheap, but poor Sally was only a cheap sort of person, and was perfectly aware of the fact. But the execution of it was delicate and appealing. It was at least the best thing she had ever done, perhaps the only thing with possibility in it, and certainly the only one for which she'd been offered a good price. She had come pretty close to starvation, but she had not sold Lovey's picture. "Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful. I cannot thank you," he said huskily. "I had not even a good photograph." "It was as I saw them last," she said simply, "when they were on this side of the gates." It was not as Adam Lovelady had seen them last. 2 blackened, twisted bodies were all that terrible railway accident had left him. It was the only time they'd been parted even for a day, and his idolised, dainty wife, his tender, toddling child, had been broken and burnt and tortured. For long the red mists of hell had surged round him. For a time he doubted, and refused to say, "The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away, blessed be the name of the Lord." For a time his faith had reeled, and then he had bowed his head, and but clung the closer to the cross. Another had said, "Let this cup pass," and it had not passed. Another sinful man had spoken of a burden that was heavier than he could bear. yet in the end he had found strength to bear it. The Reverend Adam, staggering a little in his weakness, followed those others, murmuring with ashen lips, "A broken and contrite heart, O God, thou wilt not despise." For old John was right. There was something broken inside his master. Sally stood beside her guardian, looking on the loved faces. She had lived with them once. They had been so poor they could always manage to help others. Sally had been so much worse than orphaned. They knew of the bad, reckless blood in her, of the murky world from whence she had come, and put all their help and love and wisdom to the task of her salvation. She leaned her cheek against his, her face sombre enough now. "The heart knoweth its own bitterness," she breathed. "You and I know, Lovey. Perhaps we know too much. We have wisdom where we would have ignorance." His eyes were fastened on those other faces, and he did not heed. Because he had neither eyes nor ears for her just then, she could say what lay in her heart. "Lovey, it's as well others can't see inside, and all the little broken bits, and that we don't betray ourselves by rattling." She laughed softly, though she was not feeling amused. "Can every sort of break be mended?" she asked. He turned at that. "Aye, in God's good time. In our own good time, I mean. After all, the present is all that we can be absolutely sure of." "Oh, if I thought like that, I couldn't bear life," burst out Adam. "You pagans, as you call yourselves, have a terrible courage or recklessness. To write finis to the love that has passed away, soul of our soul, heart of our heart, our flesh and our blood. Who could bear it?" "We've got to bear it," returned Sally, setting her teeth. "You will find a better and stronger faith than that, my dear." She shook her head. "I'm a materialist. I prefer the bird in the hand. No, the bad breaks are never mended." She took up an exquisite china cup. "Most perfectly mended by experts," she said, smiling rather oddly. "The break hardly visible unless you look too close, which is bad manners, but broken for all time, my dear, and shorn of value." She put it down abruptly, her eyes very dark and tragic. Perhaps she thought of the Lunton history, a race born but to be broken. They all came badly to grief sooner or later, and Sally was the last of them. With her, an old race passed. It remained with her to be faithful to the old tradition or to inaugurate a higher one. The Luntons never thought of anything but the desire of the moment, to be gained at any cost or of anybody but themselves, though to do them justice they did not whine about the cost when it came to paying it. They were gay, unrepentant sinners to the end, and most excellent company. If the men went to the devil, they went like gentlemen. If the women were wanton, they were fascinating and beautiful wantons. The motto of both was "a good time." They had their good time, which often meant a bad one in the eyes of the righteous, and turned up their toes with a jest. Sally was the child of recklessness. The last male Lunton ran away with a chorus girl before he was 20. A hasty marriage had been almost immediately followed by the birth of Sally. The young couple remained together till Sally was 3. They lived on the mother's small stage earnings. The woman was pretty, but without talent and absolutely respectable. And what Philip Lunton made by showing pigeons life. They knew a little more about life when they were plucked bare, these pigeons. Of course, they lived in the underworld, that world which, with the exception of her visits to Helena Lovelady, Sally had known all her days. By the time she was 3, the tie binding her parents had worn very thin. It snapped suddenly. The violent infatuation came to its inevitably violent end. Philip Lunton conceived another passion. The Luntons were usually just in or out of some violent love affair, and departed with a lady to the Continent, where pigeons gathered in plenty, and blackguards too. Sally's mother struggled hard to keep herself and the child on her pitiful little earnings, and prayed God that a livelihood might be granted her. Sally was taken to the theatre and made a fuss of, and thanks to soft hearts always had enough to eat. For a time the struggle was desperate. Then the woman was always resting. She could get nothing. Others had as much beauty and talent and were less particular. The years passed slowly, grindingly. Just as Sally was beginning to suffer, fortune changed. The woman got no better parts, but prosperity smiled upon them. There was always a gentleman, sometimes in a carriage of his own, to drive them back from the theatre. Then came gentlemen with hired vehicles, and then ones without any, and less of comfort. It puzzled the child at first. Later she grew to understand as much as a child may, and to take it all for granted. At 10 years of age came the final scene. The woman, weary and broken, gasping out her life in a stuffy little room. Adam Lovelady and his wife went to the funeral. Philip Lunton was too busy. He had also practically forgotten the little episode, or that he had a wife and child. They took Sally home with them. They found her worldly wise in the worst sense of the word, and without the least idea of right or wrong. She was not immoral, merely unmoral. "Oh, a regular Lunton," sighed Helena. "What a tragedy heredity can be." "Environment can work miracles with love thrown in," Adam had said optimistically, and between them they had gone far to save the child. But for her father they might have saved her altogether. When she was 14, her father made a sudden appearance, took a fancy to her, and swept her off to his disreputable haunts. Sally was happy enough. A year later he had to disappear for a time, and dispatched Sally to the Loveladies without a word. The girl of 15 knew every form of evil at second hand, and more or less took such things for granted. There were two worlds, the Loveladies, where one was happy and tried not to show certain knowledge or be too bad, and the other, where one tried to hide any knowledge of good or ideals. She was happy enough in both. Gradually the evil memories grew dim, when back came her father again, and in funds. Why, Salome was almost grown up, and a beauty. She was wasted in a dull little hole of a village and a stuffy little vicarage. She must enjoy herself, see life. So he took her to Paris, dressed her up, and showed her life. It was all very gay and interesting, and while there was plenty of money she had no regrets, though she often thought of the Loveladies and cherished them in her heart. Things got less rosy, money became short. It had been all ups and downs in her life, mostly downs, and she took her cheap artistic talent to a firm of cheap colour printers. When her father died, the week she was 18, she settled down in Paris with some of the friends she had made, less disreputable than her father's perhaps, but by no means over-reputable, though kindly and generous. She was young and healthy, had a keen zest of life, and so she was happy. Here she stayed for 7 years, almost forgetting Adam Lovelady, though sighing and misty-eyed when she read his letters. She usually forgot to answer them. She was so very busy, working and playing. When she was 25, she found herself badly in need of a rest. Then she remembered Little Crampton. She got fit in no time, but stayed 4 months, and then returned to Paris, promising to come back within a year. Up to this time she had been reckless, but no more. In spite of examples all around her, she remained immaculate in the one sense. She had flirted, she had never loved. Then the man came, and she loved in the mad, reckless Lunton way, beyond all reason, becoming at the same time better and worse, happier and more unhappy. The thing ended suddenly, with it everything in a sense ending. And now she sought no longer delirium, but safety, ease, respectability. If, according to the judgment of some, especially those nature had placed by reason of appearance or temperament beyond the reach of temptation, she had been bad, surely the wonder was, seeing all things, understanding all things, that she had been no worse. Temptation there had been in plenty, but only one love. To anything else she had not hauled down the flag. Such was the girl who had come to marry a man she was sure would be dreadful at the parting of the ways. On one side sordid starvation, or worse, on the other Mr. Bingley of the bank and comparative affluence. Sally was, after all, just like the rest of the world, with good and bad fighting for the victory from the cradle to the grave, somebody always judging or misjudging, but none ever knowing the ultimate gain or loss. "What a long way off 6 years can seem," she said at length. Then she seemed to shake her dark mood from her, and tugged at Mr. Lovelady's sleeve. "I'm starving," she said. "What about supper?" Mr. Lovelady sought Elizabeth. "The best you can do, and at once," he cried. "I suppose it's love, sir?" asked Elizabeth. "I thought she hadn't got that new air for nothing. Who is he, and when's it to be?" "Oh, tut, tut, Elizabeth, your mind is always running on matrimony," reproved the parson. Elizabeth, in no wise abashed, stared at him. "And what else should it run on, sir?" she demanded, "seeing as how I'm still a spinster." Mr. Lovelady left the question unanswered. He never argued with Elizabeth. He knew better. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. Isn't there a man called Bingley? While Sally ate, she asked questions. "Any new neighbours?" she inquired casually. "Isn't there a man called Bingley?" "Mr. Bingley is the bank manager," returned Mr. Lovelady, looking surprised. "I cannot understand how you have heard of him." "Miss Maggie wrote to me, and I think she happened to mention someone of that name." The vicar made a face. "That woman, heaven forgive me for saying it, but she makes me think of a snake in the grass. She leaves her loathsome track over the fairest things." "Oh, she hasn't a bad heart," returned Sally, still seeing Miss Maggie as one eager to help the more or less deserving to a prize. "She said he helped you." "He does," assented Mr. Lovelady, though without enthusiasm. "He is, in fact, invaluable." The girl's face sparkled wickedly. "He shan't be stopped in his sphere of usefulness," she grinned. "Have no fear. The modern husband and wife bring themselves up happily by seeing as little of each other as possible." "Really, I cannot follow you," said the vicar, bewildered. "Besides, Bingley isn't married." "Isn't he? Oh, but that's the sort of thing that may happen to a man any moment." The Reverend Adam laughed. "Not any moment to Bingley," he said. "He is not in the least that sort of man. He has been paying attentions to Mrs. Dalton, a young widow, for a year, but he goes no further. Still, of course, he—" "Exactly," agreed Sally. The man looked at her fondly. How attractive she was with that flush on her face. How unusual looking. "He is an estimable man, most estimable." "Oh, as bad as all that? How you hate him, Lovey dear." "Sally!" "Oh, yes, you do. Even parsons are human. You like a person because you like him, not because he's worthy or unworthy. As a matter of fact, the worthy get precious little real liking. Marriage is a cramping little cage, but one's got to play the game inside it. It doesn't do to beat out one's life against its bars. It's better instead to learn to eat out of the captor's hand." "Inconsequent as ever. What has that to do with Bingley? You used not to talk like that 6 years ago. I wish you wouldn't." 6 years can mean so much burying. He caught the flash of anguish in her eyes before the laughter crept back, and drew her to him.
"Oh, my dear, tell me, burying what?"
"Oh, only youth and illusions, and a few absurd things like that. Don't be afraid, the grave is deep enough."
He made her face him. "Sally, there is something. You have suffered?" She shrugged her shoulders. "Oh, the usual lot, and possibly less than I deserve. How I should like to be done with suffering. There's so much I would like. A rich husband, for instance." "Oh, not without love, my dear." "It's so easy to love the well-endowed, the opener of the gates of the world. Of course I should love him, within limits. Some people have a sort of tap inside them marked love, which they can turn on or off at will. Well, I'll turn on the thin matrimonial trickle, not a river, but quite a pleasant little stream. He could hear it go tinkling, tinkling all the time." "Marriage without love is horrible," said Mr. Lovelady gravely. "Just a degradation instead of a happiness."
"The world is full of horrible things," answered Sally, "and after our first youth we've got to realise it, and suffer them all more or less gladly. It is horrible when the valuable lives, when happy youth is taken, and the others left. This war, reaping the youth and manhood and strength of the world, robbing us not only of this generation, but the next, is horrible. But it still rages on. God looks down from his high heaven, but he does not put back the sword in its scabbard. Death is horrible, and life sometimes more horrible still."
"Sally, Sally, my dearest, what happened in those 6 years to make you talk like this?"
She laughed. Oh, perhaps it was what did not happen. Sometimes frustration and futility are the greater tragedies. But those years are dead things, and I'm only concerned with the living. What shape is your Mr. Bingley? The name sounds distinctly circular."
"He isn't my Bingley," said Mr. Lovelady in a tone almost of irritation. "Why are you so curious about him?"
"Because he lay reads so beautifully." He could have shaken her.
"Are you never serious?"
"Not oftener than I can help," she returned truthfully. "It's one of the things I find uncomfortable and have forsworn. I am a spinster of 31, with the sowing of wild oats rather than the sewing of fine seams to my credit, and it's quite time I did."
"Did what?"
She looked at him under her long black lashes. "Oh, the usual thing."
"Turned over a new leaf?" he asked eagerly.
"Oh, certainly there would have to be a new leaf, and the rest turned down. Is the Bingley fat?" she added inconsequently.
"Sally!"
"He is. Well, one can't have everything in a lay reader."
"Not fat? A little plump, perhaps."
"Oh, dear Christian, always so merciful. You must really introduce the man to me, and I must do the civil to him. After all, it's very decent of him to work for nothing." Mr. Lovelady looked at the face he found so attractive and lovable, and somehow the thought of introducing his helper to Sally found little favour in his sight. True, everybody expected Bingley to marry Mrs. Dalton sooner or later, but he hadn't seen Sally. In the Reverend Adam's eyes, to see Sally was to admire her, as to know her was to love her. Suppose Bingley were attracted to her? Suppose Sally married him for the sake of a comfortable income? The idea was unthinkable. Sally must rise to higher things than this. Besides, she had not yet seen Alfred Bingley. That would be more than sufficient. He could not declare that she was altogether admirable, an angel, such as his wife had been, but she was at least proud and fastidious, such as Bingley would have to admire in vain. He drew a long breath of relief. It was then that Elizabeth opened the door. "Mr. Bingley in the study to see you, sir," she announced. "He says it's special." "Oh, what a coincidence! Just as we happen to be talking of him," said Sally, rising and taking her guardian's arm, while to herself she murmured, "Oh, my prophetic soul, my husband." End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Gracious, what a husband for Mrs Alfred Bingley.
"Don't you bother to come, dear," said the vicar. "I expect you'd rather unpack. It's only parish matters."
"Oh, no bother," said Sally. "I may as well get it over." To herself she added, "One likes to see one's relation by marriage at close quarters." She pressed through the door at Adam's side, her cheeks very flushed, her eyes very bright, her hair a flame over her forehead. "So this is the contents of the study," she gasped to herself. "Gracious, what a husband for Mrs Alfred Bingley." Whatever her sense of dismay, she showed nothing of it. She stood with a careless, wild grace, waiting for the inevitable introduction, her black eyes modestly veiled in the presence of a member of the stronger sex. She had taken the measure of Mr Alfred Bingley. He did not quite take hers. He thought she was the most striking-looking girl he'd ever seen. Was she not perhaps almost too striking-looking? The presence of the perfect woman should rather be felt than seen. He knew, of course, of her relationship to Mr Lovelady. He gave his most courtly and portly bow as Mr Lovelady mumbled a reluctant introduction. Sally tried to look as much like a clerical relation as possible. It was difficult, but not impossible, for Sally. She became most piquantly demure. "How odd," she said, and gave her low, delicious laugh. "I have just been hearing how invaluable you are, how good of you to give up your priceless time, and how clever to be successful where so many have failed. You must be quite wonderful." Mr Bingley knew he was wonderful, but he sometimes doubted whether others knew it sufficiently well. He had sometimes thought it would be nice to be really appreciated. This girl realised at once how sharp she must be. She dropped carelessly but gracefully into a chair where she would appear at the best advantage, the light of the lamp shining on her hair, and listened respectfully while Mr Bingley talked to the rather unresponsive vicar on parish matters. It was quite a lengthy treat. The speaker could feel her drinking in every word, and was in no hurry to snatch the cup from her lips. With the exception of his wonderful mother, he believed the correct role of woman to be that of looker-on and listener. Too many of the modern type sought to seize the reins for themselves, to occupy too much of the stage. But this girl was obviously not of that type. Sally folded her hands in her lap, and showed just as much of her slim ankles as she thought Mr Bingley would approve and admire, but not an inch more. Her hands and feet were beautiful, and she was quite aware of the fact. "I am such a good-for-nothing creature," she sighed. "It makes me ashamed when I hear of all the wonderful work you are doing. Running a bank, so complicated, and the parish too." This was too much for Mr Lovelady. He began. "Yes, dear, I know," broke in his ward sweetly, "but you haven't a bank as well, you know. Think of all those rows and rows of figures, of adding them up right, of never getting Mr Smith's account mixed with Mr Brown's, and of not just using a little from here and there that nobody would miss. Really, it's extraordinary." And she looked at Mr Bingley with eyes very bright and reverential. Though Mr Bingley did not purr aloud, he knew perfectly well how a cat felt on being stroked the right way. He gave this charming girl an indulgent smile. He could not but feel that if she guessed the real intricacies and responsibilities of his position, she would hardly be able to put her amazement into words. As for the matter of using money that did not belong to you, because nobody would know, that was the true feminine standpoint. It was not so much that women were dishonest, as that they were not fitted for responsibility. Nature had designed them for other causes.
To have given them the highest sense of honour and mentality, equal to a man's, would have been sheer waste. They must be womanly, essentially nice, entirely ignorant on certain matters, and a little dependent. And, of course, they must be attractive. "One gets accustomed, he said modestly. "Oh, if you will underrate yourself." Then she broke into a laugh. Her laughter thrilled him and made his pulses quicken. Mr. Lovelady got hold of the conversation. It was obvious he was not pleased. "Jealous," thought Mr. Bingley, preening himself. "Of course she's young enough to be his daughter. Still, he may think of marrying her, poor girl. Guardians do sometimes marry their wards, and he's no real relation. He plainly resents her enjoyment of the society of a man of the world. How narrow these parsons get! What a false idea of their own importance!" "I suppose," wondered Sally plaintively, "there's nothing I could do? With the women and children, I mean, of course, and the dear little babies. I could learn, you know." She looked engagingly up into Mr. Bingley's face. Mr. Lovelady could not stand this outrageous hypocrisy. He knew Sally's opinion about young babies. "My dear," he protested, "you used to say that till they got over their rawness they made you think of skinned rabbits." "How young and crude I must have been," sighed Sally. "How ready to own her fault," thought the approving bank manager. "One could train such a woman to do almost anything. She would be as wax in the hand." He liked her small pointed chin. Mrs. Dalton had rather a heavy jaw. A heavy jaw sometimes denoted pig-headed obstinacy in a woman. He fell into deep thought. Sally had an air of race, of distinction. That lasted longer than mere beauty. It did a man credit. Mrs. Dalton narrowly missed being common-looking. Her neck was too short and thick. She was too short and thick altogether, and at the best commonplace. Had he been rash to go so unthinkingly upon his way? It was a relief to remember he had not gone very far upon that way. Still, she was a very estimable person, and an eagle, when that eagle was of the male variety, could not, alas, always find another eagle to mate with. He must stoop to accomplish his matrimonial destiny. With Sally, one would not stoop so far. On the other hand, Mrs. Dalton had an estimable child and an estimable income. Miss Lunton's mouth looked charming when she laughed or smiled, but in its brief moments of repose it was too long and thin, almost determined-looking. Such hair and eyes were a startling combination. He could not feel sure his mother would approve. Then he knew Mrs. Dalton through and through, could read her like a book, and he had only just met the vicar's ward. "Life is very complicated after all," he thought, "at least for a man in my position." Miss Lunton had not come out of a home. She had had her own flat and that sort of thing. It should of course make her the more eager and grateful for a home in the only sense of the word. On the other hand, she might have got notions. Once or twice it had occurred to him that she looked like a woman with ideas. A most pernicious thing for a woman, ideas. Now Mrs. Dalton was quite devoid of a single idea. She was all sheer womanliness, tender, yielding. Still, Miss Sally Lunton might be yielding, in spite of the rather hard corners to her mouth, and gentle Mrs. Dalton had an obstinate chin. The one was safe, the other charming, and perhaps charm was a little dangerous in a woman. Sally, of course, knew that she was being taken stock of, and guessed much that was passing in the bank manager's mind. She had delivered her own verdict within 5 minutes of entering the room. "Awful," she decided, and not so easy as I anticipated. It will mean the strenuous life and no mistake, and caution, caution all the way. Still, it's got to be done. She felt sure her future husband had no vices, but then had he any virtues? Was it all weaknesses and limitations? The single vice would have been so much less irritating. A vice usually left intervals. These other things had none. Vanity, egotism, pomposity took no hours off. Neither did narrowness, meanness, and prejudice. On the other hand, she felt sure he was honourable and truthful, and could be got at through the very weaknesses she detested, and perhaps there were dormant possibilities only waiting to be called forth, and perhaps not. His appearance held no thrills, unless, as far as Sally was concerned, a thrill of aversion. He was plump and thick, and his legs were very short. He had a fat, pasty face, shrewd little eyes, a blunt nose, and a tiny, rather pursed-up mouth. He would have been growing bald if his hair had not been so grown and brushed as to cover the denuded spots. When the question of heights came up, he was in the habit of saying casually, if asked, "Oh, I suppose about 5'9" or 10", and really managed, by avoiding measurement, to suppose it. If most women over a certain age, flattering themselves they do not look it, will lie deliberately about their age, regarding it as the one lie permissible to the most honest nature, so will most men under a certain height exaggerate their inches. Only the girl not past the summer of her days, or the man close to the 6-foot mark, are strictly truthful on such matters. A shudder seized upon the girl. How much easier if the victim had been young and handsome and delightful, though still the same abomination in essentials. Then she shook herself free of the influence that would hold her back. One can put up with any decent living man, provided there's money, she reminded herself. And he's busy enough and out enough. Kismet! What of the other alternative? Would that be easier? The end a sort of peace? Yes, she would go on, and to the bitter end. She was sorry he was no fool. That made it easier, if the other made it seem more creditable. So she smiled up winningly into his face, and encouraged him to talk about himself. Not that he needed so very much encouragement. Oneself was somehow so different, almost unique. Mr. Lovelady broke into a touching discourse rather brusquely, and practically ushered Mr. Bingley out of the house, thereby playing into Sally's hands. He did not wonder that the bank manager was so attracted. It was just what he had feared. But he resented Sally's attitude. He said as much. Sally opened innocent eyes. "Oh, but I had to be civil to the creature after all he's doing for us." "You were almost more than civil. I should be sorry if Bingley got ideas." Sally laughed. "Oh, the Bingleys never get ideas," she said, purposely misunderstanding. "Bingley has been made rather a lot of in Little Crampton. He is not without vanity." "Are any of us? Well, I must go and unpack." Mr. Bingley went home, treading on air. He was conscious of a spring feeling in the atmosphere, and that he was feeling younger than he had done for some time. Almost dashing, indeed. The Reverend Adam had made Sally seem so much like forbidden fruit, and as a strong man who liked his own way, and of course always got it, Mr. Bingley played with the temptation of snatching the apple out of the Reverend Adam's hand. Not that he was going to do anything in a hurry. Certainly not. He would be most careful in every way, and prove Sally to the hilt before he paid her the least attention. If she were the type that paid the attention, he would snub her at once and decide upon Mrs. Dalton. Secretly he did not approve of Mr. Lovelady. He was too easy with the sinners of the parish, and inclined to let everybody off too lightly. Consequently they went and did it again, and Mr. Lovelady was as much to blame as anybody. The Reverend Adam played with the backslider's child as heartily as he played with others. Mr. Bingley did not hold that these proofs of sin should not be played with, far from it, but he did think they should be played with rather differently. Neither should the unmarried mother be greeted quite the same as the true spouse. She must be chastened. He thought of Sally all the way home, but, as was seemly, he dismissed her when he rang for the servants and prayers, and thought of nothing but their good, and hoped they were taking advantage of their rare opportunities. Before going upstairs, he opened a fat, beautifully bound volume with "The Book" simply and modestly inscribed in big gold letters upon it. To him it came next to the Bible, and long before the classics. Mr. Bingley could not approve of the classics. The Book should really have been entitled A Son's Guide to Matrimony, or to Celibacy. He turned to the page of wisdom that had been allotted to the day. The late Mrs. Bingley possessed the art of being always topical. She was almost too topical for her son's liking. "Never trust a woman with yellow hair and dark eyes," was the first he read. "Either there is something abnormal and to be avoided, or else art has stolen what nature has forbidden. Such women are dangerous." "Mother was a wonderful woman," sighed Mr. Bingley almost regretfully. "Her genius told her what I should be called upon to face." He faced the next extract. A facer indeed. "Never think of a woman for yourself. Think of her first and last as the mother of your children." "Ah," breathed Mr. Bingley, "how sacred, how like mother." He lapsed into deep thought. He manfully acknowledged that he was attracted by Sally, but was it a mere selfish attraction? What about the little bank manager? A mother with black eyes and yellow hair was a risk. Marriage for a man placed in his solemn position must ever mean duty before pleasure. Then her age. He was 41. Sally, he calculated, only about 10 years his junior. A man in his prime does not want a middle-aged wife. In 10 years' time, Miss Lunton would be middle-aged. He would be still in his prime. He had discovered, through a slip she had made, that Mrs. Dalton could not be more than 27, and also, through a slip, that she had a nice little income of her own. Then Nina Dalton would make a most creditable stepdaughter, and he was really fond of her. So far, nothing had appeared in his mother's book absolutely to dispose of Mrs. Dalton. True, she had said, "Beware of widows who are young or look it. They soon discover a man's weaknesses." But as he had no weaknesses to be discovered, there was no danger there. He pursed up his mouth till it was no more than a button, dipping here and there, hoping to find something which implied it would be his duty to marry Sally. Instead, he found a host of pitfalls. "A fat woman is a fool, or she wouldn't be fat," announced the drastic lady, "but it's the lean women who have the devil in them." Mr. Bingley did not say "damn." He never used such words, but he buttoned his mouth a little tighter, and his small eyes held a resentful gleam. Lean. It wasn't a pretty word. Few of the great writers were. Miss Lunton was slim and tall and graceful. Surely that was not equivalent to harbouring the devil. Neither was Mrs. Dalton fat. He hated fat people. Bolivar, for instance, was an atrocity. A little stumpy, perhaps. He felt to the full the problems he was called upon to face. How simple for the average man. "A woman who will show no more than the tip of her shoes is just as likely to be cursed with big feet as undue modesty." His eyes lightened. His mouth came undone. Sally had shown the perfect mean, modest and yet attractive, and beautiful feet and ankles. On the other hand, Mrs. Dalton had a careless way of catching up her dress on a muddy day that exposed far too much for modesty, her legs being what they were. His great-mother was asking him to take Sally to his bosom. He worked down the page, hoping for further signals pointing the right way. A woman who can't or won't say boo to a goose before marriage will say more than boo afterwards. Mr. Bingley had never met the type of woman that could not say boo to a goose, and did not believe they existed. He was of the opinion that even the most delightful women talk too much. Yet Miss Lunton hadn't. She listened, and how perfectly. His fat forefinger ran down the index for the word listen, and of course found it. The index alone comprised a dictionary. They act listeners beforehand who will quickest change the role afterwards. That could be stopped almost before it had time to begin. The silent, strong man puts his foot down once, and all is as it should be thereafter. Mr. Bingley smiled pursily. Then he looked at the clock and waited for it to strike 11. No matter whether he felt tired or extremely awake, as long as he was at home, he gathered up himself and the book at the striking of the hour and went upstairs. He was in bed as the clock struck past, the book on the table by his side, asleep as it struck 12. Such was the admirable Alfred Bingley. On this occasion, however, he broke a fixed habit. It was nearly half an hour beyond the usual time before he got to sleep, and even then he dreamt of forbidden fruit in the shape of black eyes, yellow hair, and divine ankles. And a low, delicious laugh sounded through his dreams. He awoke suddenly, shocked, horror in all his being. He had been pursuing Sally over moor and mountain, and by the glaring impropriety of moonlight. "This won't do," he gasped. "What would mother say?" He switched on his electric candle and opened the book to see, looking up dream in the index. What Mrs. Bingley thought she said, and in no unmeasured terms. When it comes to dreaming of a woman, it's time to beware. He decided to dream of Sally no more, and went to sleep firm in that resolve. Alas, that this godly, upright man should have such an evil dream! He married both the candidates, and was most comfortable. His horror on waking is too poignant for description. He had been so ideally happy, so content. He had not minded doing wrong, or even thought of it. It had merely seemed such an excellent way of solving the problem. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. You needn't be afraid your nose will ever be put out of joint. Meanwhile, Sally, whose ears should certainly have been burning, slept the sleep of the just, or the unjust, digestion counting more than conscience in these matters. Mrs. Dalton was not asleep. She was doing sums. She found out that her appearance of prosperity could be carried on until about June. Her chin looked very dogged as she shut up her account book. By the middle of June, at latest, she decided. Then she also slept. She had not yet heard that there was a serious rival in the field. She had kissed Nina, who looked adorable in her flush slumber. "You shall have that pony, and a fair chance in life, my precious," she murmured. "And you needn't be afraid your nose will ever be put out of joint." It was Mr. Lovelady who got no sleep at all. He could not help worrying about Sally. If anything happened to him, and as he and his doctor knew, something might happen any hour, what would become of Sally? He had nothing to leave her. She never expected to earn another penny with her brush. She declared the war had finished the minnows for good and all. What did become of such women? A ghastly question and a ghastly problem. Some of them dragged out grey lives up and down the stairs of others. At the thought of Sally's old lady he smiled. No old lady would have Sally, neither would Sally take upon herself for a few pounds per annum and board and lodging a burden few are strong enough to bear. It would be uncomfortable, and Miss Lantern never permitted herself to be uncomfortable. Her flair was all for the flesh pots. Self-sacrifice had never entered into her life. "Why," asked the Reverend Adam almost peevishly, "aren't there enough good and suitable men for all women? Why have they to marry the others, or remain unmarried?" Then he hurried away from a question that implied discontent with the world as God had made it. Sally was different from other women, so very attractive, and under the cynical surface, he felt sure, lay wonderful treasures of heart and mind. If I died tomorrow, she would starve, or... He traced that "or" no further. He knew Sally was not of those who starve. She would find some sort of a primrose path for herself, and tread gaily over the hidden thorns, saying with a laugh, "After all, one can't have everything." He longed to know her safe, to see her rising to her higher self. The Lanterns were never safe. It was very wrong of her to have had her hair changed, but he had a sneaking admiration for it all the same, and men were men. They always turned to look at Sally, and she was of the type which looks back. "Why isn't there a good and suitable man?" demanded the vicar again. "It's simply disgraceful." Then he remembered his cloth and corrected himself. "I mean, most unfortunate." He jerked about in bed and ejaculated, "Oh, bother Bingley! I knew he'd be taken with her." What would Sally make of her life minus the saving clause of happy love? Soon she would be middle-aged. Middle age was a drab time for a woman alone, and many a woman's life had been made drab by the lack of her own home, some work and interest, and some place to fill in life. A beastly time, Sally had once called it, and he had not contradicted her. He had seen so many going through it, and it had seemed, yes, beastly. It wasn't a clerical word, but it was a fact. Sometimes he wondered if he knew everything about her. She never brought him the depths to look into. She faced those alone. Sometimes she crawled painfully up to the heights, but not for long. "It makes me feel so winded, dear," she explained inelegantly. "The air's too rarefied to keep this Sally alive." "She must be good, because she's always pretending to be bad," he reflected thankfully. Sally must win out in spite of her family history, somehow make good. He would be content to live a little longer if he could see that. "Oh, if Helena had been here to help," he sighed, as he sighed a dozen times a day. Nothing had ever gone wrong when his Helena was alive, or if it had, he had not noticed it. But Sally must work out her own salvation. Another could help, but no other could save. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6.
You can put on your boots without a chair. On Sundays in Little Crampton, everybody went to church in their best clothes. Sally's were Parisian, and though quiet enough, held the gratified eye. "Nobody could say I don't look suitable for a bank manager's wife," she told herself, putting a little pink powder on her face and drawing down a coquettish veil. "I'm dying to see Mrs. Dalton and learn the worst. I wonder if Lovey would let me have one of those new short, wide skirts. I believe he'd like it." The he did not refer to the vicar. Owing to his official position, Mr. Bingley had to be early at church. Mrs. Dalton also had to start early, because of course Nina's short legs wanted plenty of time upon the journey. Consequently, as Mr. Bingley passed Vine Cottage, it was not unusual to see its inhabitants just ahead.
Mrs. Dalton still had her husband's field glasses. She wished she could take them to church, for Miss Maggie had been telling her about Sally and the length of time Mr. Bingley had spent at the vicarage on the night of her arrival. She was glad to remember that she had a priceless asset in Nina. Mr. Bingley liked to walk to church between the nice-looking widow and Nina, who adored him. It gave him a sort of sacred sense of paternal and conjugal importance without the responsibility or the expense. He had played with the idea of walking thus through life, at least of him and Nina doing so. Mrs. Alfred Bingley would be more often concerned with things of the nursery. That was the true woman's sphere. His love for children was perfectly genuine. To them he could unbend, become a natural man. Nina was a sharp child, and 8 years of age, her mother having of course married as a mere child. She narrowly missed being stumpy, but one likes little girls rosy and plump and soft. Her tongue was long and pointed, her mother had just such another, and seldom ceased. Though Mr. Bingley liked to talk himself, he would still vacate the stage for the sake of a child's prattle. He encouraged Nina to open her innocent, curious heart to him, and though she sometimes came out with awkward things, as children will, he managed as a rule to stem the worst. Today he was a little absent. He was wondering if Sally would be in church. He greeted Mrs. Dalton and captured the child's plump hand. Then he dropped it to tie up his bootlace, giving a faint groan as he essayed the difficult feat.
"Mother creaks just like that," said Nina, interested, "but she uses a chair. Don't you use a chair?"
Mr. Bingley did, but he managed to evade a reply. Nina's errant attention was caught by figures coming round the curve.
"Oh, it's Mr. Lovelady," she cried, delighted, "and such a lovely lady with him. Oh, I hope they'll stop. Oh, she is nice."
Mr. Bingley's heart gave a mighty bound. Mrs. Dalton's fell. Then came the introduction, Sally staying behind while Mr. Lovelady went on to the church. The rivals smiled, taking each other's measure in a glance, and fearing it. They knew it was going to be a grim struggle to the death, and yet they were attracted instantly and wished it might have been friendship. How delightful to have laughed together over the situation and that absurdity Mr. Alfred Bingley. As it was, the chin of one and the mouth of the other showed doggedly. They were on different sides. Fate had made them combatants against their will, and fight to the bitter end they must. But each knew the other would fight fair. Sally already knew what it was like to be on the rocks, and the other woman was not without imagination. She guessed. She could feel them, sharp and pitiless, while a wild sea, that meant the end of all, washed ever higher. And she was not only fighting for herself, she was fighting for her child. It was literally victory or extinction. Sally saw a stumpy woman with a lovely complexion, nice hair and features, and rather shrewd brown eyes. She obviously cultivated womanliness for Mr. Bingley's benefit, but she was essentially commonplace, almost common. She might have come from one of the farms, or out of one of the village shops. Sally could only have come of distinction. After her looks were gone, that would go down with her to the grave. The contrast was almost violent. Besides Sally's long, lean elegance and Parisian clothes, Mrs. Dalton looked her very worst, shorter, thicker, dowdy. She knew it, and knew that Mr. Bingley must know it. Still, there was always Nina. Nina had already made friends with Sally. She knew she must never express an unflattering remark aloud, but she never got scolded for the others.
"I like you," she began instantly, "your shape and your clothes and your tallness and how you walk. Don't you, Mr. Bingley?"
Her instinct told her that Mr. Bingley did. Mrs. Dalton sighed.
"I like your shoes," the child went on. "They're so small and high. You can put on your boots without a chair. I like your legs," she continued innocently. "Don't you, Mr. Bingley?"
Mr. Bingley flamed. Sally gave her seductive laugh.
I like your hair and your big black eyes, though they are just like the wicked fairies in my book.
Mrs. Dalton felt this was better. She hoped Mr. Bingley would notice that Miss Lunton's eyes were distinctly wicked.
I simply love your laugh, added the child.
Sally laughed again. This innocent worship was sweet to her.
I even like your mouth, though it's dreadfully big, isn't it, because it curls up all twisty at the corners. Don't you love her mouth, Mr. Bingley?
Again Mr. Bingley flamed. He would not tell a lie to save himself from disaster, or burden his white soul for a friend in direst need, or to save the empire. He did love Sally's mouth, and everything that was hers, but he knew he mustn't. His mother's dead, though undying voice most solemnly warned him.
I like everything she is, went on the small enthusiast, but specially her laugh and her legs. So different to mine and mother's.
Mr. Bingley, redder than the reddest rose, broke and fled in utter confusion. The two women struggled for gravity, and then, their twinkling eyes meeting, laughed out loud. They went into church. Mr. Bingley tried not to think of indelicate matters during divine service, yet the contrast noted by the child would occur and recur. He was shocked at himself. He felt almost wanton. It shows I must avoid her, he thought. To see what he must avoid, his eyes went again and again to Sally, as Mrs. Dalton and Miss Maggie Hopkins knew, without the trouble apparently of even glancing at Mr. Bingley. In the doctor's pew stood a fine, well-set-up lad in the uniform of a private. This was Douglas Hill, the doctor's eldest son. Sally looked across at him and smiled. His face lit up, and he beamed back at her. Mr. Bingley bit his lips. This was unsuitable behaviour in the sacred edifice. Mrs. Dalton would never do such a thing. He forced himself to give attention to Mr. Lovelady's always brief sermon. He did not think very much of the vicar's sermons, and knew he himself could do infinitely better. Yet he realised that Mr. Lovelady was doing his very best, that it was not his fault if he was not as highly gifted as some, and listened indulgently. He preferred dogma in the pulpit to humanity, and Mr. Lovelady was distinctly human. With whom should he walk home, Miss Lunton or Mrs. Dalton? Even Paris had scarce a harder choice. Perhaps, as lay reader, he had better lend the light of his countenance to Mr. Lovelady. If Miss Lunton chose to accompany her guardian home, that committed Mr. Bingley to nothing. He would not encourage the girl. She should realise it was the vicar he was walking with. She would probably ask him to come round the garden when they reached the vicarage, but he would refuse, firmly, if kindly. He would show temptation what a poor chance it had against Alfred Bingley, Esquire, of the Bank. He never had any need to run away from the devil. It was rather the devil who fled him. He would not exchange many words with her either. He would be strongly silent, and at the gate almost grim. The silent, strong man, in fact. If Miss Lunton fell in love with him, it would be due to no encouragement on his part. To look up to a man is good for women, and they were not always able to realise it. Silent strength was ever their ideal. How the men chattered and gossiped at the little Crampton Club. One was hardly able to get a word in. That fat fool Bolivar and disagreeable Peyton were two of the worst offenders. Sally and he, Douglas Hill, and Miss Maggie and Miss Lydia Hopkins came out of church together, exchanging greetings. Miss Maggie, abnormally thin, with a pinched face, long pointed nose, pointed ears, thin and acid of mouth, and gimlet-eyed, was the first to speak as they got outside.
Oh, Sally, how pleased you must have been when your dull brown hair turned into that lovely yellow. Was it very difficult?
Not at all, said Sally calmly. I just had my head x-rayed, and that's what happened.
What was wrong with your head?
They were afraid of homicidal mania, said Sally gravely. Mr. Bingley frowned. So, strictly speaking, her hair was partly artificial.
What a charming sermon, gushed Miss Maggie. I always say that if people would do what Mr. Lovelady told them, though telling is easier than doing, Little Crampton would be quite ideal. I like that one about Lot's wife best, and never turning back, whoever or whatever you're going for.
She looked at Sally. Then Douglas Hill drew the girl away, and Mr. Bingley, with a sense of outrage, saw them go and sit on a distant stile, and heard her call him Dougie. He had been quite prepared to remove the temptation from his own path without any outside interference. A raw youth of 20. True, in the foolish eyes of women, a goodly youth enough, handsome and tall and muscular. Mr. Bingley had not been pleased about the war. It seemed, and most unjustly, to push him a little out of the limelight. The women became hysterical over khaki. Their eyes never lingered on black coats, did not indeed see them when the uniform was there. The country went mad over youth and physical efficiency, grit and sacrifice. He was over the age limit, and he had a conscience. To call himself an official 38, as many men well over 40 were doing, was a lie, and one he would be no party to. Imagine being killed with a lie almost fresh on one's lips. He was not a coward, but he was sensible, and not of the stuff from which heroes and sacrifices were made. There is always the man who will cling to ease and the soft job through thick and thin, and, while leaving the heat and burden of the day to others, claim the same wages. Of such was Mr. Bingley. He considered he was doing equal service to the state by retaining his easy billet, investing his private income, and drawing his modest salary. He called it keeping his head in an emergency. He was glad to think that as an observer he could take the wider, more imperial view of things, and that he was not cramped by being a mere and prejudiced participator. Business as usual was, of course, his favourite platitude. It never wore too thin for him. In an expansive moment he had tried on a friend's uniform, but he had fitted very tightly in it and found it neither comfortable nor becoming. He could not understand why a uniform should transform a man in a woman's eyes. It seemed to go straight to their heads. There was Sally, Miss Lunton, fussing over that swaggering, lanky boy. If only women had more ballast. Naturally, every man of sense got himself born a Briton. At the same time, the price of greatness left him cold. The clarion call to arms, and yet again to arms, fell on deaf ears. Dash it all, there were plenty of lads without responsibilities in the country, of no economic value. Let them go. If the Bingleys were in the majority rather than the minority, Britain must have been in the dust long ago. It is unnecessary to add that he had said that no raid by air or sea of the sacred shores would ever be possible. When the impossible happened, he blamed the government. When disaster on land and sea fell like a thunderclap on the nation, he blamed the leaders. He explained how differently and much more successfully he would have carried out affairs. Aye, and ended the war by this. "These raw lads are getting very spoilt, I'm afraid," he said pompously to Miss Maggie.
"They aren't all so raw," she returned. "There are 2 in Douglas's regiment over 40, men of good position, too."
"My dear lady, you must admit a man of 40 doesn't get his head turned." Miss Maggie tittered.
"Perhaps not. Only once it starts turning, it simply whizzes. There's no fool like an old fool."
Mr. Bingley kept his temper. He even condescended to explain that 40 was manhood's prime. Fat little Mr. Bolivar, having greeted Sally with enthusiasm, came bounding up to them. Mr. Bingley smiled graciously. He liked standing by Bolivar, the fat fool. It made him feel so tall and slim, just as he disliked standing by young Hill, because it was then young Hill who seemed so tall and slim.
"Smart strapping fellow," said Mr. Bolivar, alluding to Douglas. "Plucky young devil, lucky young devil. Oh, Bingley, our time is over for that sort of thing."
He looked at the figures by the stile and sighed.
"Oh, if ever it existed."
Mr. Bingley was furious. Mr. Bolivar looked every day of 50, but he was actually the bank manager's junior by 3 months. Miss Maggie was glad she had written to Sally. "We old fools have to stay at home," complained the man of big heart and little tact, "just cumbering the ground, having had our time, while the bright boys, with their careers ahead and life untasted, go out to face the music. It seems low down, hardly the game. What use are we?" The question was an outrage, and Mr. Bingley was incapable of reply. What use, indeed? Had the fool no glimmer of intelligence? What of the bank, of the future little bank manager, that sacred charge? No use, indeed? He made a strange noise in his throat, and met Miss Maggie's gimlet eyes. What a woman! Miss Lydia looked hopelessly in front of her. She was not listening. She was not interested. She seldom did listen, seldom was interested. She never crossed the threshold of life. She had only wanted one thing, and to her failure had meant an agony and a humiliation that could not be borne. Her history was written in her face, and in a few lines. She had been pretty once. She had looked for this prettiness to bring her everything, and to that alone. It had brought her nothing. Her 2 plain sisters got their joy out of life. She got anguish. Miss Maggie pinched her arm.
"Do wake up, Lydia," she commanded.
"Mind you, I tried to do my little bit," went on that absurd creature Bolivar, "but the fella laughed in my face, or rather, pardon me, ladies, at my stomach. You're not as bad as all that, Bingley, yet. They could train you down a bit, old son." "You seem to think that a bank takes care of itself," remarked Mr. Bingley, grey with fury. "Well, they could send some old crock to play round with it till you returned, couldn't they?" Mr. Bolivar did not in the least mean to be offensive. He merely had rather an unfortunate way of expressing himself. He did not mean crock, as Mr. Bingley took it up, merely someone a few years older. "They don't put crocks in banks, Bolivar," almost hissed Mr. Bingley. "They must put them somewhere at such a time," persisted Mr. Bolivar. "Stands to reason. Why not banks?" Mr. Bingley choked again. "Then schoolmistresses have offered the flappers. Nice girls, too." This was more than the affronted bank manager could bear. He turned his back. Mr. Bolivar saw another friend, and rolled off happily. Then Mr. Lovelady appeared, and looked about for Sally. About time, Mr. Bingley considered. Sally came up, flushed and smiling, a delightful picture. Mr. Bingley decided to favour her with his company after all. He badly needed stroking the right way. "How Douglas crows," said the vicar to his ward. "You found a change, Sally, eh? Just a kid when you used to bowl to him. We must have him up." This was not stroking Mr. Bingley the right way. "Everybody seems almost too ready to make a fuss, seeing how vain the modern lad is," he said, mortified. Mr. Lovelady turned on him with most unclerical fire in his blue eyes. "Where would the country be, save for these same vain lads?" he asked. "Or you and I and all of us here? If we cannot go, are we to deny them gratitude? Is it vain to offer up the greatest of all earthly possessions? Do they go because they love fighting and pain and death? Is there any greater sacrifice? Greater love hath no man than this." "Go it, Lovey," whispered Sally, delighted. "Let him have it fairly in the neck." Mr. Bingley's attitude disgusted her. The unhappy Bingley felt almost overwhelmed, but he stuck manfully to his guns. "Many of the conditions are to be deplored," he began. "Drink? The God of battles will judge them, Bingley," answered Mr. Lovelady, his eyes still blazing. "That's not for you or me." The poor bank manager tried to fall in step with Sally. Sally ignored him. Mr. Lovelady took her arm, marching her on ahead, leaving the lay reader to escort the Mrs. Hopkins. "I'm a poor Christian," he groaned. "I could have cheerfully felled that man to the earth, and then have jumped on him." He groaned contritely. "Who am I to preach to others?" "Oh, Mr. Bingley has his Waterloo to come. Don't you worry," she returned easily. At the vicarage gate the others caught up to them. Mr. Bingley waited expectantly for Sally's invitation. After all, the vicarage garden was very charming. Sally gave a careless nod to the Mrs. Hopkins, an even more careless one to Mr. Bingley, and turned to go into the house with her guardian. There was nothing for it but to depart. Nothing had turned out in the least as the ruffled man had expected. He had been so well prepared to resist temptation, and temptation had not offered itself for resistance. It had hardly played the game. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. I hope I don't disturb your rest. Seeing that their ways lay together, and Mr. Bingley was always the perfect gentleman, there was nothing for it but to accompany the Mrs. Hopkins. Lydia looked on the ground, her eyes hopeless. On her 50th birthday she had, to quote her sister, ceased to struggle, and about time too. Maggie had never wanted to marry. She disliked men. Grace had always been set on farming. She was short and fat and jolly, and enjoyed every moment of her hard-working life.
"Sally does look nice in her new hair," observed Miss Maggie. "Don't you think so, Mr. Bingley? Oh, but how funny she will look when it gets streaky, as artificial hair always does. How thin she's grown, too. She'll be as thin as me in a year or two."
Acidity had left the speaker a revolting skeleton. Her bones seemed to clank as she walked. Mr. Bingley found the prospect unpleasant.
"Of course, you know her father was the last of the Wild Luntons."
"Of Castle London? Oh, yes," assented Mr. Bingley. "She must be connected with half the peerage." Surely his mother would appreciate that.
"Oh, not much use when the peerage repudiates you," smiled Miss Maggie, "and there isn't a cent. The castle and everything passed out of the family in Sally's grandfather's time. He was a nice one, if you like, but his son was worse. They always get worse as they go along. Sally is absolutely the last. Besides," this was what she'd been leading up to, "her mother was a chorus girl, and, you know—"
She gave a modest little giggle, but managed to mention the close dates of wedding and christening. Mr. Bingley's face was reward enough. A chorus girl grandmother for the little bank manager? A chorus girl with a scandal attached?
"I don't know how they can," went on Miss Maggie. "Hardly anything on, and lots of unmarried men there. I should feel so indelicate like that."
She would indeed have been indelicate like that, though perhaps more through lack of flesh than of clothes. Mr. Bingley permitted himself a quick smile. How humourless women were!
"I don't know what will become of the poor girl if she doesn't get married, and it isn't so easy these days."
Mr. Bingley became a trifle cattish. "It's usually easy when they are young and attractive," he said loftily. "It would be impertinent to doubt Miss Lunton's ability to get married if she wished to." Miss Maggie was annoyed. Was she helping Sally to her victim?
"There's marrying and marrying," she said, "and Sally is such an outrageous flirt. That's how Mr. Bolivar got married so suddenly. She makes fools of people. I wonder what she would do if anything happened to Mr. Lovelady. He looks quite ill sometimes, and twice lately I've met him coming out of the doctor's house. She would be in a mess, and no mistake. But perhaps she'll think of some way out in time."
They came in sight of the red house, the only property of any size in the neighbourhood. It belonged to a Mrs. Randall, a rich widow.
"Why, the blinds are down!" exclaimed the sharp-sighted Miss Maggie. "Oh, then she must be dead at last. I'm sure she's taken time enough and made fuss enough too, though of course Dr. Hill would encourage that sort of thing. I wonder where all her money will go. Cats, of course. She has crowds of nephews on both sides of the house," said Miss Lydia listlessly. "She hated all her relations and would have nothing to do with them. Must be so trying to be disliked by the rich relation and perhaps liked by the poor ones. She wouldn't even have me in the house. Mr. Lovelady was her only visitor. It's to be hoped he's not counting on getting anything. Parsons are always such beggars, in both senses of the word."
Mr. Bingley flushed with indignation. "Mr. Lovelady is almost too unworldly," he retorted, "and the country ought to give its clergy a living wage."
"Men always count on something. It's not for want of counting they're disappointed."
"And do women never count on anything?" asked Mr. Bingley majestically.
"Only on husbands," snapped Miss Maggie, feeling her sister wince. "And they're usually more disappointed than ever when they've got one."
As usual, she had the last word. Soon after the midday dinner, Mr. Lovelady departed to the Sunday school. Sally unearthed a French novel, more witty than moral, and a box of cigarettes, and collecting all the cushions in the room, curled herself up on the drawing-room sofa. She began to yawn, then she dozed. In her dreams, the past gripped her, and she sang for joy. Jimmy whistled the tune that came nearest to Annie Laurie. Then the whistling ceased, and everything else seemed to cease. It would all be silence now, and she knew her heart was broken. She came out of her dream and the heartache, and wiped her wet eyes and wet cheeks. "Oh, Sally, you silly ass," she cried. "How often must I tell you that the past is without profit, and that you're not to do it?" She was resentful, because though she could command the waking hours, she had no jurisdiction over the others. She shook sleep from her eyelids, and lighting a cigarette, plunged into her book. It was just at this moment that something pointed out to a very astonished lay reader that he was entering the vicarage gate, the hall, and, via Elizabeth, the drawing-room, to find, most extraordinary happening of all, that Miss Lunton was there, and alone. He had no idea how it had all come about. His legs had simply insisted upon bringing him. Sally acted with great presence of mind. She knew that Bingleys never permit their women to smoke the mildest of cigarettes, or read the mildest, comparatively speaking, of French novels. She crushed the lighted cigarette between the pages of the novel and sat on both. "How explain it if I catch fire?" she wondered. Mr. Bingley stooped stiffly over Sally and shook her hand. "Good afternoon. What a lovely spring day," he said. "I hope I don't disturb your rest?" Sally looked up at him with eyes that tears had softened, and a flush on her cheeks where the salt tears had stung them. No, Mr. Bingley hadn't disturbed her rest. That part would never be his. She told no more than the truth when she said, "Oh, no, I'm glad to see somebody." She gave a slight jerk, so that she could come down more violently upon the book. She thought she smelt burning. Oh, it was out now, thank goodness. Mr. Bingley sniffed. Sally liked strong Turkish cigarettes. "Oh, yes, isn't it naughty of Lovey? All over the house. But of course one can't grudge men their masculine pleasures," said the noble Sally. "One respects a lady's drawing-room, though," returned Mr. Bingley with equal nobility. "He would."
He studied Sally unobserved, as he thought. No, her hair showed no signs of streakiness. It was just untarnished yellow flame. Naturally, other women would say things. It was such a petty, jealous sex. Her pointed chin was absolutely fascinating, and not in the least obstinate. If her mouth was wide, the lips were finely cut as a gentlewoman's should be, not in the least thick, and it did curl at the corners. Her teeth were perfect, and her own. There was one of Mrs. Dalton's he strongly suspected. His own were all his by purchase, but so well done that he knew nobody could ever discover it. Miss Maggie, however, had said, before he had been a week in Little Crampton, "Not one of his own." What a lovely little aquiline nose Sally had! A sheer delight, neither too large nor too small. Mrs. Dalton's was too large and of no special shape. His own was short and thick, and rather by way of being a button. Consequently, it was necessary to be particular about noses. Perhaps Sally failed a trifle in her forehead. It was like her chin, narrow and pointed, and too high. It would have been a disfigurement but for the skilful way she trained her hair low down upon it, shortening it by an inch. In her jerk of surprise at seeing him, he had observed the jerk, she had revealed a very long length of slim ankles. Ankles should not be too vital in a wife, but when she crossed a muddy road, or perhaps wore one of the new wide short skirts he saw illustrated, they would come in rather useful. After all, the right sort of legs were essential in the future Mrs. Alfred Bingley. Slimness was, of course, essential for any mode, and she was just the right height. Yes, the physical qualities were all he could desire, but they were just those by which he must not let himself be unduly biased. It was the higher qualities that must count. Would she realise that it was in the nature of things he must always know best? Would she cling, not heavily, but still cling? In a word, would she be the ivy to his oak? He had heard of awful unsexed creatures who actually wanted to be another oak and refused to be the ivy, keeping none of the solemn vows sworn at the altar. Mercifully, there was no trace of the mother who had been a chorus girl, but more than a hint of the father who had been a somebody, if a disreputable one. She met his eyes with a dependence that thrilled him. She didn't seem to want to talk about herself like most women. She only cared to listen. And how brilliantly she listened! How she made one sparkle, give of one's best! Twice he made a joke, suitable for Sunday afternoon, of course, but still a joke. Once he was almost witty, though unconsciously witty. He had tea. Never had tea tasted so delicious before, and how gracefully she poured, as Miss Maggie expressed it. 2 hours seemed no more than 5 minutes. He tore himself reluctantly away, a most buoyant Mr. Bingley. "I shall see you in church to-night?" he asked eagerly. Sally seemed to dally with the temptation. "Perhaps," she said at length. She went to church, but Douglas Hill monopolised her in his impudent young puppy way. In fact, he bore her off to supper at the doctor's house, promising to bring her back in decent time. Mr. Bingley went home to his own luxurious meal, fuming. For once he did it less than full justice, and thought of something as much as his food. "That young cub will make love to her," he muttered, ringing the bell for prayers. "He's just the age when they start, and usually with their seniors." He read prayers in an exasperated voice. Sally saw nothing of her guardian till the following morning. Then she took the bull by the horns. "The Bingley was here yesterday afternoon," she announced casually. "Born on Cupid's wings. Poor panting Cupid. I was smoking naughty cig and reading naughty French novel, so sat on both. When he sniffed, I said what a horrid dear you were, simply doing it all over the shop. I'm afraid he doesn't quite approve of you, Lovey." The Reverend Adam tried to look disapproving. "We must, of course, encourage him to go on lay reading for all he's worth. Some night we must ask him in to supper, and Elizabeth shall do her best. We will, won't we, nice old thing?" She stroked his cheek. "You make everybody do what you want," exploded the vicar. "So the fellow had started his hanging round her. If it had been anybody but Bingley. Of course there was no harm in it, but Sally always must have her meed of male admiration, and if there was nobody else to give it, she would take it from Bingley." Sally winced at his words. "Not quite everybody. After supper, dear, you must lose something and go look for it, and leave me free to work at being womanly. I should laugh if you were there." "Sally, a true woman—" She stopped his mouth with a kiss. "Even true women have to do a bit of pretending, if they're true women." "In all these years you must have met somebody who makes the thought of flirting with Bingley impossible." "It takes two to make a match," answered Sally a little bitterly. "You cannot mean nobody could resist you, darling?" "Well, somebody did, once. Anyway, it's all over now. It was 6 years ago, a lifetime. It was bad at first, a sort of toothache in a different place. When I found it unbearable, I did the sensible thing, had the tooth out. Now there's only a gap, and I've got a nice new molar to put in its place. I don't suppose it will bite quite so well, but as far as appearance goes, nobody will be able to tell the difference. I call it Mr. Bingley. Let's go and watch the things grow." They wandered round the exquisite garden, old John at their heels. The moment Mr. Lovelady paused, the tired dog flopped down and rested, but he always got up and crawled along when the vicar moved. Sally stopped at the fowl run. "Ananias is a wonder," she exclaimed, looking at the handsome cock. "I notice that it's always a different Sapphira. Is that quite moral, Lovey? And a vicarage garden, too." The cock, who had hollowed out a secure entrenchment and had a small immature-looking hen tucked under his wing, looked at them contemptuously. "Interfering, greedy, selfish things, humans." "He must know about the war," laughed Sally. "Look how deep he's dug himself in. I don't think much of the light of the harem, though." "He's a rum bird," said the Reverend Adam. "That hen is worse than useless. Lays no eggs and eats enormously. But Elizabeth daren't kill her because of upsetting him. She says he'd never get over it." He took out his watch. "I must be off. Oh, by the by, I've got to go to Mrs. Randall's for the reading of the will. Can't think why they asked me." Sally's eyes sparkled. "Oh, Lovey, if she's left it all to you because she hates her beastly relations." "You absurd child. Why, I don't even expect anything for the parish. Why should I?" "Oh, blow the parish. That's what I call wilful waste. You couldn't even buy me a pair of shoes out of the parish because you're one of those tiresome clerics with conscientious objections. You were the only person she had round. Of course, if she left it all to some single male relative, that wouldn't be so bad either." Mr. Bingley got his casual invitation and accepted it eagerly. Elizabeth did them so well that Mr. Bingley was astonished and a little shocked, and rather tempted to overstrain his digestion. That a clergyman, poor and obscure, should sit down to such a meal as a matter of course argued a carnal appetite and love for the flesh-pots, ill to see in one of his cloth. Mr. Lovelady refused to lose anything and go out to look for it, so Sally lost something instead in the garden, and took Mr. Bingley with her to find it. They did not find it or bother about it very long, but they came upon a most sympathetic moon rising slowly over the trees. Mr. Bingley flew home. His feet no longer touched the earth. It had got beyond that. He was besotted. How womanly she had been! Mr. Lovelady came back from the reading of Mrs. Randall's will with great news. He had been left £1,000 for the poor of the parish, another for the church, and a rare specimen of an old Bible for himself. Everybody was surprised, but there was another surprise coming. "All the rest that I die possessed of to James Tomkins," the lawyer read out, "only child of the late James and Margaret Tomkins. Because of all my nephews, he alone answered the call of his country." Not a word about cats, no legacies, everything to James Tomkins, and she had never mentioned the war to a soul. Mr. Lovelady told Sally. 2,000, she pouted, and none of it for that charity which begins at home. How horrid! Couldn't you put me down as the poor of the parish and buy me one little short skirt? How exciting about the nephew. What's his name? Oh, Simpkins, I think. I didn't notice. It was all so astonishing. He was there, a little man with a most taking face. He's the son of Mr. Randall's sister, who made the family so angry by her marriage. He's to be called Wilmot Randall. The old lady's maiden name was Wilmot. "And this Mr. Wilmot Randall, is he married?" asked Sally breathlessly. Oh, if a knight should appear to save her from the dragon! "Oh, yes, a wife and 2 children. He rushed off by the first train to tell them the news. I never saw anyone so excited. He enlisted when war broke out, and is now home on sick leave with a hand that won't heal sufficiently for him to return. Oh, yes, he's married, my child." He pinched her cheek and laughed a little. Sally's face fell. No luck, she sighed to herself. Poor Mrs. Alfred Bingley, how sorry I feel for you, my dear. After all, you had possibilities once. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Wealth lost, something lost. Honour lost, much lost. Courage lost, all lost. The rising tide of spring filled Sally with a restless energy. It blew cold one day and warm the next, and she was tormented with the desire to be up and doing, and then depressed by the consciousness that there was nothing to do. At such times she would dig in the garden, though only intermittently. "How pleased Lovey will be when he returns and sees what I've done," she would think, only to add with some apprehension, "that is, if I haven't dug up the things I shouldn't. They looked most uninteresting anyway." She gazed idly at Ananias and his beloved bride, tucked close together as usual, and made a face of disgust. If I had known half as much as that sly little cat, things might have been different now. She flung a luscious worm to the couple. The sacrifice of the lower to the higher. Or is it possibly the higher to the lower, she asked herself. One never knows. Sapphira had it undivided. Will Mr. Bingley cherish as beautifully, wondered Sally, and knew he would do nothing so ridiculous. A hen came out of the inner house, 13 golden little balls rolling after her. She swept them before her royal husband's eyes and looked triumphantly at Sapphira. But Sapphira turned up her beak at them, and the lordly martinet turned his back. They were always coming and going, these yellow balls, shrill, noisy little creatures that grew out of their petticoats to scraggy hideousness in no time. He was bored to death with it. Thousands had gone. He neither knew nor cared where, but there were always thousands coming on. In a bitter moment he had once suspected that that was all they kept him for. Silly old business. Silly old world. He sidled closer to Sapphira. She, thank goodness, did not go in for that sort of thing. She was immeasurably above all the mundane things of the world. Young and old, tender and tough, his wives went to the pot in the end, a female fault as well as a misfortune, but himself he knew for an immortal, and variety is the spice of life. On the whole, he was fairly satisfied. Sally was not. She went indoors, and putting on her walking things, started for the moors. She loved the mountain which led straight from the back of the vicarage garden, and its magic sea, and the moors and the wind that swept across them. She did not leave the paths she knew. There was only one end to that. The Hopkins house was on the moor road, and Miss Maggie was seated in the drawing-room window. When she was at home, she always sat in the drawing-room window, noting who passed to the moors and with whom. When she was not in the drawing-room, she was probably in the bedroom above, where she slept. Her ambition was to inhabit the rooms over the post office in Little Crampton. It stood at the Four Roads, and one saw life from there, and no mistake. Sally waved a greeting, and Miss Maggie waved back.
Alone, she thought. Whom is she hoping to meet on the moors?
Sally was not hoping to meet anybody. On the contrary, she was trying to outpace the self that kept step with her. It was an ideal day and an ideal scene, and she was ashamed of her own discontent and restlessness. Her craving to be alone was satisfied, alone with the wind and the sky, with nature and nature's shy, wild things. There came the sound as of horses galloping over the sodden turf, and the half-wild ponies belonging to Gillette of the Moor End farm fled past, lashing tails, dilated nostrils, and fiery eyes. A plover circled overhead, uttering plaintive prayers that the robber should look in any but the right place for that sacred nest. A newborn lamb fell weakly against its mother, feeling its feet for the first time. A belated spring visitor this, for the other lambs were frisking madly, and soon many would, alas, cease to frisk and be associated with mint sauce instead of green pastures. A cow looked up at the stranger out of great brown dreamy eyes. A litter of small pigs ran squealing to their mother. Sally was at home with all these. The turf, a little soggy in parts after rain, was dry and springy on the higher levels. There was a sky of flame and glory, but not a harbinger of peace, for biting into the crimson blaze were sharp, black, monstrous shapes. A gay little wind sprinted lightly along. "It's not a bad old world," thought Sally, drawing a deep breath. "I'm glad to be alive, and lucky to be alive on such a day as this." She came in sight of Moor End Farm, and Gillette working in the yard. He touched his forehead to her and went on with his work. He had more than he could even hope to get through now the war had taken his son and labourers. Mrs. Gillette, wringing out clothes, observed that Parson Sally was a rare treat to look at, and began to discuss her chances of Mr. Bingley with her unresponsive husband. Mrs. Gillette had one daughter in service at the great Mr. Bingley's, and the other with the Misses Hopkins. As a gossip, she ran Miss Maggie very close indeed. Her husband, as usual, paid no attention whatever to her remarks. The labour problem alone filled his mind. Sally looked idly at the workman's cottage, known as the hut. She noted the window-pane still unmended, and that the place was empty. The hut belonged to Gillette, and was given over by him to whichever of the two labourers did not board and lodge at the farm. Miserable as it was eagerly enough sought after in times of peace. She left the hut behind, and got out into the wild solitudes. It was not till it began to threaten dusk that she turned. The walk had done her good, strengthened her philosophy. After all, life was bound to be a little difficult. One must just make the best of it, and get what one could. It was absurd to expect too much, and it wasn't as if there hadn't been something priceless once. The wind grew stronger, and she bent her head before it. Suddenly a shape seemed to loom up at her, to collide with her, and she gave a startled exclamation. "I beg your pardon," said a refined, impatient voice. Sally found herself looking at a tall, stalwart young man with a set, strained face, and then he'd gone, plunging towards the wood, swallowed up by it. She had had a glimpse of desperate eyes. She stood still for a moment, her heart beating with fear. What had he done, or what was he about to do? Who was he? Why did he look like that? Like what? She asked herself, puzzled, for she could not quite put a name to the sudden thing she had seen, or thought that she had seen. She accused her imagination of trying to make a fool of her. For a moment she hesitated. Then she also hurried into the wood. She had a terrifying sense that something awful would happen unless she were there to prevent it, yet had no idea what this thing could be. It was as if she had suddenly found herself in some intangible nightmare. When she got to the wood, she could see nobody, though the crimson sky threading among the budding trees gave a fiery light. She began to run in obedience to a voice that bade her haste, and her light feet made no sound. Then she was up against what she had but vaguely understood. She knew now what she had seen in those haunted, despairing eyes, the anguish of a lost soul and self-murder. The stranger stood with his back to her. He had taken a revolver out of his pocket and was raising it to his temple. Sally realised that what had to be done must be done instantly, that there was no time to think matters out if she was to save his life. It occurred to her that to shout would be fatal. He would start, and the bullet would probably enter some part of his head, even if she had spoiled his aim. On the other hand, to jerk his wrist down smartly, so that the deadly weapon pointed in front of them, might still cause it to go off, but not necessarily fatally. She had to take that risk. She gathered herself together in a lissom heap and sprang noiselessly forward. Then her hands were round his wrist, the revolver pointing downwards. There was a report that made a startled bird rise with a scream, and the bullet had sped, but harmlessly. "Oh, that was a near thing," she gasped. The man wheeled round on her, his blue eyes almost black with rage. "How dare you?" he stammered. "How dare you, I say? What is it to you?" "A life," said Sally. "Mine, not yours, if you would be good enough to remember it." With his left hand he released himself from her clasp. Go away at once. What are you doing here?" "I guessed. I followed you." "Damn your curiosity and your interference," he burst out, and then added sullenly, "I beg your pardon, but you had no right at all." "You don't deny what you were going to do?" "What I am going to do is entirely my own concern, madam." "Oh, but on such a day. I was just thinking how good to be alive, and you... Oh, you must be mad. Such a priceless gift." "That is as one finds it."
"Or makes it?" she suggested softly. His handsome, finely cut face was marred by a sneer.
"Oh, so you're going to preach, the ever-popular part."
Sally stared and then laughed, if only unsteadily. "Me preach?" she exclaimed. "Why, goodness gracious! What, me? Oh, I say, that would be funny."
"It would be a bore," he said rudely.
"It always is," agreed Sally. "A beastly bore. But people love it so, don't they? I suppose one ought to let them enjoy themselves now and then. You won't do it before me, will you?" She gazed fearfully at the revolver.
"Of course not."
"But you'll do it as soon as I've gone?" He made no reply. "Then I shan't go, that's all," she announced cheerfully.
"Don't be so ridiculous."
He frowned, and he looked round as if intending flight. "I dare say I can run almost as fast," said Sally. "Do you see what I mean? You'll find me a regular shadow. It'll make you so ridiculous too, won't it?" She looked at him with very bright eyes, showing nothing of a heart fainting within her. It was so easy to say these things, to sound positive and determined, but not so easy to carry them out. He was long and lithe, every inch of 6 feet, and had the look of an athlete about him. True, she could run extraordinarily fast for a woman, but not as fast as a trained man. "You shan't do it. I won't let you. You shan't do it," she persisted. His face contradicted her. She knew he was just as determined to shoot himself as she was to prevent him. Man's strength against woman's strength, and wits. She uttered a voiceless prayer. To hit on the right note, something to bid him pause, to be able to think of one effective thing to say. "Oh, it's so cowardly," she almost sobbed, "and so final. Beyond death there is no appeal." "Exactly." He spoke thankfully. She felt it was a losing game that she was playing, and raged that she could only play it so badly. "Oh, please, please don't. Oh, please don't," she implored. "I wish you would go, and not be so tiresome," exclaimed the would-be suicide angrily. "I won't go. You needn't count on that, and I shall go on being tiresome till you give me your word not to." Her mouth fell into determined and unbecoming lines. The stranger looked at her and found her uncomely and very much in the way. What inopportune things women were! Desperate as he had been, it had still taken a little nerving up to set out thus upon the great adventure. But he had nerved himself up, and for this. All would have been over now, restfully over, if it had not been for this interfering woman with the long, grim mouth. Damn her! The crimson of the sky blazed into his eyes. It made him think of blood and terrible things. He would forever have ceased to think by now, save for this girl. Damn her! Damn her! Sally faced his look, though it was ill to bear. She seemed full of confident courage. He guessed nothing of a madly beating heart. "One does what one likes with one's own life," he said curtly. "Not quite all one likes, surely. A life so seldom stands alone. There are the others. It's such a priceless, glowing thing. Nothing can give it us back. Even the old and the wretched cling to it till the last, make a fight to keep it. How can you, young and strong—" "Youth and strength can make some things worse," he replied. "Your people. You must have somebody belonging to you." It had often seemed to her that everybody had but herself. It was not many people who were without a single blood tie in the world. There was Lovey, of course, but even Lovey was not everything, not really and truly her own. "I belong to nobody," he answered, turning away his face. "They do not wish it. Now do you understand, and will you go?" "There's always something left. Is it some woman? Oh, it is bad for a year or two, I know, but life becomes worthwhile again, and there are so many women left in the world, even nicer, more beautiful." The man gave a scornful little laugh. "Do you suppose I am the sort of fool that would shoot himself for a woman?" "Oh, of course not," she said quickly, wondering what had brought him to this pass. "I don't think you're the sort of fool to shoot yourself at all. It is a fool's trick. It leaves nothing to happen, nothing to fate." "I've had quite enough happen, thank you. Will you be good enough to leave me?" "Most certainly not." "Will you force me to do it before you, after all?" "I beg your pardon," he added hastily. "Of course I did not mean that. But it would have been over but for you, and now it's all to go through again. After all, it's enough to die once." "Then you don't exactly like the idea?" "There is no other way. I should not have delayed so long." "Oh, what have you lost? It must be much indeed." She had thought she had lost all that suffering humanity could, but suicide as a means of oblivion had never even occurred to her. If there was no genius in her art, she had a genius for life, and a zest not easily destroyed. "I have lost everything," he said. "Everything?" "Everything, and under the most terrible circumstances.
I have flung away lives. I have betrayed my country. Now, are you satisfied?" She shrank back, and horror filled her. For a moment she was almost sorry she had come in time. There were things she could never forgive.
"You mean you, an Englishman?"
"A gentleman have acted as spy for the other side?" she jerked out. He turned on her as if he would strike her. My God, if only you had been a man! You should have paid for that."
"Won't you tell me what it is?" she asked gently.
"Oh, a mere trifle. I led my company to death in the face of direct orders. Men who were much to me believed in me, the fools, and would have followed me anywhere. Well, they followed me to hell and failure, and I had all the luck. I escaped scot-free." He broke into a bitter laugh. "Fortunate, wasn't it? 200 gone, 3 left, and I one of the 3. Of course I was cashiered, and served me right. I should have been shot. No, hanged. And now I want to run away from my own hell, if you'll be so good as to permit me."
Sally turned very white and could not speak for a moment. Then she said very slowly, "Believe me, I can realise what you feel, but a blunder is not a crime. When you disobeyed orders, as I take it you did, you thought you were acting for the best. Perhaps the orders seemed impossible, and you thought you saw a better way."
"I had no right to think. I should have acted."
"But you meant it for the best? Oh, please explain."
"I thought I saw the chance of a big and more valuable success, that's all, and not as expensive an action as the one I was told to take."
"And luck went against you," said Sally. "For after all, what is it but luck? If you had succeeded, promotion and honour, if a reprimand came first. But failure is the one thing that nobody ever forgives."
"Insubordination must be punished," he returned listlessly. "It's going to take everything we know to pull this thing off, and it won't be so easy then. My God, it's the seething pit of hell out there. Blunders like mine delay the end, send good men uselessly to their deaths."
He put the revolver in his pocket and covered his face with his hands. Sally noticed that he was shaking all over, and her heart was sick with pity for him.
200, 200, he murmured, agonised as if to himself. "Some of them with me for 15 years. The old sergeant who had helped me as a raw sub, God knows how finely. Proud of us all he was, proud of me. God help us both. In the Boer War together, and now this. Distinction there, extinction here. And you want me to stay in my own little hell so that I can go mad like a man I saw go mad once. The 3rd survivor, that was. Day and night I see nothing but those figures trapped by the barbed wire I led them into. The dead and the dying eyes. No brothers could have been more to me."
Sally's light fingers stole into his pocket. She drew out the revolver without him being conscious of her action, and thrusting it into her belt, buttoned her loose coat over it. The blood that had seemed frozen began to run through her veins again. "Oh, I'm sorry," she said. "I'm sorry. But in time, in time." He did not seem to hear. Indeed, he was unconscious of her presence. He was living that awful scene all over again for the 100th time. He had stood there looking on his work, realising disaster, but something had seemed to burst in his brain. He had not really felt much. He was like one with a bad hurt. At first no pain, just numbness, and then the slow, ever-increasing agony. He had stared meaninglessly at the sergeant, who had wept like a child, and who refused to meet his eyes. If only he had felt, if only he had shot himself there and then, been out of it, spared the agony that was to come and grow greater day by day.
But he had just been numbed. To have been found dead in the disaster he had wrought, to have spared his family who had sacrificed so much for him, the last disgrace. But nothing had been spared. They had gone slowly back, the bullets avoiding them. The third survivor had dashed on ahead of them. He was laughing and screaming and singing. It was said his reason would never return. That too had been his work. The gallant innocent had had to suffer for the guilty. Sally tugged at his arm. She was growing frightened, even though she had the weapon of destruction safely hidden. "Things pass," she said, "and you are quite young. How old are you?" 35, he returned mechanically. "One can start the world again at 35. Make up. You could enlist, make your way up a little, still help." "I am too well known. How could I face them? Besides, they wouldn't have me. Sometimes I think my nerve has gone."
He took his hands away from his face, and Sally saw that it had turned grey. "There are other things, other countries."
"Not for me. The army was my life, my all. I'm finished, broken. How should you understand what it means to be flung on the scrap heap, just as everything is promising the best?"
"Oh, indeed, indeed I do," she cried eagerly. "More than you can guess."
"Pooh," he said contemptuously. What nonsense she was talking. She was well-dressed, good-looking, had obviously come out of a comfortable, sheltered home, free from the storms of adversity, from the fret of ambition, the wild stir of achievement. "Impossible," he said. "I doubt whether the fact that I am what is termed absolutely on the rocks can convey anything to you. How should it? I have no money, no work, no honour, nothing."
"Wealth lost, something lost, honour lost, much lost, courage lost, all lost," she quoted earnestly. The words had revived her courage many a time. They failed to stir him.
"Well, it's all lost," he said, "and that's all there is about it. I cannot see those sights, hear those sounds, and know that they're the consequences of my madness. The very dead had reproach in their eyes, while those who only prayed for death—" Suddenly he uttered a hoarse cry, and the next moment he had fallen crashing to the ground and lay like a log at Sally's feet. She wondered if he was dead, if she had failed to save him after all. She placed her ear upon his heart and thought she could detect a faint sound. Then she ran to Moor End Farm. Gillette came back with her, and they found the stranger recovering consciousness, but quite dazed, and very meek and obedient. "I want you to put him to bed and keep him there for a day or two," said Sally. Gillette scratched his head. "All right, miss," he said resignedly.
"I'll be responsible for him," she promised. She returned home, feeling that the man was safe for a time. As a soldier, he would choose the one means to an end, and she had his revolver. He would not be able to get another for a day or two, perhaps not then. They were not picked up as easily as all that these days. In the meanwhile, almost anything might happen, and after the attack he might come round to a more rational frame of mind. She came up the next day and learned that the stranger was sleeping like a log.
"Like one who hasn't slept for a week," said the farmer.
Sally thought it might be possible that he had not. "Look here," she said to Gillette, "this is not going to be so bad for you. Of course he's a gentleman, and he's had some trouble, but he's honest, I can vouch for that, and without work or money. He's strong, and is pretty certain to know something about horses at least, and can learn other things if he likes. He's not stupid, anyone can see that. Employ him to help on the farm. It might mean a lot to both of you." Gillette's face brightened.
"It would mean a lot to me, Miss Sally, but he's a gent right enough. Maybe he won't. If he's been a wild 'un and got through his money, well, he don't want work. He wants money to play with."
No, he isn't like that. I feel sure he isn't."
Just you try him and see. I'd be only too thankful if he'd try and help. He's a big, strong chap. That's right, and don't be afraid of working him too hard. The harder the better. And don't let your wife talk if you can help it. Gillette chuckled. There ain't a man living as can stop a woman's tongue, he said. End of chapter 8.
Chapter 9 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. I'm sick of the war. Sally told Mr. Lovelady about the stranger at Moor End Farm, but she did not tell him much. He just knew that she and Gillette had come upon him in a faint, and that was about all. The man's tragedy was his own. She did not, however, lose much time in finding out all she could about him by way of General Smythe. The old general lived down at the Point and was a walking reference library in all matters pertaining to the army. If he had not actually met every officer of the British Army in his time, he had met their parents or relations, or had at least heard about them. He had a very retentive memory and a garrulous tongue. She met him in High Street, and he turned with her. She was a favourite of the old man's, for she had suffered his tedium in times of peace, and little Crampton hadn't. It was only since the war that the General had come into his own, and had been listened to instead of fled from. She brought the talk to the cashiering of officers, and asked the old gentleman if he thought there would be much more of it. He at once started off at full swing. "When war breaks, it breaks badly," he said, "and there have been some hard cases among them, mighty hard cases, though doubtless some deserved even more than they got." He began to talk of individual cases. None of them seemed to Sally to apply to the stranger. However, she possessed her soul in patience, and met with due reward. "Robert Cantyre, now, that was a bad business," he said meditatively. "Fine young fella, smart as they make 'em, promising, dashing, a bit too dashing, perhaps. Can't understand it." "Who was he?" asked Sally. "Someone you've known?"
"Met his father once, years ago. Never saw young hopeful, pride of the family and all that sort of thing. A regular Cantyre. Bless my soul, the Cantyres were given a good account of themselves in the days of bow and arrows. One can't have a war without 'em. This boy and his cousin were both at spy on cop. Robert got a DSO and a bullet that ought to have killed him, which he's never felt, I believe. And the other got his marching orders, leaving this fella to carry on the tradition of the Cantyres. It was taken for granted that if he came through this war alive, he'd be well on his way to the top of the tree. Instead of that, the young fool takes it into his head to think for himself, which wouldn't have mattered if he hadn't happened to think wrong and to disobey orders. That's the end of the last fighting Cantyre. Good God, the sacrifices they made to put him in the army. His father was a half-pay colonel at the time, and there were 5 girls ahead of him. But all just set their teeth and gave up something, and the fellow worked like a nigger and was straight as a die. Smoked very little, and then only the cheapest stuff, and was as near teetotal as makes no difference. Paid his way with the most rigid economy. Never a cent for pleasure. Gave up all his time to work, making himself and his men efficient. And by God, everybody said he'd done it. And now this. Damned if I can make head or tail of it. Beg your pardon, Miss Sally, but I tell you the thing worries me infernally. It's made no end of talk in the service. Like a thunderclap it was."
"Poor fellow," said Sally.
"Aye, he's broken all right. Wonder what will become of him. Can't understand why he turned up alive. Was a plucky one, too, they said. Very rum indeed. His mother was very ill when she heard, just didn't bother to get better, and the old boy had a stroke at his wife's funeral and has turned childish. Thinks we're fighting the Boers, and keeps telling the girls how well Bobby's doing, and that it isn't everybody that gets a DSO at 20, and that he's going to be worthy of the best traditions of the family, and so on, and how pleased they all must be that the sacrifice was made.
Oh, that must be hard to listen to, though it's a good thing for the poor old man, I suppose.
Oh, yes, he's happy enough. But those girls... Oh, not that they are girls, of course. Just 5 old maids, embittered at the thought of what they've given up for this disgrace. They can't bear his name mentioned. You see, they had to live in the dullest hole for economy, without any social life, and make out to their brother that they liked it. And they weren't bad-looking gals. They might have married with decent chances and had homes of their own. Of course they're bound to take it badly. I believe they wrote and told him he'd killed his mother and destroyed his father's reason, as well as spoiling their lives. A big, handsome fellow, I've heard, a regular Cantyre.
And nothing can ever put it right again? Asked Sally pitifully.
No, the fellow was in the wrong, owned up at once. Was to have got his majority in a day or two. He had a field marshal's baton in his pockets, that boy. Everybody said so. Simply a dead cert. The fellow that wrote and told me about it said that for a small engagement it was the most ghastly of the whole war. And that's saying something. Barbed wire. And only 3 out of over 200 got back, and a young fool among them. That nobody could understand. He must have been dazed, I suppose. Everybody's sorry. He was very popular. But of course he's finished, if he's still alive. I doubt it myself.
Sally said nothing.
That bullet he got in the Boer War was an odd business. By the position of its entry, it should have entered a vital organ and killed him. But he felt little or no inconvenience. They probed about as much as they dared, but never located the thing at all. And though when the X-rays came in, one of the RAMC got him to be examined for curiosity, devil a sign of a bullet was there. Oh, mind you, it was inside, all right.
And won't it ever give trouble, if he's alive, I mean?
Oh, not with the abstemious life he leads. Oh, did. I suppose if a chap was a drinker, it might set up mischief, but Cantyre mightn't have spent years in India for all the thirst he exhibited. The Cantyres have all excellent physiques. Well, can't be helped now. Battles are the graves of reputations as well as bodies.
General Smythe always ended up with this remark. Sally went slowly home. She was sure she had the young man traced, and under the circumstances she could understand his desperate expedient. She thought of his deeply tanned face, his dark blue eyes, and his magnificent physique, and wondered if she would have felt so very much pity if he had been small and plain and weakly. She did like fine, handsome men, though Jimmy had been small and far from handsome. But then Jimmy was Jimmy. The next day she went to the moors again, and found the stranger sitting on the stone bench outside the hut. His head was drooping, his hands hanging listlessly. It was as if he had just let go. Young, strong, the ball at his feet, and now this derelict by the wayside. She took her seat beside him in a matter-of-fact way. "You're better, I hope?" she asked cheerfully.
"There is nothing wrong with me, thank you. By the by, you took something of mine away with you?" "Oh, I just took a fancy to it," said Sally casually. "It's a way I have. You will let me keep it a little longer?" "Oh, it is kind of you to ask my permission, seeing that you intend to keep it in any case." Sally did not speak for a moment. Then she said slowly, "I will only keep it for 2 months. Then you shall have it back, if you ask for it." 2 months is too long. "Time soon goes when one is busy." "Busy? I have no occupation." "No, but you will have. Gillette wants your help, and wants it badly. It'll mean the saving of the farm. The son who took charge of the colts and broke them in enlisted. You could do that sort of thing?" A faint gleam of interest came into his eyes. "Horses? Oh, yes." "Take it on for 2 months and see what turns up." "What is it to you?"
"I've suffered too," she said simply. "I should like to be your friend, if I may."
"After what I told you? I thought women judged such things hardly."
"I've no right to judge anything hardly. I only despise cowardice, the man without grit who just lets go. You could never be like that after you had once pulled yourself together. If you will let me be your friend, there's nothing you could ask of me in vain."
"You are very rash, Miss
Lunton, Sally Lunton."
"Very rash, Miss Lunton. A drowning man catches at a straw. What if I pull you under too? Be wise, and let me sink, and sink alone."
"Oh, no," said Sally. "That is not wisdom."
"My name is Robert Cantyre, late captain in the... But I've told Gillette that my name is White. To everybody but you it must be White. If I thought a soul guessed..."
"Your secret's safe with me, Captain?"
"Mister, now, please," he corrected, compressing his lips.
Sally went slowly home. She felt easier in her mind, if not altogether easy. Miss Maggie saw her pass, and again wondered what attraction she sought on the moors. Mr. Bingley had not gone that way. Sally did not notice the sleuth-hound. She was deep in sombre thought. What ruin the war, directly and indirectly, was spreading all around. Ruin of lives and hopes and fortunes. The greater the civilization, so it almost seemed, the more ruthless the struggle. Civilization lay trampled underfoot, moaning in her dust, her face a bloody pulp, armies hacking their way across her. Robert Cantyre's career and honour had gone, and the wine of youth was spilling on the fields of Flanders and on the wide salt seas. In its first phases the country had exclaimed at the price of disaster. Now it was shocked into silence at the price of victory. Victory and liberty, fine words both, but being paid for unto the uttermost farthing. She remembered the fine poem To Liberty by F. Raymond Coulson, and murmured 2 of the verses to herself. "You are hymned by every tongue, every harp to you is strung, goddess ever fair and young, queen sublime. Yet your plan we cannot probe, there is blood upon your robe. There is blood upon your robe all the time. There's a star above your head, but around your feet the dead, and your riddle all unread none can probe. Still with merciless device for your gift you claim the price, and the blood of sacrifice stains your robe." She walked faster. Thought was becoming unbearable, and she was ashamed. This war, and the pursuit of Mr. Bingley, how hideous it seemed. Then she saw him coming towards her, and remembered he always managed half an hour's exercise to give himself an appetite for luncheon. For once she was not pleased to see him, and he missed the fascinating smile, the sparkling eyes. The brave lives taken, the Bingleys left, she thought, and her lips tightened. Mr. Bingley took off his hat with the gallantry he kept for those ladies of his acquaintance who were attractive and all right, a term which covered a multitude of the proprieties. "Why can't I remember business as usual?" thought Sally.
What a thing it is! What a thing I am! Who bothered to make insects like us, I wonder?" "How solemn you look," observed Mr. Bingley with heavy playfulness. "A penny for your thoughts." "The war, of course." Mr. Bingley frowned. "I am sick of the war," he exclaimed, exasperated. "Food prices going up, dividends going down. A nice sort of thing, and in England, mind you, not some mere foreign country." Only that day his cook had come up to him and cast that bomb, the domestic ultimatum, right at him. She must have an extra 25% for the household books, or he must, yes, she dared a must, and to Mr. Bingley, be content with a less varied and luxurious diet. Let those who talk of war problems give a thought to Mr. Bingley's. Was ever soul so rent in twain? Was ever man so hit in his tenderest, most sacred feelings? The unhappy man was torn between the two strong passions of his life, his money and his food. One of these priceless things must be sacrificed to the other. It had been worrying him all day, and he could not make up his mind. It was a most momentous decision. He was annoyed that Sally should remind him of the war and his unhappy position. It was not like her usual tact. He did try to be thankful for small mercies. The thankless sometimes had even those small mercies rent from them. For instance, for a man in the state of life to which it had pleased God to call him, he was well off, and not in the awful position of a tradesman, by which he meant a person who had anything to sell, from pictures to pots and pans, for whose goods the demand had lessened. Still, he had been a faithful steward of his own money, and now he had to be a little false to his money or to his inner self. "Oh, it's so horrible!" cried Sally, though not the Sally he knew. "Horrible? Of course it's horrible," he agreed. "The sacrifices—" "Awful," agreed Mr. Bingley fervently. Courage, sacrifice. If one could rise to either, then perhaps one's life wouldn't have been in vain after all. "Very noble sentiments indeed," said Mr. Bingley, pleased. He did not see that his wife would be called upon either for courage or sacrifice, but undoubtedly it was well that women should possess these attributes, as long as it was the courage of endurance and good temper, and the sacrifices of a willing spirit. Strange how war brings out the worst and best of people. "Strange that Germany should be allowed to proclaim a blockade, that their submarines should be allowed to go where they like, do what they like, even threaten our food supply," snorted Mr. Bingley. "What next, I wonder?" "Perhaps London." Mr. Bingley snorted again. "What nonsense!" One must be prepared for the exponents of culture to drop a few bombs on Westminster Abbey. Mr. Bingley looked startled. A thought had come to appall. He waved aside the matter of Westminster Abbey and said in a horrified voice, "Suppose it were the Bank of England!" Suppose it were Bingley's, thought Sally, and burst out laughing, and once started could not stop. She could see the indignant expression on Mr. Bingley's face as it flew bodiless through the air. "You astonish me, Miss Lunton," said Mr. Bingley heavily. "You astonish me very much." She thought how much more she could astonish him by just mentioning her thoughts. Instead, she struggled for gravity and a change of subject. Mr. Bingley had, however, already chosen a subject. "Scarborough was a disgrace," he exclaimed. "I used to go there myself." "Well, the country turned over in its sleep. Even that is something. What right have we to consider ourselves immune?" "We are British," said Mr. Bingley magnificently. Sally shrugged her shoulders. Certainly Mr. Bingley was, in the very worst sense of the word. He also possessed the British art of never believing in the uncomfortable thing. "A glorious heritage," he said pompously, preening himself a little. "A heritage not all of us deserve, I fear," she returned. "At least, I know I don't. What am I doing? Nothing. What can I do? Nothing. Our lives are secured to us at the price of others. We cannot suffer very much except in pocket." "Is that nothing, Miss Lunton?" demanded Mr. Bingley, growing red with anger. "Almost nothing when you haven't a pocket at all, or when you have a sufficient one. We ought to think of giving, not keeping." Mr. Bingley thought that was spoken so exactly like an illogical woman who had nothing to give. "One seems forever subscribing to something," he grumbled. He had in all given £10, and thought it liberal. "It's we workers and taxpayers, the backbone of the nation, who are paying for this war, though the government started it without asking our permission. I should never have consented. I should have pointed out what it would mean, have made them realise the thing, shown a little forethought. Then the war is not getting along as I hoped," he went on in a tone of deep displeasure, "and not nearly as well as I consider it should. Still not through the Dardanelles. Most disappointing, most unfortunate." "Oh, very," agreed Sally dryly, "and most careless when our ships and brave sailors go to the bottom, or even the mere foreigners."
"I hardly understand you, Miss Lunton."
His brow was heavy with displeasure. "It does not matter. There's plenty of life and courage in the country yet. I cannot understand the free young man who could but won't. But the man who would but can't has all my sympathy. He has to keep a stiff upper lip in the face of general misunderstanding. After all, his is the hardest job. He is ready enough to sacrifice himself. But is it right to sacrifice wife and children? Does it pay in the long run?"
"I shouldn't think of doing such a thing," exclaimed Mr. Bingley in horror.
"Oh, of course not. But what a struggle! The very poor or the wealthy have not that problem to face. All the others have. Don't let's talk of the war any longer. It's too harrowing. I hate to think of the pick of our manhood facing such horrors. What will be left when the war is over?" Mr. Bingley might have pointed out that he most certainly would be left, and that was surely something to be thankful for. But he was too offended with Sally to answer at all. He took a rather stiff farewell, and Sally was too much occupied with her own thoughts to know or care what his attitude might be. She realised that she would care on the morrow, but the morrow had not yet dawned. Mr. Bingley went down High Street feeling very ruffled. He ran into that fat fool Bolivar and that pernicious ass Peyton, and their conversation did not smooth matters. They were advocating conscription, the raising of the age limit to 45, if only as a shield, d'you see, Bingley, and sending the bachelors out first. "If a man hasn't overeaten and under-exercised, he ought to be fit at 45, insisted the pernicious ass, who was 50, but lean and active. "Of course it would mean some training, a fat lot of training," said the fat fool, laughing at his own execrable jest. Mr. Bingley came away with his head in the air. Miss Maggie stopped in front of him. "Have you been smelling the drains again?" she asked, contemplating his attitude. "I have not," said Mr. Bingley. "Oh, what a crowd of disagreeable people there were in Little Crampton." "You looked as if you had. Oh, there's Mr. Peyton and Mr. Bolivar." Mr. Bingley looked down from his slim height at the round little body of the distant Mr. Bolivar. What absurd little legs, what a moon face and slits for eyes. He thanked God he was not as this man. "By the by, did you meet Sally just now? Oh, how fond she is growing of the moors. Naughty girl. Did you ask Mr. Peyton how his wife was? I'm certain she's dying from the same disease as the first Mrs. Peyton." "Oh, what was that?" asked Mr. Bingley, interested.
"Mr. Peyton,"
giggled Miss Maggie. Mr. Bingley thought that constant association with a fellow like Peyton would be enough to drive anyone to distraction or death.
He's had a medical training, whispered Miss Maggie, and they can do it so much easier and without being found out.
Do what? She sank her voice.
Inject germs and things.
Germs? What germs? Asked Mr. Bingley, startled.
I don't know what are most used for the purpose, she returned. I will find out. Mr. Bingley.
Yes?
If you had a wife you didn't like, would you inject germs into her?
Oh, good heavens, no, gasped Mr. Bingley. It'll be a crime.
I mean, if you couldn't be found out.
He eyed her sternly. What difference does that make? A sin is a sin, whether it's found out or not.
Oh, yes, agreed Miss Maggie, but quite a different one. Would you risk letting her inject germs into you?
Mr. Bingley was even more horrified. Certainly not. I should not marry that sort of woman.
But you wouldn't know she was that sort of woman till too late. People don't.
It seemed to Mr. Bingley that everybody had some unpleasant suggestion to make. It was a relief after this to encounter Mrs. Dalton, and in her new spring costume. It was a very well-cut and expensive costume indeed, with an elegant air of simplicity and a soft dove grey that brought out the pretty shades of the wearer's pink and white complexion and bright brown hair and eyes. She had never looked better, appearing engagingly plump rather than stumpy. How dove-like! How womanly, how chaste, thought the enraptured Mr. Bingley, and quite economical, he felt sure. What was meeker, more tender than a dove? Sally did not in the least remind him of a dove. In fact, only a few minutes back he had seen in her eye something more akin to the fierce glint of the eagle. He pursed up his small, tight mouth, and his eyes grew cautious. He really must be more guarded about Miss Lunton. Women were so vain. She'd be getting ideas in her head if he wasn't careful. He recalled a line of wisdom from his mother's book. How well it applied.
Don't marry a woman with opinions. Marry one with a receptive mind.
Sally had shown the cloven hoof that very morning. She had had opinions of her own, and not content with that, had stated them only too clearly. On the other hand, what could be more receptive than the mind of a womanly creature in dove grey? And here was Mrs. Dalton to his hand, presenting the perfect mean. Oh, what a wonderful mother he had had! What a priceless guide! Her genius had removed every pitfall from his path. Why, he could not even think of Sally without the consciousness that he was on very thin ice and far too close to the board marked danger. True, it was rather an exhilarating sensation, and made him feel very young and just a little dashing. He never felt dashing with Mrs. Dalton. He sighed. Was he a coward? Only a coward fled from danger. A brave man faced it. Was not this a time to be brave? There was a thrill attached to danger quite lacking in the presence of Dove Grey and safety. Far better teach that black-eyed young person a lesson by showing her how very easily he could skate into safety without getting even damp. Why not? Well, there it was. He did not name the thing zigzag, but that was what he meant. He would zigzag a little and wait and see. Consequently, for the few moments that were left, he zigzagged in the direction of Mrs. Dalton, who was most dove-like in every way, and he departed for his luncheon feeling soothed. He was in a less agitated frame of mind than when he had left the house, torn between two great decisions. After luncheon he managed to make up his mind, and announced to Vanna, as she knew he would, that he would prefer the menu unchanged. He hoped to be able to save that 25% in some other way, or to make some extra good investment, so as to put things straight. Still, he was heartily sick of the war. It was not only threatening his country and his countrymen, But it was threatening the peace of Mr. Bingley, and by Jove, that was coming to something.
End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10.
Stop! Oh, you little idiot!
Sally waited till the end of the week before going up to Moor End Farm to see how her protégée was progressing. She felt a possessive interest in the man whose life she had saved against his will, almost a maternal interest, though he had come into the world 4 years sooner than herself. A kind of stepmother by proxy, say, she explained it to herself as she took the short cut down the Cattle Way. The Cattle Way was so called because it ran from Moor End Farm onto the Moor Road, and was a long, high-hedged, rutty lane with one gate leading into the farm fields and another closing the lane from the Moor Road. It was used solely for driving herds of cattle to the Farley markets, and on Wednesdays a drover was usually waiting by the gate that led into the road, while another drove the cattle from the field gate into the lane towards him. Had it been Wednesday, nothing would have induced Sally to venture within a mile of it. Cattle browsing in a field she would pass at a distance, but cattle being driven on to her in a narrow lane were a terror she could not even think of without changing colour. However, Wednesday had come and gone, and she picked her way among the deep ruts of the lane carelessly enough. She wondered what Gillette would have to say. He seemed pleased to see her. "You were right, miss," he said slowly. "It can work, gentleman or no gentleman. White, as we have to call him, but I doubt me it's not his name, miss. He's sharp with the cows and the sheep, but with the horses, why, he's just a fair wonder. If only—" He paused, a troubled look on his face. "You're afraid of losing him," said Sally, very pleased with what she had heard, "but I don't think you need be at present." "It ain't that exactly," hesitated the farmer. Sally read apprehension in his eyes. Had he guessed anything then? Had White let his secret escape him? "What is it?" she asked directly. "I'd rather know. You see, I found him when he was taken ill and asked you to take him. It makes one feel a little responsible. If there's anything I can do—" Gillette scratched his head. "I wish you could, Miss Sally," he sighed, "but it ain't young ladies' work. I misdoubt me that parson could do any good either, or that he was really ill when you found him. Maybe it was that which brought him down like. Gents take to it same as others. It's easy getting in the clutches, but it ain't so easy getting out." Sally's heart sank. Something had obviously gone wrong already. "What has happened?" she asked quickly. Had he made another attempt at suicide? "Oh, miss, I never guessed it was that. He come regular to work o' mornings. He seemed fair savage to work, not wanting to be stopping nor nothing. He asked if he might have the hut, and I was only too glad, it going all to rack and ruin. My wife, she fixes it up for him to have meals along o' us, and the hut, which my missus will keep decent for him, such to be allowed for off his wages." Sally could understand that Robert Cantyre would desire a certain amount of privacy, a place, no matter how poor, he could call his own. It seemed to her an excellent arrangement, and she said as much. "Oh, yes, if he'd keep off it." "Keep off what?" asked Sally. "The drink, miss. He drinks cruel." Sally gasped. The news was a shock to her, and she could hardly believe it. She remembered his character for an almost austere abstemiousness. "Surely not," she cried. "It's true, Miss Sally." She wondered how long his habits had been like this. Had he withheld the one vital thing when he told his story, and revealed himself, as perhaps only one who believed himself to be on the point of death would have done, to a total stranger? Was drink the secret of his downfall? And had she but saved him for death in life, the lowest of all degradations, since out of the one any other may spring?
Had he made that horrible blunder because his wits had been fuddled at the critical moment? Then no wonder he had said it was a case of all lost. "You are quite sure you have seen him?" "Aye, Miss Sally, lying there like a log in the hut. I've gone in and blown out the candle. It's gospel truth, I'm telling you. He ain't gone sober to bed since he started. Soon it will take him in working hours, and then—" He made a hopeless gesture with his hands. "I have seen so many go the same way. Fine chaps, many of 'em, but with the curse on them, and maybe not the mind and the will to fight. It's a cruel thing, eating out the vitals of a man like a cancer, rotting in body and soul. If but they'd stop in time. This chap now, he don't show it yet, but soon it'll come creeping out in his face, and then—" "We must do something, think of something," she cried. "Oh, you can't save a man again his will," said Gillette. Sally was silent. She knew that perfectly well. If Robert Cantyre had no mind to be saved, they could do nothing. She was angry with him, but she had pity too. Whether disease or vice, the man was in the grip of a destroying fiend, and if he submitted weakly to that tyranny, there was nothing to be done. She thought of his unhappy, finely cut, bronzed face. No sign of the enemy had been there. Surely he could still be saved. "Thank you for telling me," she said at length. "Does anybody else suspect?" "No, miss, not yet." "You will not let them if you can help it?" "If I can help it," he assented. "I will try and think of something," she said. "It will be difficult, but there must be some way. He's on the farm somewhere now, I suppose?" "Aye, with the cattle." She walked quickly to the hut. The door swung lightly open on the breeze. Through the window she could see into the living room, and since the door to the bedroom lay open, into that also. The place looked very bare, but neat and clean. The portion of the bed that she saw was spotless. It certainly did not look like the habitation of a drunkard. For some time she stood looking in. Then suddenly she made up her mind and went inside. She went straight to the one cupboard the place contained, and there she found only too much evidence of the thing Gillette deplored. Robert Cantyre did not trouble to hide his weakness. He drank openly and unashamed. Here were empty brandy bottles, one half empty, and a glass with a strong mixture of the stuff not quite finished. Sally's mouth set in its most unbecoming lines. She went to the sink and deliberately poured the contents of glass and bottle down it. Then she put the bottle and glass back in their places and came out of the hut. As she turned into the cattle-way, she decided that she would have to have this thing out sooner or later with Robert Cantyre, but she did not relish the idea. "He's going to be a nuisance, this man," she told herself, frowning, "and perhaps I've bitten off more than I can chew." Buried in deep thought, she passed the field gate leading into the lane without looking up. She was trying to think of some way to introduce a most delicate subject when next she met the man of the moors. Would it be better to tread warily, or to take the bull by the horns and be direct and blunt about it? Had she— Her thoughts broke off abruptly, and panic-stricken terror took their place. The field gate had been opened, and a herd of frightened, charging cattle poured out on top of the luckless Sally. She had never been in such deadly physical fear in her life. All her wits deserted her. She screamed and ran, and the cattle, crowded by those pushing behind, came thundering down on her, dangerous in their panic. The narrow lane became a surging red sea. The girl tore along the rough, uneven way, keeping just ahead of the herd, but only just ahead. More than once she almost tripped and fell. She had spoken of being broken, but she was like to be broken in dead earnest if she lost her footing, for some 100 powerful beasts would soon have beaten her into pulp beneath their hoofs. Even in her terror she realized that she had not been altogether broken after all. that there was something unbreakable within her, and that life was sweet. She also realised that the foremost cattle were almost upon her, and that while she could not go any faster, they both could and would. The smell of the great red bodies, the heat that seemed to come from them, the bellows that sounded to her like the bellows of ravening fury, added to her panic. The one thing she might have thought of never even occurred to her. The hedge was fairly high, and in most places thick, but here and there came a thinning, a gap where the sheep had pushed through. She could have crushed herself into the hedge, have sought such a gap, even though the cattle were also crushed against it behind her, rearing up on it. There would have been a chance that way. There was little or none the way she had chosen. She was just possessed by the utmost agony of terror. The man in charge of the herd shut the gate to behind him as the last animal was driven through. Suddenly he heard a scream. He looked round, but could see nothing, and in front of him the rushing cattle hid everything. The scream sounded again, and he guessed what had happened. "Some fool of a woman," he thought, exasperated. "How like 'em!" He realised the danger and his own difficult position. He was now behind the herd, driving them on to their frightened victim, and he couldn't get through them as matters were, at least not in time. He climbed up on the 5-bar gate and looked down the lane. He saw the long, lean, flying figure of a woman, but he couldn't see her face. As he looked, she tripped, and he caught his breath as the beast seemed to come down on her. Then she was up again, but losing ground. He sprang down inside the field and tore along the hedge till he came to where the girl was on the other side of it. "Come into the hedge, here, quick," he commanded imperiously, widening a little gap as he spoke, and working his body through. "Stop! Oh, you little idiot!" Being called a little idiot somehow arrested Sally. She turned her head, pausing for an instant, and the man caught her by her skirts and pulled her with violent inelegance through the gap he had made. "Of all the fool tricks," he began. Sally did not hear this last observation. Her reasoning powers had fled. She was only conscious that something had seized her. She thought of the red herd, struggled fiercely, and while she waited for the worst to come, screamed and screamed again. "Don't be silly," said somebody, shaking her. She stopped screaming then, and found herself looking into Robert Cantire's face. She dropped limply into his arms, fainting dead away. Robert laid her hastily on the grass. He had not the vaguest idea what to do with a fainting woman, only had a sense of exasperation that they always, so he had been told, fainted at the most inappropriate time and place. As he looked down into the ashen face, a strand of bright yellow hair caught and held his attention. Then he recognised Sally, and frowned. She had saved his life against his will, dooming him to further misery, and now he had saved hers, with, so he hoped, more fortunate results, so that they were quits. "I wonder how long they take to come to," he asked himself uneasily, as the girl still lay as one dead. At that moment Sally opened wide, terrified eyes that looked blacker than ever. "Then I'm not trampled to death?" she asked, surprised. "I thought I felt it seize me, fling me down." "That was I," said the rescuer brusquely. "Oh, was it?" Then her eyes blazed. "Well, it was the least you could do. You drove them right on to me. Why didn't you look what you were doing?" Robert was taken aback. Here was gratitude. "How was I to know anybody was there?" he asked at length. "When I saw what had happened, I called on you to stop." Sally knit her brows. "I heard someone call me a little idiot," she said coldly. "Was that you?" "I'm afraid it was, Miss Lunton. Pray accept my apologies." "Not at all," replied Sally, her voice like ice. Then she added angrily, "The idea! To stop under them instead of getting away! Was that all you could think of?" "It was," said Cantyre laconically. She got up and shook her dress. "Still, you got me through the hedge. I suppose you saved my life." She did not speak gratefully. Little idiot was still rankling. I should never have used the Cattleway if it had been Wednesday. They only take them on market day, and then there's a man waiting by the gates onto the road." "Well, there'll be one about due now," said Robert. "He and I have to take them to Farley, as it couldn't be managed on Wednesday. Don't use this place again, Miss Lunton. After all, it isn't quite safe unless you follow the herd."
"I certainly shan't. I happen to be a little nervous about cattle. I don't believe I should mind so much if they hadn't horns, or weren't so red, or didn't bellow, or—"
Robert Cantyre smiled. "In fact, if they weren't cattle, Miss Lunton," he suggested.
"Well, I suppose that's about the size of it," she owned. "Still," more stiffly, "though I'm lots of things, I'm not little, and I'm not an idiot."
"Indeed you are not," he returned quickly. "It was most unpardonable, but I didn't recognise you, for one thing. The words just escaped me, and I was almost as frightened as you were, and the poor beasts were, for it was fright with them too, you know."
"Oh, yes," said Sally in a resigned tone. "Of course I know. Cattle or burglars or snakes are always much more frightened of you than you are of them. You've only got to remember that and keep perfectly calm. People always tell you that. Thanks so much."
Robert Cantyre flung back his head and laughed.
Sally stared at him. At this moment it was difficult to associate this man with the cashiered officer or with the drunken outcast. She remembered that at their first meeting she had something to say which would put him at a disadvantage, but the tables had been turned. He had saved her life, and he quite obviously considered she had acted very foolishly, made herself rather ridiculous, in fact. "It's odd how things never fit in," she thought. For his part, Robert Cantyre was looking at Sally with seeing eyes for the first time. He liked her black eyes and yellow hair, her slimness, even the angry curl of her mouth as she resented his crudeness. He felt a momentary interest and forgetfulness. Women had not come into his life. His career had been everything. He was not the type that marries for money, and without money marriage was impossible. Therefore he very wisely kept out of temptation. His chief affection had been given to his mother, whose death he had hastened by his disgrace, and there had been a great sympathy between his father and himself. That father had now become a child again, and that thing also lay at his door. His 5 prim elder sisters he had never understood. Sally struck him as different from any woman he had ever met. Before his disgrace he had been a masterful man, efficient and commanding, and he had not gone to pieces all at once, or completely, even yet. It was the accumulated horror of the thing, and the loneliness of his position that had flung him down. In this almost ridiculous rescue of Sally he had found something of his lost manhood, been masterful, perhaps even a trifle superior. He had hated her for rescuing him. It was a humiliating turn of the tables that his strong masculine sense abhorred. Then she had lectured him on that black day, affected to understand what no woman could ever understand, and taken advantage of his shattered nerves to get the horrible story out of him. She alone in all the world knew the exact truth, and he had rather she knew nothing. She had looked down on him from the immeasurable heights that day, an imperious goddess pointing out to a foolish mortal the error of his ways. She had taken his revolver from him, as the mother takes the injurious toy from the bad little boy. No, decidedly he had not liked Sally then. Now she had come off her pedestal with a rush, no goddess looking down on frailty, but something more frail still, and quite as foolish. That side of him that was so eager to get back to the lost place she had helped infinitely more by being saved than by saving. He had not wanted her offered friendship or any help she had fancied she could give, but he had a sudden need for it now. It had seemed but a straw for a drowning man to cling to. Now it was at least willing human hands. "Of course I'm very much obliged," she said, laughing herself. "I suppose it was rather funny, really. Most things are.
but it will never amuse me personally."
"It must have been dreadful for you," he said sympathetically. "It makes us quits, doesn't it?"
It was the first time he had shown any gratitude, and Sally augured great things from his tone. He was glad, then. Then she thought of the relief in his voice and wondered again. "You prefer being quits?" she asked. He flushed darkly.
I should hate to be under an obligation to anyone," he burst out, "let alone to—"
"A mere woman?" she finished for him.
"Oh, I didn't mean that, only—"
"I understand," she returned thoughtfully. Her heart failed her a little at the thought of the hateful task ahead. She must say something, tell him she knew, see if he would not try and help himself. Yet what could she say? It seemed to her entirely impossible, almost indecent, to hint at the thing, and hints would probably be of small avail with this blunt young man. Robert let pass a statement which he considered absurd, but he felt his interest in her deepen. After all, few men were as much alone in the world as he. Mother dead, father childish, sisters repudiating him. It only remained for his godfather and uncle, Robert, to do the same. Uncle Robert had been his boyhood's hero, though among the Cantyres he was called unsatisfactory, or a rolling stone. But what true boy doesn't love a rolling stone, and his stories of strange cities and strange men? Uncle Robert, his father's elder brother, would descend upon them without notice, and leave in the same fashion, giving good cheer and jollity, and asking nothing. It was his son John who had died at Spion Cop, for he had followed the Cantyre tradition and gone into the army. Now John's son, all that was left to the elder Robert, was fighting in the Canadian continent at the front. Robert's uncle had taken up government land in the most desolate reaches of the North West Territory, and his grandson and he had been doing well there. Robert wondered how the old man got on alone, and above all why he had never written since the disgrace. He felt that deeply, for he had hoped for a less harsh judgment from his godfather. His face grew very sombre again. "Gillette says you were a wonder," says Sally.
"So you called about my character? Was that all?" he said.
Sally took the bull by the horns. "No," she said brusquely, "and I went into the hut and poured it down the sink." There was rather a tense silence. Robert looked away from her, his face dark red. He was bitterly ashamed and angry too. This girl seemed bent on humiliating him. Sally strove for lightness. "I suppose I could be taken up for doing a thing like that," she said quickly. "Burglary or something, or being on the premises with felonious intent. But you see, I had to. You are so much too good for that sort of thing. I can't believe that—" She paused, stammering a little, but her eyes asked a question.
"There are things," he began with set teeth. "It's for forgetfulness."
"I was sure it was only that," she said, relieved.
"Yes, only that," he echoed in tones she did not like.
"Surely people can forget worthily as well as unworthily." He looked at her directly.
"How, Miss Lantern?"
Sally had no answer. She simply did not know. She knew there must be ways and means, if only she could think of them. "It's only since then?" He nodded. She drew a breath of relief. Oh, he could be easily saved if she could find the way. "Oh, you don't like the stuff?" He made a face of disgust.
"I hate it."
"Oh, but you realise, hate it or not, after a time a craving for it will come. You will not be able to stop then, but you can stop now. Oh, Captain Cantyre, be worthy of what you were before disaster overtook you, and of what you still may be. Don't go under to such a mean, low enemy." He knit his brows. Here was the goddess girl again. How low and bestial she made him feel, because she could not understand.
"When I'm working I can stick it," he said rather sullenly, "and I love the horses. But when the work's done, there isn't a soul to speak to, no sleep, and things crowd on one so."
"I know how they crowd," she said in a low voice, "but there must be something. Is it the evening hours after work? Oh, couldn't you do something, go somewhere?"
"Where do pariahs go, Miss Lunton? There are only the public houses. I have not come to them yet, but I shall do. There will be companionship of a sort there."
"I wish you'd come to the vicarage. You'd like my guardian. I have spoken of you, and he's an understanding dear and a real man, not a bit like the average parson."
Robert's grey eyes flashed. "You have told him my history?"
"Oh, no, how could I? The secret is not mine."
"I couldn't come to see him without his knowing," he said restlessly, "and I cannot endure the thought of anyone knowing. Besides, I'm just a working man now."
Sally considered for a moment and then said slowly, "Do you know the mountain?"
"Do you mean the hump behind the vicarage?"
Sally laughed. "The hump! Oh, good gracious, if a really true Cramptonian could hear you! Why, even Lovey would exhibit the old Adam. His name is Adam," she explained, "and you would see most unclerical fire in his blue eyes. Yes, that's the mountain, and the vicarage back gate opens onto the path that winds up it. From here you reach it by the other side if you go through the cattle way, down the moor road, and turn into the lower moor road, the first turning on your left. I usually go to the top and have a look at the sea in the evening. Won't you come too? There must be heaps of things we could find to talk about, and we've saved each other's lives and are both strays." He stared at her in astonishment. This beautiful, elegant girl a stray?
"You mean we neither of us belong here? Well, that is so, of course."
"No," said Sally sombrely, "I did not mean that. I meant that the war has flung both of us on the rocks, and that we've got to hang on to our courage and help each other for all we're worth." His eyes lightened.
"Do you mean I can help you in any way?"
"Oh, indeed you can, if you'll be my friend. There's nobody here." She held out her hand. "Then that's a bargain?" He took it in a firm clasp, noticing its slender beauty.
"Thank you," he said. "It is a bargain till you break it."
"Oh, I shan't do that," she exclaimed confidently. "It's about my only virtue, keeping my word. What a relief it will be to myself, throw away the mask now and then. It's been simply gummed to my face lately, and that's so uncomfortable, isn't it? Perhaps if she could interest Robert Kintyre in herself, gain his real liking, the battle would be half won. She was ready to make certain sacrifices. She knew the man was worth saving, and she did not stop to count the cost. That was not her way. When she gave generously. He thought of the mask he would be henceforth compelled to wear.
"It is horrible," he said. "Now I must go and see to the cattle. Thank you so much, Miss Lunton."
"For having my life saved?" she laughed.
"Yes," he said, "for that, and other things. And may I come on Monday? If it's fine, of course."
"You can depend upon finding me there," she replied. "There are boulders on the top. I take a seat on the very topmost of them." Then she remembered that at Farley it might occur to him to replenish his store of brandy. She could not mention her fear, but she tried to make her voice confident as she turned with a gay farewell. Robert had been about to replenish his stock, though not to use it for that night at least. But he returned to the hut without a parcel, and wrestled with the thing that sought to overturn his reason. If he could endure for to-night and Sunday night, then on Monday she would be with him to help him, perhaps to make him forget for an hour or two, give him something to think of so that sleep might become possible. Sally passed Miss Maggie, who wondered at her flushed cheeks, and when near Little Crampton started and frowned at sight of Mr. Bingley walking in the distance with a dove-coloured costume. Odd to think that she had actually forgotten Mr. Bingley and all that was his. She remembered him now as her one means of escape.
I must get something more dovish still, she decided. She turned into Red House Lane, and here, quite suddenly, she forgot the man of the moors, Mr. Bingley, and everything, for not far away someone was trying to whistle Tipperary. The colour drained slowly out of her face, and then flooded it again in a burning wave of scarlet. Her heart seemed to stop, and then to bound chokingly. Sheer joy flooded her being, and she stumbled blindly forward, her hands held out. There was only one person in the world unable to achieve something a little like the tune of Tipperary after its many months of ubiquity. "Jimmy!" she cried huskily. "Oh, Jimmy!" End of chapter 10.
Chapter 11 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 11. What on earth are you doing here? An ordinary left and a bandaged right hand grasped Sally's. If it isn't Sally Lunn! What on earth are you doing here? Exclaimed a young man, shaking her hands up and down. He was little and lithe and full of vitality. He had eyebrows slanting upwards like the picture of Puck, and a mouth that was puckish too. His other features simply did not count, though his eyes were nice enough. His nose turned up, and that didn't matter either. He possessed that nameless thing called charm. "Me? It's what are you doing?" she got out. So he had cared after all. And now that at last he was free to do so, he had sought her out and would ask her to be his wife. They would go out into the world together, beggars but happy, a camp in summer on life's highway, in the winter a garret, but a camp and a garret shared with Jimmy. "Me doing here?" he laughed boyishly. "Well, that's good, that is. Why, Sally Lunn, I'm simply swanking all round the place, a millionaire, and not even a Tompkins any longer. I'm Wilmot Randall of the Red House now. Lucky devil, ain't I? But I always was that."
Sally pulled away her hands, and the colour came and went in her face. "So you're the lucky one," she exclaimed at length. How frightfully jolly." She laughed shakily. She felt sick at heart and dazed. Then a sharp anguish shook her, and a sense of incongruity so acute as almost to amount to irreverence. It was so obvious that the man had forgotten the one mad month of their lives, and remembered only their months of friendship, while she had forgotten neither, but thought only of that which had had so little to do with friendship, and which she had hugged so closely to her heart all these years, the blazing passion of her youth. It was as if Paolo and Francesca had not been slain, but only separated, and that years afterwards they had met, in town perhaps, and while Francesca came forward to fling her life to him, he had said, "I say, this is a surprise, isn't it? What jolly weather we're having. Sorry I can't stop, but I've got to hop it into the park and form fours and rot like that." He drew her towards a stile. "Sit down, Sally Lunn, and then we'll give our tongues a chance. Ladies first." She pulled herself together, laughed as she had laughed 6 years back, and seating herself on the stile, swung her feet backwards and forwards. "No, Jimmy, you're bursting with it. You shall have first go." He had gone out of her life like a flash, and now, after 6 years, he had come back into it again. But with what a difference! He had been a clerk in a British firm when she knew him, one who loathed clerking, but had no other chance of livelihood. His mother had been partly dependent upon him, for her income was only some £60 a year. He had been 22, he was 3 years her junior, and, as he owned frankly, barely worth the £100 per annum his firm paid him. They had sent him over to a branch office in Paris for 6 months, and he had come across Sally and practically lived at her studio. They had been chums, and the young man had not thought of her in any other light until her own passionate love for him had awakened some response, something not quite love, perhaps, but akin and easily mistaken, something young and reckless. His work in Paris ended, he was given a month's holiday before returning to the occupation which meant his mother's livelihood as well as his own, and to the tiny cottage in the suburb where they lived together. Friends were going on a tour in Italy, doing it cheaply, walking from place to place. It was arranged that Sally and Jimmy should go with them. Neither meant it to be more than that, though the girl hoped that the man she was so desperately in love with would come to love her before they had to say goodbye, and that they would part betrothed and with a mutual future before them. It did not happen like that. First of all, the friends decided on a route the others did not care about, and Sally and Jimmy left them to go their own way, not thinking much about it one way or the other. The man, who had come of conventional people and their ways, would have qualms now and then, and feel a little startled and a little uneasy. Sally had no such qualms. She was too happy. The land of lovers and passion, love and passion and youth. Most could have foretold the end, kindly philosopher or cynic. The tour became no more and no less than a honeymoon. Then the parting. Kissing, clinging, tears, incoherent words, and then 6 years of silence. And now Jimmy had returned to find his mother very ill, and in the losing fight for her life he had forgotten Sally. When she did not hear from him, she was too proud to write and ask him why. She tried to put him out of her life, but she never blamed him. Perhaps she knew too well who had been most to blame. After his mother's death, Jimmy remembered Sally, that is, Sally the friend, not Sally the lover. Somehow he had grown ashamed of that, and wished only to forget. He had met Dinah, a magnificent young creature whom he had loved magnificently at first sight and since. Dinah had been worth his love and any sacrifice. She had come out of a crowded Cornish vicarage to do typewriting in the city. This free-born daughter of English hedgerows had hated her job just as much as Jimmy hated his, but she had been no less conscientious. When the young man returned to the office after his mother's death, he found her there, and at once hated the episode of Sally. He could find no excuse for his own conduct now, and called himself every hard name under the sun. Then the head of the firm, a rich and kindly man, had proposed to splendid Di, and the foolish girl had refused him and fallen in love with the clerk. The head of the firm very sensibly married someone else, and showed no resentment towards the rash young couple. It was they who thought it kinder to seek another post, not he who dismissed them. Jimmy took the post of clerk at the same salary elsewhere, and Dinah took the post of clerk's wife. After all, that £60 per annum private means made things seem a little less rash. Unfortunately, while expenses increased, for a small Jimmy and Di appeared on the scene, neither private means nor salary did, and though life was happiness, it was none the less a struggle. Then came the war to complicate matters. Jimmy's firm failed, and he was without a berth. It so happened that his life had been insured for £1,000 when he was very young on his mother's account, and the insurance company agreed to make out a new policy covering war risks. Consequently, if anything happened to him, Dinah would have about 100 a year and a tiny pension, and would just be able to manage in a country cottage. The vicarage was not so crowded now, and her people could well do with a daughter at home. Therefore Dinah and her husband made the sacrifice, nerving themselves up to the parting that might be forever on this side. Neither guessed the extraordinary good turn it was to do them. Jimmy returned with a bad hand, and to riches beyond the dreams of avarice. The young couple almost went off their heads with delight, and rushed into a perfect orgy of shopping. They did not, however, forget others, and there were many who could already testify to thoughtful generosity.
Jimmy had told his wife the episode of Sally, though not her name. At the same time, there had been something so vital about the personality of the girl he had almost loved that he had given rather a clear little portrait of her. Dinah was horribly sorry for the girl, but knowing herself to reign alone in her husband's heart was utterly above the littleness and insecurity of jealousy. "Go on, Jimmy," prompted Sally. "It's all so rum. Well, I had an aunt, an awful old dragon," he began. "She came to see us once, said to my mother, 'No gentlewoman ever marries a man called Tomkins,' refused to see my father, asked for me, and observing, 'What an odd-looking child, is he all right?' without waiting for an answer, marched out of the house. We never saw her or heard of her again till the lawyer's letter came. Di and I, well, we went clean off it." "Dinah is your wife?" "Dinah is an angel. Oh, I can't talk of Di." There was a note she had never heard before in his voice, a look she did not know they could hold in his dark brown eyes. She kept steady under the stab. "You're happy?" she asked slowly. "Happy? Oh, it's more than that." "You have 2 children, I think." She paused for a moment and added, "What a lot has happened to you, Jimmy, and how little to me." "Little James is 4, just like me. Poor little fellow, teapot nose and all. But Di is exactly like her mother. She's 2 and rather decent. They're not so bad, you know, Sally, for kids." He tried to sound casual, but was not altogether successful. Sally realised how far this man with his idols and his riches was from those old Italian days. There was indeed nothing of that Jimmy left. He really had forgotten Italy, if not Paris. He was too happy and devoted with the one woman to remember what another had been to him for one casual month. Casual. That just expressed it, and now that the real thing had come, the casual ones were as if they had never been. He had only really begun to live since he had met Dinah. Sally realised this, and tried to be glad that he was happy, but at his mention of the little boy so like himself, a fierce pang of jealousy rent her. She was certain she would hate Dinah, who was, of course, an entirely commonplace person with a beautiful face, masquerading as the ideal. "Yes, you're lucky, and no mistake," was all she said. "Oh, rather. You see, though Di is an angel, she's a human angel. Not the icy kind that freezes you a little and makes you feel all base clay, but the helping sort. 2 good people hinder us earthly ones instead of helping. They can't enter in. Di keeps the wings well out of sight, and the feathers are soft, not the scratchy kind. Some angels scratch you, don't they? Oh, you will like her awfully." "I'm sure I shall," asserted the dispossessed, already heartily sick of Dinah and all her virtues. "And she will take to you no end." "Oh, that will be jolly." "Yes, won't it? She wants a woman friend badly. In the meanwhile, where do you live? Tell me everything." "I live with Lovey, pro tem. In other words, the Reverend Adam Lovelady, a sort of guardian of mine. You've met him?" "The parson? Oh, a ripping chap." "Oh, rather. Dear Lovey is a man first, a parson next, and a gentleman all the time." Then her eyes twinkled, and she added, "He ought to be put in a glass case and labelled unique." He laughed. "The same Sally, I see." "Oh, exactly the same," she lied, "save that my skin and bones livelihood has taken to itself wings and fled away." "Then you aren't doing anything special now?" "Oh, aren't I?" she exclaimed recklessly. "That's all you know about it. I'm very busy trying to marry a simply awful man called Bingley." End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 12. Jimmy, That is the girl you told me about?" Jimmy threw back his head and laughed. Then he gasped out, "Marry? You?" It was somehow difficult to associate Sally with marriage. "Well, why not?" demanded the girl, perhaps a trifle sharply. "Have you forgotten that I'm rather an elderly person? 31, and looking it." "Oh, you look ripping," he returned, contemplating her. "I say, what's happened to your hair?" She explained briefly, adding, "It attracts the prize, but he isn't quite sure whether he approves of it or not. I had no idea marrying was such hard work. I advance, but I can never maintain my position for any length of time, let alone consolidate it. Oh, Jimmy, he would make you laugh. He plays at being the perfect gentleman all the time, and merely succeeds in being the imperfect lady. I hate the beast." "Oh, I thought you were joking," he exclaimed, relieved. "Bingley, what a name!" "Oh, with Alfred before it, but an income with it. No, I'm not joking. I can't afford to joke any longer. I'm in dead earnest, but unfortunately so is my rival, Mrs. Dalton." She explained the situation, and Jimmy laughed, but rather mirthlessly. "Oh, Sally, you have changed after all," he reproached her. "You would never have thought of a thing like that once. It sounds rather rotten, I think. Surely a man has a right to—" He paused, for he did not quite know how to put it. "What?" demanded Sally, rather tensely. Then he remembered, and went scarlet. He could find no words to say, only stand there the picture of agonized shame and embarrassment. "Please go on," commanded the girl. "To be married for himself, not for his money," he got out at length, stammering badly. She turned for an instant and looked straight into his eyes, and he could not meet her glance. Jimmy was incapable of lying or deceit. When, for the sake of another, he forced himself to lie, he made a sorry bungle of it. To the two women who loved him he was absolutely transparent. He was rather fatally so now. "I thought you were going to say something else," said Sally in a hard voice. "What all men think, I suppose. There's only one virtue that really matters in a woman, is there, Jimmy, when it comes to marriage?" She longed to strike out like some tortured thing. The young man went hot all over. He caught her hand. "Oh, hush, Sally, old girl," he implored her. "I was a scoundrel." She snatched her hand away, bent on self-torture. "Oh, even a Bingley thing is too good for me now. You would take his side against me." "Oh, no, no, don't, dear. It was all my fault." "No, it wasn't," she contradicted flatly. "And you know it wasn't. You won't be able to introduce me to your wife, now you remember, will you, Jimmy?" Her face twisted. He flushed. "But she knows," he said. "Of course, I told her." Sally stood very stiff. "Did you give her my name and address while you were about it?" "Oh, no, not your name. Just... She has no idea who it was." "What did you tell her?" "Oh, how we became friends. What a bohemian lot we were." "Oh, bohemians are more often respectable than not. Didn't you use the word sordid or disreputable? Didn't you, Jimmy?" He stood first on one foot and then on the other. "Oh, I might have done." "You could truthfully have done so. Well, what then?" "Oh, how we went away quite innocently and drifted into... She set her teeth hard. What had he named the wonderful thing that had glorified her? "I suppose you used the word sin," she said. "Did you also add, 'the woman tempted me'?" "Oh, Sally, never! How can you, dear? She knows I was alone to blame, that we mistook passion for love." The girl laughed harshly.
So that was your explanation? I felt so bad about it afterwards.
When you remembered. But you didn't often remember, did you, Jimmy?
My mother was dying, and then I met Di.
And only thought of her.
Yes.
I just ceased to exist?
No, Sally. I forgot how I had wronged you, and remembered only our happy friendship days. They were so much the best, the finest.
Oh, much, she agreed, catching her breath.
I knew you thought so too. That made me hate myself the more.
Oh, how tiresome of me to remind you about it, she said coldly. And now, of all times. Do you consider such an episode in a woman's life and a man's on the same footing?
He did not, and was silent.
I see. As far as marriage is concerned, I am beyond the pale now, because I am the woman. If it had been your wife— Something in his face stopped her.
Oh, hush, he said fiercely. Such a thing would be impossible.
You mean you would not have loved her the same, trusted her, and married her if— just the little if, Jimmy? She laughed rather drearily.
His eyes snapped. We will not bring my wife into the discussion.
Oh, thank you. I am answered indeed.
For a moment neither spoke, and the silence grew unbearable. Then the man said huskily, Oh, can you ever forgive me?
There's no question of that. Only you are a little illogical, aren't you? You are to be permitted to forget, but never I. Yet you have paid no price. Your wife forgave you and married you just the same as women wise or foolish do the whole world over. You look at the matter one way and I the other, the man's and the woman's way. You ran no real risk of losing your wife by confessing. I lose everything in this world, some think everything in the next. No, such things are not on the same footing after all.
Oh,
Mr. Bingley is the most outrageously virtuous man I've ever met. He is the first, and I hope he'll be the last. For him even to suspect would mean ruin, and you ask me to pay a further price? To go on paying and paying, I suppose? Oh, it is not fair. It is not reasonable.
I do not—
You ask me to give up Mr. Bingley.
Oh, not that. Only to be straight with him.
The same thing? Oh, push me into the gutter, Jimmy. Perhaps I haven't so very far to go.
Sally!
He was deeply shocked. That's the alternative, she went on. He's the other. Not a nice one either, but the lesser evil. And marry him I will. She brought her hand down smartly on the stile and tightened her lips. Randall said nothing. Of course, if you consider it your duty to tell him— He cried out at that. He would if the positions were reversed. He put his hand on her arm.
In the old days you always did the straight thing. You'll do it now when the test comes.
In the old days I hadn't learned that the straight thing doesn't always pay. I know better now. You'd be surprised at what I've learned since, Jimmy.
You haven't unlearned how to play the game, he said steadily. You'll do that when the time comes.
And lose 1,500 a year and ease, she exclaimed, staring at him. Good Lord, not much, Jimmy.
If he cares for you truly.
They never do, when it comes to facing a thing like this. In any case, he'd think of me differently, be jealous always and exacting, and never trust me. You're all the same. Suppose it had been— His face set.
Sally, there are things one can't suppose, he said in a tone that closed the discussion.
The Bingleys are a race apart. They never care for anybody but themselves and their own inflated dignity and importance. Their women must be like Caesar's wife. They wouldn't take off their hat to Venus or the Queen of Sheba unless they were sure they carried perfectly correct marriage certificates. It's not hypocrisy. They aren't hypocrites. They carry out their own laws and limitations exactly and at any sacrifice. They're estimable in one way and hateful in all others. And you ask me to put myself at the mercy of the unco-good? He would fly in horror, fearful lest he had been contaminated. He shall never, never guess. If he were a different sort of man, someone I cared for or could get to care for, or even to admire or respect, I would tell him, yes, whatever the cost. But I'd never tell the Bingley people anything. One can't afford to.
Then let him go. He's unworthy. Wait till someone comes along that you can care for.
That's impossible. Oh, you talk like a fool.
Why impossible?
There's nobody to come, for one thing. For another, I can't afford to wait any longer. And finally, I neither desire to care nor possess the capacity of doing so. He was startled, shaken by a sudden fear.
What do you mean? He asked quickly.
My dear Jimmy, there are many of us like that. We're too selfish or too casual, too ambitious or too pleasure-loving. We don't do it, that's all. We try and get somebody with a comfortable income to care for us. It comes cheaper, and after all, lots of men never know the difference.
They do if it's the real thing, he insisted.
Then I'll play the game as men play it, she retorted. It's always best to ask no questions and receive no lies. Present and future belong to husband or wife, but the past is ours, a dead thing they have no right to. Mr. Bingley is a caricature of all the worst virtues. Besides, he hasn't proposed yet. I've encountered heavy reverses lately. The enemy has taken up an impregnable position and is shelling me out of my trench. He has also brought up reinforcements in the shape of a nice plump widow and a jolly little girl.
You were ever so different 6 years ago. You had ideals then.
Doubtless I had many things then I haven't now. One sheds as one goes along. How bare we must get by 50.
One gains too.
Not all of us, she said bitterly. It's mostly the losing game we play. More kicks than halfpence that fall to our share. More breaks than men's. But I'll not talk like this any more if you don't like it. I don't to others often.
Oh, when you and Di become friends,
I'll drop being unworthy and pursuing Bingleys in the face of such an example? Oh, no, I won't, Jimmy. That isn't this Sally's way. When she wants a thing, she wants it badly, and fares forth to get it. She wants the Bingley, not for himself, but for what he represents. She won't confess either. Ever. When a woman comes down to a man's level in this way, he always considers her immeasurably below it. I don't expect to be soulfully happy, but I'd rather be uncomfortable with money than uncomfortable without. I have a very keen zest for life and fun and all the flesh pots. True, I can rejoice in the lark's song, but I can equally rejoice in a Bond Street shop window. And I should miss the shop window most. I'm not the type of which heroines and pioneers and colonists are made. I leave that splendid work to others. You don't catch me going off to the wilds with my bundle on my back to make a home for some man and tread the lone trail. Oh, no, Jimmy, my dear, have no illusions. I've never known what it was to have what I'm out to get now. I'm not going to become such another as Lydia Hopkins either. Her life is a tragedy because she never wanted anything in the world but to get married, and she didn't. That reminds me, we must be careful of Miss Maggie Hopkins. She has a sort of evil genius for lighting on things.
Oh, why can't some nice man turn up for you? Why can't you be happy as I am? He exclaimed.
Ask me another, she returned lightly. Perhaps I don't deserve him. though it's the undeserving that carry off the various prizes in this world, I think. Still, your nice man might be a beggar, and really I couldn't face that. I'm a little beast, I know, but there it is, and it's too late to change now. So many nice men have a nasty way of being beggars. I don't want sentiment. It doesn't pay, and I don't even believe in it. But I want safety and all the things women hold dear. Oh, the best things, surely. Oh, good gracious, now you're trying to preach at me. Everybody preaches at me sooner or later, she complained. Mostly sooner, dash it. It's such a superior world. I do envy the preachers. Such a nice, soft, fat job, so full of unction. How delightful to be bung up with virtue and preach at those without. Or rolling in money and preaching at those with none on how to live on a farthing a day. And how wicked to descend to deceit to obtain something in an hour of desperate need. How delightful to be a richly endowed British matron with an admirable husband, and to preach at spinsters with none. You really should get married, my dear. Time doesn't stand still. Oh, Sally. Young spinsters with shady past trying to marry silent, strong men with 1,500 a year and perks. Shocking! As if they deserved any sorts of husbands, the hussies. Just wait till I am Mrs Alfred Bingley, one of the haves instead of one of the despicable have-nots. Won't I give it to them, just? Won't I be the very devil of a preacher? Her face was flaming. Jimmy looked at her in distress. A new Sally had arisen from the ashes of the old, and he liked the old one best. "Don't get bitter, old girl," he said at length. "It takes the flavour out of everything. You were gay as a lark 6 years ago." "I was 25, and had a livelihood and a career of sorts. Now I have nothing. I'm a failure and 31. I suppose your wife is younger than you?" 3 years younger. She's just 25. Oh, the ideal age for everything and everybody. Not too young, and not yet too old. Is this Mrs Wilmot Randall coming now? You were right. She is very beautiful. The woman that came towards them was most nobly planned in every way, and her beauty was magnificent. Perfect features, an exquisite skin, the hair that artists love to paint, and yet warm perfection. Even more than beauty dwelt in her face, for a radiant happiness and something noble illumined it. Jimmy gazed at her with all his heart in his eyes. "She is lovely all through," he said in a hushed voice. He went up to her and drew her hand through his arm. "Dinah, this is my friend, Sally Lunton. She lives with the jolly old parson we met the other day, and she's an old chum of my Paris days." Dinah Wilmot Randall held out a friendly hand. "Oh, how nice!" she exclaimed. "All this is so new to us, money and things, that we simply ache to show them off, and we want to know about Little Crampton and the people and everything. The house is so lovely, and the garden's a dream. Will you come back with us now?" Sally tried to hate, and failed. Dinah Randall was too frank, too simple to gather hatred as her portion. She stood far above rivalry and jealousy. "Oh, I have to get back to Lovey," said Sally. It was easy for the possessor to be friendly, less easy for the dispossessed. She departed, promising to come and see them and all their possessions very soon. Randall and his wife walked home arm in arm. At last she said slowly, "Jimmy, that is the girl you told me about?" "Yes, darling. But how did you guess?" "Oh, I just knew." "I am sorry you guessed." "She shall never know that I know, Jimmy." Silence fell again, a silence of complete understanding. "After I had told you, and you forgave me, I forgot," he said. "I seemed to have no time to think of anybody but you." "When you saw her again, didn't you remember?"
No, only about the friendship. Then something she said brought it all back. It was a bad moment, Di, as if a corpse long dead, long forgotten, had come out of its grave. I shall never cease to reproach myself. Yet I think she had forgotten too, till something we were talking about led up to it.
Mrs. Wilmot Randall said nothing. She knew that Sally had not forgotten, believed she never would forget, and she knew that she still cared for Jimmy, and that the girl had flung her all into the scale and lost. She did not despise her, far from it. She understood too well, and was too sorry. She had everything that life could offer, the other had nothing. She was right in the heart of an earthly paradise, Sally barred out. One had love and riches and children, the other had not even a home. She wondered if there was anything she could do to help the other, any possibility of becoming real friends. She felt a little guilty, as if she owed Sally something. "She is most attractive," she said at length. "What a contrast between eyes and hair." Jimmy explained about the hair, and Dinah was interested and amused. The children met them on the doorstep, a delightful pair, and the happy family went into the house. Jimmy caught up the little boy, so ludicrously like himself, Dinah the little girl.
"Let's go and gloat over all the things that seem too good to be true," Randall suggested, "and see if there's anything else in the catalogues we can find to buy."
They turned, laughing. They had already forgotten Sally. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 13. I might have known she would fail me. On Monday afternoon, Sally had tea with the Bolivers. As she came out of their gate, she ran into Dinah Wilmot Randall and felt compelled to stop. She murmured some conventional greeting and looked down at the exquisite baby girl toddling by her mother's side. "What a picture!" she exclaimed. Then the little boy ran from behind his mother, and at the sight of this miniature Jimmy, puckish eyebrows, mouth, and all, startled anguish gripped Sally, and she was not quick enough to hide it. As she looked up, she met Dinah's eyes, and knew that she knew, and pitied. She could have borne anything but the pity, and burst into rash speech. "So you've heard of my wild oats?" she said jerkily. Dinah did not know what to say, and murmured inadequately, "It was so long ago. I'm very sorry." "Oh, how good of you!" Sally's voice was a little icy. "Are you sure you wish to continue the acquaintance? It's scarcely usual, is it?" "I want to be your friend, if you'll let me." Dinah was horribly embarrassed and wished she could think of the right thing to say. "Oh, then you don't insist on the gallery picturesque idea? The dim-lit cathedral, dim religious light, slow music, and kneeling penitent voicing, 'God be merciful to me, a sinner,'" asked Sally with a sneer. "Oh, don't!" begged Dinah, shocked and startled. "I'm pretty horrible, aren't I? It isn't Jimmy, you know." She looked with hard eyes at Jimmy's wife. "It's his 10,000 a year. Naturally that rankles. You have so much, haven't you?" "Oh, too much," said Dinah, "and I don't deserve any of it." "And I have nothing and can't even get that beastly Mr. Bingley," thought Sally, while aloud she said, "Oh, I expect you deserve it, but it's easy to be an angel on 10,000 a year." "It is indeed," agreed Mrs. Randall, trying to laugh naturally. Both made the most of the worldly question and ignored the other, and both knew that it was only the other that mattered. Then they saw Jimmy coming and flushed, avoiding each other's eyes. He greeted them gladly, and they went part of the way home in company, Sally her gay self again. The awkwardness passed, and Sally promised to be their first caller at the Red House and come for tea on the following day. Then, waving farewell, she ran into the vicarage.
Dinah said nothing of her outburst. Well, thought Sally, some get all the ups and others get all the downs, and we must just make the best of it, I suppose. Tears started behind her eyelids, but she swallowed them resolutely. "Now, Sally, you silly ass, stop it," she commanded. "Where's your grit? Besides, it's no use. I wish she wasn't such a good sort. It puts one at such a disadvantage. Anyway, it's always better to laugh than do the other thing, and one can at least try to laugh." It was, however, rather a shaky attempt. "Oh, it's a nasty face at all ways," she told herself. "That lucky, lucky woman, and luckiest because she deserves it all. She's in the fold, I'm barred out, a little black sheep that's gone astray." She remembered a text not long since chosen by the Reverend Adam for his sermon. "Other sheep have I who are not of this fold." Grey sheep, I suppose, thought Sally, for I'm not even a nice glossy inky black, just a dingy grey. Oh, the black sheep have no fold, and we all know the fold of the white sheep. I wonder what that of the grey is like, and if they ever find it. Perhaps it's just like walking to the sea, something at which one never arrives. She entered the hall in no cheerful frame of mind, and found Mr. Lovelady awaiting her. "Your new frock and hat have come," he said. "Let's open the parcel and see if we think little Crampton will approve." Oh, one can only hope not, thought Sally, for little Crampton for the most part wore coverings, not clothes. She forced herself to take an interest in her parcel. Yes, the scheme had been skilfully carried out. "Well, what do you think of it, Lovey?" "Oh, how wide the skirt looks, and how short." "The better to show one's ankles, my dear," as the wolf didn't say to Little Red Riding Hood. "But I thought they'd been doing that quite enough," said the puzzled parson. "Not quite enough, it seems. How do you like the colour? Lovebirds, you know, dovish, only more so. So piquant, with the right sort of legs. Now, doesn't it remind you how lovebirds look? I wish I could remember the right sort of noise to make. I must learn to coo softer than the dove in this, and seem less sinuous. My latest ambition is to cease to curl and learn to creak." Mr. Lovelady looked bewildered at nonsense which to him was quite incomprehensible. Then he put his hand on the girl's shoulder. "Aren't you well, dear? You look very white, and your voice sounds odd. Is your throat sore?" "Oh, I've been laughing with Jimmy and his wife," she returned, "and perhaps that's made my voice sound husky. It's all so awfully amusing. Of course I'm well. Fate has left me that asset as yet. If Mr. Bingley were here, he would make the bromide remark that the world is a small place after all." "It certainly is an odd coincidence," agreed Mr. Lovelady, who had heard of the matter at once. "But very pleasant, my dear." "Oh, very pleasant. It's so pleasant for Jimmy, coming into 10,000 a year and the Red House property. But it makes even Mr. Bingley seem mighty small potatoes, don't it? Well, I must go and try on the new creation." She caught it up and ran upstairs, but she did not try it on. Till the gong sounded for supper, she lay face downward on her bed, and went up early to her room. It was proving a difficult and trying time, a very difficult time. Meanwhile, on the top of the mountain, Robert Cantyre waited feverishly for Sally to keep her appointment, to hold out the promised help. He was very close to desperation. For 2 nights he had not slept, but had lived over and over again those ghastly hours. He must sleep tonight or go mad, have something else to think of, some human hand to cling to. This girl who seemed so strong and sure must find a way. When she did not come, he grew impatient, but he never doubted her coming till the dusk crept up from the valley and covered his feet. Then he knew she would not come. Rage and bitterness seized him. So quick to promise, so casual about keeping the given word. I might have known she'd fail me, he thought. Well, I'll not make a fool of myself a second time. I've done with her, done with the losing fight. He took a parcel back with him to the hut. When midnight came, he lay across his bed in a drunken stupor, his face dark red, an uncomely sight. He was lower than the beasts that perish, but he had at least shut out those sights and sounds, and forgetfulness, if not peace, was with him. Henceforth it was to be the line of least resistance. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 14. What sort of an Italian tour? It was Maggie's undisputed privilege to make the first call on newcomers and issue her report in detail. Previous to this call, she found out what she could, usually more than anyone would have believed possible. She had been unable to find out anything against the Wilmot Randalls so far. True, they had been very poor, and their name had previously been Tomkins, but that was not a thing a Hopkins could dwell on overmuch. They had been perfectly frank about the poverty and the Tomkins, too frank about everything. Miss Maggie liked people to be close, then she knew they had the more to hide. She always called between 4:30 and 5, because then the victims were either engaged upon or just about to have tea, and could not hurry her off. Not that Miss Maggie was ever hurried off. She did not, of course, expect to discover the family skeleton at the first visit. No skeleton worth counting was ever discovered so soon. There had to be clues and thrills and difficulties first. She did hope, however, to discover the cupboard in which the skeleton was kept. She also hoped that it would not be one of those cupboards that only yielded a bare bone when opened at last. Of course, she always pointed out what a big bone it was, and what a smelly one, but that was nothing to the satisfaction of finding the grisly skeleton complete. She had hardly greeted the Wilmot Randalls when Sally walked in, not noticing Miss Maggie in her little corner. The vicar's ward was attired in her new costume and looked very gay and pretty. She greeted Mrs. Randall pleasantly and then turned to the man. "Well, Jimmy," she laughed, "what does it feel like to have a fairy princess and a castle? Princely?" "Yes, that's about it, Sally," laughed the young man in return. "I have to pinch myself about 10 times a day." Miss Maggie pricked up her ears. Jimmy? Sally? What was this? She must look into it. She fancied she saw slight dismay on the girl's face as she turned and saw the other visitor, but before she could be certain, Sally was explaining. "Isn't it jolly? We're old friends, you know."
"You and Mrs. Wilmot Randall and her husband?"
"Mr. Randall and I. We met in Paris."
"Oh, people so often do, don't they?" gushed Miss Maggie. "Delightful. So you know Paris too, Mrs. Randall?"
"No, I've never been there."
"Oh, before your marriage, when you were engaged, perhaps?"
"I had not then met my husband," returned Dinah, a little surprised.
"Dear Sally and I are such old friends," explained the caller. "I always envied her life in Paris. So free. It was free, wasn't it, Sally? Didn't you enjoy it too, Mr. Randall? Men do, they say."
Her gimlet eyes went from one face to another. "It was a pleasant change," said the unconscious Jimmy.
"Oh, it must have been. At what year were you there?"
He mentioned the year.
"That is very interesting. That happened to be the very time I almost made up my mind for a little visit myself with some friends, but it fell through somehow. How different little Crampton must seem after Paris. And you haven't met since those days?"
"No, it was a most delightful surprise."
Oh, fancy saying goodbye in Paris 6 years ago, never expecting to meet again, and then finding your friend in Little Crampton. Quite a coincidence, I'm sure. Such a small place as the world is, isn't it, as dear Mr. Bingley would say. You will like Mr. Bingley, won't they, Sally? One of our most precious possessions, so to speak. What month did you leave Paris?
He mentioned the month. What tiresome small talk some women made, so pointless and futile, without either beginning or end. Miss Maggie cast back her unerring memory, and her glittering eyes modestly studied the toes of her large flat boots.
Dear me, so you and Sally said adieu, or au revoir, or whatever they do say in Paris, in April?
Yes, I suppose so. He gave an uncomfortable little wriggle, which Miss Maggie saw in spite of her close attention to her religious-looking boots, as Sally termed them. Miss Maggie looked up innocently.
Now, that is very odd, Mr. Randall, for I remember it was then I had 2 of Sally's letters returned to me, and now I think of it, I remember her telling me later she'd been on a sketching tour in Italy. Are you also an artist, Mr. Randall? Oh, now that's another delightful coincidence. I always think artists and writers and those sort of people are so different to us common and garden folk, so much less stupid and conventional. They understand each other at once. I've often regretted not going in for the artistic world. So free.
Oh, quite so, agreed the bored listener. But you flatter me. I neither paint nor write nor anything.
Oh, but perhaps you have the artistic temperament, which does almost as well, doesn't it? Oh, of course, then the Italian tour wouldn't be the same sort of treat to you as to Sally?
No, said Jimmy, wriggling again and turning rather red. No. Damn the woman, how she hammered at the subject in her tiresome, purposeless way.
Still, I dare say you found plenty to amuse you, and it must have been quite a fresh experience for both of you.
Oh, yes.
What did you do with yourself while Sally was painting her naughty pictures? Oh, for don't tell me they weren't naughty.
She shook an arch forefinger at Sally.
Don't I know? Didn't I see a paper once with one of hers in it? The more you looked at it, the more you found things.
Then I suppose you looked at it quite a lot, suggested Sally. Miss Maggie smiled at her and turned to her victim.
These conducted tours are a delightful invention, so cheap, so comfortable. I suppose yours was personally conducted?
Jimmy looked very ashamed and uncomfortable. As a liar he was worse than useless. Besides, he was confused as to what he had and had not already admitted. His wife made a signal to him not to answer at all. He did not see it. Sally broke in with her seductive little laugh and opened her lips to say something, but Miss Maggie was first. It was truly said of her that she had both the first and the last word.
Are the lakes as blue as they're painted? She asked Randall eagerly.
Quite, he said. A wonderful blue.
We're going to see them, broke in Mrs. Randall. Of course we must wait till after the war. Oh, you'll go comfortably in your own car, returned Miss Maggie. Rather a different way of doing things, I fancy. I expect these conducted tours are rather mixed. What sort of people had you in yours? A bishop?
Yes, replied Sally carelessly, the usual bishop. By the by, Lovey is putting up our special bishop for the confirmation. You must come to tea. What's your idea about the Mombasa affair?
Oh, it will be charming to come and discuss it with him, enthused Miss Maggie. Bishops are so amusing. Was the tour one amusing, and where was he bishop of?
Oh, some place in Australia, where the kangaroos come from, replied the girl. He hopped just like them. We used to laugh, didn't we, Jimmy? Yes, oh, yes, he agreed, looking miserable and quite unamused, and speaking without conviction. It was very funny.
Did the bishop think it funny too? Asked Miss Maggie innocently.
Think what funny?
The tour.
I don't think so. Why should he?
Oh, they often are, aren't they? Or are Italian tours different? I mean tours made up in Paris for Italy. I know a lady who was going to join, but of course she couldn't when she found out.
Why not? Asked Sally. And found out what?
Oh, she thought it was too much of a Noah and his Ark tour for her.
Noah and his Ark? Do you mean obsolete?
Oh, no, rather too much up to date, she thought. She called it that because people joined 2 by 2, and she'd been religiously brought up. Besides, she hadn't one.
Jimmy stared. Hadn't what, Miss Hopkins? An ark or an animal?
Oh, naughty, naughty, exclaimed the highly delighted spinster, as if you don't know what I mean.
I assure you I don't. It sounds an odd sort of tour.
Oh, it was, Mr. Randall. What sort of an Italian tour was yours and Sally's?
Oh, just the usual sort, returned the girl. It would have been pleasant if it hadn't been for some of the others. Hey, Jimmy? Jimmy coloured uneasily. His laugh was a failure.
You must tell me the hotels you stopped at, and the places you saw, commanded the inquisitor, and changed the subject of her own accord, seeming to forget it. She imagined relief on the 2 faces concerned. Needless to say, she had not forgotten. She was merely preparing a few traps. She meant to have the whole skeleton while she was about it. She waited till Sally rose to say good-bye, and said she would walk home with her. Mrs. Randall and Sally went on ahead through the drive, leaving the reluctant Jimmy to bring up the rear with Miss Maggie. He had taken rather a dislike to their first caller. He thought her inquisitive and the worst type of futile woman. She dawdled, admiring this and that, her gimlet eyes piercing, her cunning brain active. Mr. Lovelady's bishop is rather a nice man for a bishop, she remarked vaguely.
Oh, indeed.
Oh, not like your kangaroo one, she said archly. Had he a kangaroo wife with him too?
Jimmy was quite incapable of inventing a wife. He heartily wished Sally had not taken upon herself the office of creator in the matter of the bishop. Oh, no, he said.
Oh, such a sacred privilege to be a bishop's wife, though I cannot say I should care for it myself.
Jimmy murmured something inaudible. It occurred to him that it was quite possible that the bishop might not care for it either.
And you saw Lake Maggiore, you say?
Jimmy had forgotten saying anything of the sort, but he nodded. They had seen it.
Oh, let me see. What's the name of that great hotel they have there?
Oh, there are so many, you know.
Which one did the tour go to?
He mentioned the one they'd stayed at. He could not, just for the moment, remember the name of any other. Besides, what did it matter? Miss Maggie gave an envious sigh.
Dear Sally, what a lot of travel and changes she has had in her life. What experiences! And I have had none, just lived on in Little Crampton. It's too bad. Don't you think it's too bad, Mr. Randall?
Oh, certainly, certainly, he agreed. He would cheerfully have subscribed a handsome sum towards her living elsewhere. Tedious woman. They came up to the others, and Sally and Miss Maggie went off together. Jimmy dismissed the thought of the tiresome caller, but Dinah was thoughtful. She could not tell her husband how bad an actor he had proved. She was too thankful to remember that no real harm was done. Miss Maggie could not possibly suspect the truth.
Let's hope she's not a typical little Cramptonian, she said.
Awful female, returned Jimmy in disgust. How she bored. A woman without one charm, a single interest, and with the brains of a rabbit. Did you hear how she meandered on and on? Rather awkward, too. Oh, hello, here's the young James.
Meanwhile, Miss Maggie had thrust a Judas arm through Sally's.
"Oh, what a charming pair," she began. "How beautiful she is, and quite a girl. How old it makes one feel, doesn't it, these young things with their husbands and children. So the bishop is staying with you. How exciting it will be for you, Sally. A widower and getting doddery. Do you think you could be a bishop's wife? I couldn't. Such a religious position, most trying. My lord, and you only missus. So like a man, grabbing everything and leaving our poor sex nothing. Even bishops are men, I suppose, in a sort of way. Still, easy enough to be a bishop's widow. Of course your Australian bishop was a gay bachelor, and you flirted dreadfully. And it really was a Noah and his ark affair."
"Oh, no," said Sally, determined to be respectable. "His wife was there." How prolific lies are, she thought.
"Oh, how tiresome, dear. Did you go to that lake, Lake Maggiore?"
"No." "There goes another," thought the speaker. "How many more, I wonder?"
"Ah, how clever of you to avoid the beaten track. So different to most girls," gushed the delighted sleuth-hound. "And was Mr. Randall yours?"
"My what?"
"I mean your friend, of course, dear, for the tour. Everybody had one, hadn't they? Even the bishop, it seems, even if he called her his wife. So jolly for everybody, and doing away with all the stupid stiffness. A most delightful young man, Mr. Randall, I mean. He must have been quite a boy. He's only 28 now, I find."
"Yes, just a youth," agreed Sally in a very casual voice.
"Oh, one can go about 2 and 2 with a youth, can't one, when it might look different with an older man. Even the most spiteful person, and other women are so spiteful to one, aren't they, can't say you're trying to marry them when they are years younger and haven't any money. What a happy time you must have had together."
"Oh, we all enjoyed ourselves, I think."
"I'm sure you did. And after all, one's only young once. You must be glad to have something to look back on. And the man who conducted the tour did you well? Let me see, what was his name? Mr. Randall happened to mention it. Henri or Renard, I think."
Sally nodded. She also confounded Miss Maggie in her heart, and was a little uneasy. Not to answer simple questions, and they had all been so simple, was fatal. It made Miss Maggie think there was something to be found out, and set her to work to do so. The only thing that was ever any good was to answer quite frankly, and throw her off the scent if possible. Sally thought she had done so.
It was Reynard, not Bernard. Yes, I remember thinking of a fox. Which reminds me, Mr. Peyton has sent his hunter to the front, and his wife is getting better. I suppose he can't have done it right, or his nerve failed at the last moment. The criminal department is sharper than it used to be. After all, 2 dying like that might lead to questions."
"What do you mean?" Miss Maggie was only too ready to explain, and Sally laughed incredulously. Miss Maggie lit on so many mare's nests. The spinster squeezed the girl's arm.
"My dear, you little know what goes on even here, if you keep your eyes open. Oh, Sally, what a jolly life you've had, haven't you? So full of variety. No wonder you never stayed here long. I suppose you'll go back to Paris after the war, unless, of course, one never knows, but to live in Little Crampton after Paris and Italy, it simply couldn't be done. Do tell me the places you saw."
Sally remembered 1 or 2 she thought might satisfy the questioner.
Let me see. You'd be there by the middle of the month."
"Oh, I dare say. One forgets."
"Of course one forgets," agreed Miss Maggie. "I'm sure I should have forgotten everything. I wonder if you'll ever go on another personally conducted tour, and who will conduct it?" Perhaps, she pointed with sly meaning to an advancing figure. Mr. Bingley, my dear, I am positive that he adores you. She squeezed the arm she held again. How glad I am I gave you the tip, dear child, as that horrid Mr. Peyton would say.
She waved archly to Mr. Bingley, who advanced upon them with all flags flying, so to speak. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Won't you give me another chance? Mr. Bingley's eyes fell on Sally's imitation of a lovebird, and his heart stirred pleasantly. How exquisite, how modest, and yet not puritanical, for there was a long length of slim silk-clad ankle. He was glad to remember a text out of his mother's book that he had read only the previous evening. Don't marry the overdressed, your money will fly, or the underdressed, in either of the two senses of the word. One may mean a dowdy mind, the other a too rapid one. Here was surely the perfect mean, and the maternal guide pointing to Sally. "You've been calling," he said accusingly as he greeted them. "Oh, the Red House, of course. Well, what's the verdict?" He had already given his without seeing them. The money was in the bank.
"Oh, such delightful people," responded Miss Maggie. "You must get to know them at once, and so rich. She's lovely, and such a figure. They say shapes are coming in again. Poor Sally and I felt such awful scrags, didn't we, dear? Do you know, Mr. Bingley, I can sometimes imagine I can feel my bones knocking up against each other when I walk. You wait a year or two, Sally, and you'll know how horrid it feels. But about the Randalls, isn't it exciting? Sally knows them quite well. They're old and dear friends. At least Mr. Randall is. Jimmy, as she calls him. I don't think you'd met Mrs. Randall before, had you, dear?"
Sally shook her head. She was hearing quite enough of her friendship with Jimmy. What a mercy Miss Maggie could not suspect it had been more than friendship.
"They met in Paris," went on the babbler, "and went together on one of those tours, personally conducted with bishops and things. Makes one feel quite envious. Would you like to go on a personally conducted tour, Mr. Bingley?"
"I think not," he returned with some hauteur. "I have heard they are very mixed."
"Oh, but so free, aren't they, Sally? No silly conventional notions, you know. Nothing stiff about them. Oh, the Paris ones, I mean, of course. Ours are almost too proper, perhaps. Clergymen and their things, and people from suburbs. Still, Italy is so romantic. Francesca and Paolo, Dante and Beatrix, and all those sort of people. Not that Beatrix ever had what you could call a lively time of it, married to a worthy citizen, and with 12 children, and Dante always so dreadfully distant and respectful, for the times, of course," she added hurriedly, for Mr. Bingley was looking shocked. He wondered if Miss Maggie guessed what she was implying. He could only trust not. Sally's mouth twitched. "You really should go on your very next holidays, Mr. Bingley," persisted Miss Maggie. "Sally and Mr. Randall went in April, an ideal month."
The bank manager frowned. He did not care for the combination of names. Neither did he approve of conducted tours. They sounded vulgar. He had seen them advertised beginning at £5. All sorts of people would go upon them. "I do not care to rub shoulders with Tom, Dick and Harry and their Harriets," he said haughtily. Miss Maggie used her arch forefinger.
"Oh, naughty Mr. Bingley, when you wouldn't have rubbed shoulders with Tom, Dick and Harry, but only with Sally and her Mr. Randall, and their dear Australian bishop, who hopped all the time to make the thing go off pleasantly."
A man came down the road, seated on a young horse. He was trying to make it pass first a car and then a heap of stones. No easy matter.
"Oh, who's that man? How well he rides!" exclaimed Miss Maggie. "He might be part of the horse. Oh, good-looking and slim, too."
Mr. Bingley frowned. What vapid talkers women were! Sally looked, and her face quickened with interest. She recognised Robert Cantyre, and concluded he was breaking in one of the colts. Yes, he could ride. He was a fine specimen of manhood, with a frame that seemed all steel, and brown, finely featured face. She liked the very close military cut of his hair, the way his head was set on, and his dark grey eyes. What a contrast to Mr. Bingley! "It's Gillette's new man," she said.
"Oh," said Miss Maggie, who had heard much of him. "So that's the mysterious stranger. Oh, didn't you find him in a dead faint or something, or was he drunk?"
"He was ill," said Sally quietly.
"He looks superior for all his rough clothes," went on Miss Maggie. "Not just like a labouring man. And he certainly is handsome, isn't he, Mr. Bingley? Is it true that he's a gentleman in disguise and awfully romantic, and so on?"
She remembered how often Sally had been to the moors lately, and the flush on her cheeks, and decided to keep her eyes open. She believed Sally quite capable of running a flirtation for amusement, as well as a man for matrimony. In fact, there was nothing she could not believe of Sally now. "Not quite that, I think," the girl answered easily. "I imagine he had a farm somewhere in Canada till things went wrong in some way."
"Why isn't he at the front?" demanded the bank manager. "He's no right to be skulking round here at such a time."
"Everybody can't go to the front, can they, Mr. Bingley?" she returned. "It would dislocate the country's trade too much."
"Have you spoken to him since you found him?" asked Miss Maggie.
"Yes. As a matter of fact, he saved my life." She explained the circumstances. Mr. Bingley frowned again. He felt it was hardly the thing for the future Mrs. Bingley to put herself in the position of having her life saved by any chance comer. Something akin to jealousy stirred in him. The fellow didn't look like a working man at all, and he had those barber block attractions that took in the foolish, superficial sex. Women were so incurably romantic. This good Christian did not realise that he was a Turk at heart, and believed that women should be more or less shut away from the eyes of other males. Cantyre came up to them. His eyes fell on Sally, attired with a frivolity and extravagance that he thought must show an extravagant and frivolous nature at such a time. He was aware of the rich Mr. Bingley bending over her with a sort of fussy, protecting possession. So this was one of the reasons why she had not come. His eyes became steel, his face hard, and he acknowledged the girl's friendly nod and smile with the barest courtesy. Sally had looked for interest and perhaps a little admiration, certainly for a greeting as friendly as her own, and she was startled. Then in a flash she remembered. She had broken her appointment. He had waited in vain, and perhaps he had needed her. She was overwhelmed with remorse, and did a very foolish thing, seeing that she had Miss Maggie on one side of her and Mr. Bingley on the other. "I never thanked him for saving my life. Oh, how horrid!" she exclaimed, and at once ran down the road after the horseman, calling upon him to stop. Of course he stopped, but he did not look very pleased to do so. "Please be careful. Don't come so near," he warned her sharply. "He kicks." "Oh, I'll look out. Oh, Mr. Cantyre, what must you be thinking of me?" "Why should I think of you, Miss Lunton?" he returned rather icily. "Oh, you know what I mean. I never went." He made no reply. "Oh, no wonder you're disgusted. Oh, it was hateful." "Oh, doubtless you had a pleasanter engagement, Miss Lunton. What else could I think?" "Then you waited. Oh, if only I had remembered." His mouth closed tightly. "Then you had no other engagement? You merely forgot, Miss Lunton?" He could have forgiven anything but that. It humiliated him afresh. It had seemed to mean everything in the world to him. It had been less than nothing to her, so little that it had slipped her memory. He looked down upon her in her charming attire, into the face flushed with beauty, and his eyes narrowed with contempt. A beautiful clothes horse, a soulless thing, a trap for the desire of the eye. In the distance he could see stout, pompous Mr. Bingley waiting the return of his property. Sally hung her head. "Yes," she owned abjectly, "there is no excuse for me, none. I got thinking about something, and I forgot." Again he looked at the bank manager. This was the man who occupied her thoughts, he or his possessions. He remembered Mrs. Gillette's idle talk and conjectures now. "It is of no moment," he returned. He raised his cap and made to go. "Oh, Mr. Cantyre, forgive me just this once. I'll never, never fail you again in any way. Won't you meet me there tonight or tomorrow? Won't you give me another chance?" "You make too much of a trifling matter, Miss Lantern," he returned, smiling coldly. "I assure you I have also forgotten the whole incident. Pray do not apologise to me. It is rather I who should apologise for making a nuisance of myself. Good afternoon. Do not let me keep you from your friends." And he was gone. Sally walked back with a crestfallen face. What had she done? And all through one little omission. He would not give her a chance again. He was far too proud. She would have to make one and take it herself. But thanks to her first failure, her fight for Robert Cantyre's body and soul was not likely to prove easily victorious, if it ever proved victorious. Defeat, because she had missed the one little golden opportunity. Miss Maggie looked at her sharply.
"He didn't seem to accept your thanks very gratefully," she said. "Oh dear, here's Mrs. Hill running about like a rabbit without cover. How excited she looks."
Mrs. Hill rushed up to them, her eyes shining. "Douglas has won the V.C.," she got out breathlessly. Sally congratulated the proud mother warmly. The others murmured something conventional. Mr. Bingley was not stirred. He was aggrieved. He had never seen that light in Sally's eyes before. It had not shone for him. What was the V.C.? Just a bit of luck.
"Oh, won't he think a lot of himself when he comes home?" said Miss Maggie. "Such a handsome lad, so tall and broad. No wonder the girls run after him. It'll be worse now. He'll be a hero, and when he returns nobody else will get a look in, will they, Mr. Bingley?"
"I don't know that I altogether approve of giving the V.C. to mere lads," began Mr. Bingley portentously. Sally interrupted him, rather crudely, he thought. "Not even when they've done men's work, heroes' work?" "The heads of older men are not so easily turned," he went on, not heeding. "But a mere schoolboy. They think so much of themselves as it is. This sort of thing is a direct encouragement to think more. He paused. Sally was looking at him with an expression he did not like. More candid opinions crudely expressed. Oh, these modern women! "Don't marry a woman who knows too much or talks too much," said that priceless classic of the late Mrs. Bingley. "She'll take care you both talk and know too little." Oh, yet how lovely she was! How smart, how piquant! Piquant! Yes, that was the word, a word with a thrill in it. Doves were all very well in their place, but who had ever heard of a piquant dove? A thing could be too tame. There was more credit in training the wild bird to eat out of one's hand than in the feeding of a dove who would alight on almost anybody's shoulder. In no sense of the word was Mr. Bingley a sportsman, but he felt the stir of the chase in his veins that moment, and the stir of spring, for he decided to order rather a smart new waistcoat. Miss Maggie ran after Mrs. Hill. She remembered that she might know the truth about a certain mysterious illness of a friend. She would pretend not to, of course, but one might get warm by some judicious questioning. "Oh, what a woman!" said Mr. Bingley. "Oh, she's not so black as she's painted," returned Sally. "She's been a good enough friend to me." She smiled to herself. "Isn't it a gorgeous day? I could walk miles. I'm glad I'm strong. So were my parents. My mother was really wonderful." Mr. Bingley's figure became extra stiff, and Sally realised he knew her family history. She thought it wiser to be frank. "Isn't it absurd to think," she remarked confidentially, "that there are still people who consider a chorus girl in the family worse than gout, more incalculable and less respectable?" "Indeed," said the man, who infinitely preferred gout as the lesser evil. "She worked very hard, and tried hard too, my poor mother," mused Sally, half to herself. "I didn't understand it then, but I do now. I wish they hadn't christened me Salome, though. You see, they were young and romantic, and very much in love." She paused abruptly, remembering how sordidly the romance had ended. So many beginnings to love, and yet, so it seemed to her, always the one inevitable end. "Salome. I must be thankful nobody called me Sal." "They call me Alfred," said Mr. Bingley resentfully. "Oh, how you must have hated them for it," said Sally heedlessly. "Oh, but how suitable." She pulled herself out of the morass. "So kingly," she explained. "The good King Alfred, a noble tradition." "Yes, still." On a spring day, and with a piquant vision of beauty, such a name seemed hardly worthy of his true self. There was a finality about it he did not like. "You would rather have had something a little lighter? Something more romantic, perhaps?" Mr. Bingley's eyes gleamed. He felt ready to bear some knightly name. "Lancelot! Oh, I beg your pardon, I had forgotten about the Queen." She saw Mr. Bingley had not, and that he had been jarred. She made haste to suggest something more respectable, for after all, romance can be respectable as well as the other thing. "Galahad!" she burst out. "Galahad Bingley!" Then she bit her lips and smothered her inward mirth. Oh, she had gone too far. After all, though vain and pompous and without a sense of humour, the man was not a fool. He was indeed, as she thought regretfully, very far from being a fool. He must see that she was poking fun at him, talking lightly of that which was sacred, namely Mr. Bingley. Certainly he gave her a suspicious look. "I hardly feel myself worthy of a name like that," he said humbly. "I do not think I should feel it right to leave the bank to go questing for the Holy Grail." He did not put into words the thought that shocked himself. Besides, there is no money in it. "Oh, I beg your pardon," said Sally very low. "It's the way you read the lessons in church that made me think of it." "I am all unworthy," he said loftily. "Oh, you are very modest," she said. "So rare in a man." She considered she had filled the creature's maw for the time being. He left her with reluctance, but he dined at 7:15 sharp. The fate of empires could not put that time back or forward. He knew that it was not a fashionable hour, but it suited his digestion. He could spend an hour over his dinner, and by the time he was in bed, consider his meal sufficiently digested for health's sake, and to leave him an excellent appetite for breakfast. He looked up his mother's book as usual, and was rather pleased by the first gem he lit upon. "The strong man may not be able to help falling in love, but he can always see to it that he falls out the instant it becomes necessary." What could be more delightfully simple? He considered that, seeing as he would be able to put a stop to it the moment he thought fit, there would be no harm in falling in love with Sally sufficiently to be pleasant, but not enough to be uncomfortable. In fact, sure of being able to adjust matters for the best, he decided that he would really let himself go as far as his feelings were concerned, though not where words were, or anything committal. Meanwhile, the lovebird had passed the dove, and, if disturbed, both had smiled. The thing had its funny side. As Sally put her investment carefully away in tissue paper,
She wondered if she dare seek out Robert Cantyre on the moors and risk another snub. How he had snubbed her! No man had ever done that before, but the stranger was different from anyone she had ever known. She wondered what it was. She was still asking herself that question when she fell asleep. She awoke, strong in the resolution to seek him out that very day. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. You're hateful. I wish I hadn't saved you. One thing after another kept cropping up to prevent Sally going to the moors either in the morning or the afternoon of the next day. It was evening before she found herself free, and then she hesitated. True, it was a beautiful evening, and very light, but it would mean rather a rush to get there and back before dark. Because she would so much rather have waited till the next day, she decided that under the circumstances she must go. She would dare the cattle way, seeing that she was on the right side of Wednesday, and it was unlikely the same contretemps would happen twice. It would have to be rather a rushed visit, but that would be better than nothing. Perhaps she could persuade him to give her another trial. Whatever came or went, she would prove staunch to the test now. She found Gillette, but she couldn't catch a glimpse of the man she sought anywhere about. She had not wanted to ask the farmer, but there was no help for it. "Where's White?" she asked directly.
"Oh, drinking hisself silly in the hut, I expect," the man answered dourly. "We knocked off a bit earlier today, and he went off directly after supper. He was all right for 2 days, and I had hopes, but he's been a deal sight worse since."
Perhaps my fault, thought the dismayed girl as she hurried to the hut. She was not going back without seeing him now she'd come so far. She hoped he would not already have started drinking. Anyway, she felt she had to face it, though it happened to be one of the things she shrank especially from. The door was closed, but through the window she could see him sitting in the chair by the cupboard. He had a glass and a bottle on a table beside him, and his face was flushed, his eyes unnaturally bright. Sally's heart beat fast with fear, but she nerved herself for the ordeal. She could see he had had too much, but he didn't look drunk or stupid. She tapped on the door. He started, and then came slowly forward and opened it. "Who's there? What do you want?" he demanded sharply. His eyes fell on Sally, and his voice changed, grew hard.
"Oh, it's you, is it? You've come to see for yourself, have you? Honoured, I'm sure."
He ran his words together a little. "I came to apologise," she began. He pointed to the table and its contents and laughed unpleasantly.
"You came to look for that," he contradicted. "Well, you have found it, Miss Lunton. What next?"
"Oh, it's all my fault," she said rather desperately, for his attitude was not encouraging. "Oh, Mr. Cantyre, don't punish me too severely for one mistake. Don't make me feel that I'm responsible for that."
"Nobody's responsible but myself," he returned, manipulating responsible with some difficulty.
He was much more affected by the drink he had taken than he appeared to be. He felt as if he were struggling to get out of a dim pit, while all the time something seemed striving to pull him down.
"Please go, Miss...
Odd, he couldn't remember her name for the moment, and such a pretty girl, too. "Not like this," she returned. "You must forgive me first, and promise to let me try and undo what I've done. You've got to tell me how I can help you, and accept that help." He smiled foolishly, rocking a little on his feet.
"You think I don't see through you? You're after that." He pointed again to the brandy. "You got it once, but not this time, my dear."
Sally winced at his tone and the insolence of that "my dear." At the same time she was determined not to take offence.
Until he put it into her head, it had not occurred to her to make a second assault upon the brandy, but the idea appealed to her now. She considered that he was not in the least drunk, and only a little affected by what he'd taken. If she could destroy it, he might have to go without for one night, and that would be something gained. Though the door was open, he had an arm across the threshold, barring her ingress. She made a sudden dart, slipping through underneath it. She had reached the table, had seized the glass in one hand and the bottle in the other, before his bemused faculties grasped her object. She ran towards the little scullery. Then Robert turned in hot pursuit of her, the drink he had taken steadily mounting to his brain. He made a dive at her, but again she eluded him, and something savage awoke in him. This girl, always this girl, making a fool of him, mocking and laughing, treating him as if he were a child. Sally flung the stuff in the glass into the sink and dashed the bottle violently down on the stone of it. It broke, and the contents rushed out. She turned to face Robert Cantyre, and something in his eyes which made her afraid. He seemed to have forgotten all about the brandy, but he had not forgotten her, as she realised when she sought to pass him. "Oh, no, you don't," he said, laughing wildly, and catching her in his arms. "You're a pretty girl. Give me a kiss before you go." Sally struggled vainly in an iron grip. "Let me go at once," she commanded. His grasp tightened, and he laughed again. "No, no, my lady. Pay the toll. Give me a kiss, then perhaps I'll let you go." She realised he was no longer responsible for his actions. "Mr. Cantyre," she tried to say calmly, "you're not the type of man who insults women when you're sober. Let me go." For answer he dragged her face against his. She was conscious of a reek of brandy that sickened her, of a violent kiss upon her lips. She got an arm free, and with all her strength struck him across the mouth. He let her go abruptly. She nearly fell, and he, staggering, subsided into a chair, his hand to his smarting mouth. Clarity was growing out of confusion. The blow had sobered him. "You're hateful!" gasped Sally, turning on him with flaming eyes. "I wish I hadn't saved you." Her words reached him through a mist of shame. He dropped his face in his hands. He was sickened at himself and his own incredible conduct. He saw the pit yawning at his feet. Already drink had brought him to this. To what might it not bring him ere the end came? "Oh, Miss Lunton," came from him at last, as he lifted his face from his hands. But Miss Lunton had gone. Robert groaned aloud. Too late. She would never forgive him now. No decent woman could ever forgive him. And she had come to help him, to try and make up. He might have had her help and her friendship. Instead he had her loathing and contempt. He rose and straightened himself, and cleared up the mess in the scullery. As he removed all traces of his weakness, he swore that never again, come what might, would he give way to drink, even for forgetfulness. Sally had saved him indirectly by revealing the brutal possibilities of the most decent nature in the grip of the drink fiend. He would have to fight alone, but fight he would to the very bitter end. That night he thought only of Sally and the incident in the hut. Not happy thoughts, but more bearable than the others. She would never offer to be his friend again, but he could make himself more worthy of the friendship that might have been. He could fling cowardice from him and cling fast to the courage which was his heritage. He remembered what she had said to him at their first meeting. Wealth lost, something lost. Honour lost, much lost. Courage lost, all lost. He would not lose all. He would be strong, quit himself like a man, and face it. Gillette was delighted with the results. Miss Sally must have got round him somehow, as he thought. She's away with her as Parson's Sally. Sally went home angry and humiliated. She felt she hated the man of the moors, and would have nothing more to do with him. He was deliberately drinking himself to utter degradation and to death. He was a coward. He'd have to go. She'd done her best and could do no more. She could not risk another insult. "You are very late," said Mr. Lovelady. He went himself and fetched the supper Elizabeth had kept hot for her. She smiled and thanked him, but she only toyed with the food, and the anxious parson scolded her. He was worried. She had not seemed herself lately. She listened absently. She was still thinking about Robert Cantyre. If he wrote and apologised when he was sober, and that seemed to her the very least he could do, she would reply to his letter and formally forgive him. But till he definitely expressed an intention of giving up this corroding vice, she could not see him again. The days went by, but Robert never wrote, and Sally hardened her heart against him. It never occurred to her that he did not write because he felt that his offence was beyond forgiveness, and that his horror of himself was greater than she could even imagine. Then something happened to put Robert Cantyre out of her thoughts. She ran into the ubiquitous Miss Maggie in High Street, and the spinster rushed excitedly at her.
"Oh, Sally, have you heard about Mr. Bingley?" she began breathlessly.
Sally nerved herself for the worst, her heart sinking. Mrs. Dalton had won, and she had lost the last throw. The horror of the future seemed to press down upon her, a great black suffocating cloud, like the shadow of death. She managed to laugh and ask lightly, "Oh, what has that bold, bad man been doing? Running away with anybody's wife? Oh, how frightfully exciting, except for the wife." She thought that Mr. Bingley would make even such an elopement boring and respectable, somehow or other. Is he married or only engaged? What would happen to her now? What could she do? Where must she go? She could not stay in Little Crampton in the vicinity of Jimmy and his happy wife. "Oh, it's come sooner than I expected, the alternative," she thought, turning sick. She realised now how absolutely she had counted upon Mr. Bingley to pay Perseus to her Andromeda. Even at such a moment she could smile at thought of Mr. Bingley's romantic winged flight. "He is not really the shape for it, poor dear," she murmured to herself, and according to history and the pictures, Andromeda was slightly underdressed. He would fly back quicker than he came, a very shocked Perseus Bingley. Miss Maggie was astonished that Sally should burst out laughing and appear really amused if she supposed anything of the sort in the matter of Mr. Bingley's engagement or marriage. Was she calculating on getting the rich Mr. Randall from his wife? How exciting Little Crampton was!
"Oh, neither,"
she returned, intending that the prize should remain the centre of strenuous endeavour for many a long day to come.
"Neither engaged nor going to be married, that he knows of."
She broke off with a titter. Sally almost reeled with the sense of relief. He was not lost. Indeed, unless she was very much mistaken, he was far from lost. He was struggling to escape. Oh, yes, she saw that very plainly. But there was a traitor citadel within the gates that longed to capitulate.
"Oh, much more exciting than that for Mr. Bingley," went on Miss Maggie. "He's always been one of the lucky ones, relations simply dying off like flies, all adding to the collection, too," she added, highly amused at her own way of putting it. "I'm sure his motto is, all contributions thankfully received. He's lost a relation, so trying, but he's been left that relation's fortune, about £30,000. What do you think of that?"
Sally could hardly think. She realised that Mr. Bingley was doubly a prize, and had a feverish longing to proceed upon the quest without loss of time. How terrible if she lost him now! To lose Mr. Bingley was literally to lose everything. She must not waste a minute, not a minute. Miss Maggie looked into her excited, dilated eyes and smiled.
"I thought you'd be interested," she purred. "So was Mrs. Dalton. When I left her, she was looking in the motor window at that new Rolls-Royce."
"Oh," said Sally blankly.
It was left to Mr. Bingley because the other relations had wives and children and were poor and really needed it, so that Mr. Bingley could afford to be careful with it. That's the sort of people they all are. He's to come back today, after the funeral."
Sally wondered by what train the fortunate man would return. If Miss Maggie knew, she did not say.
"Oh, such an ordeal, a relation's funeral," she went on. "Still, Mr. Bingley has great tact. He would imply how certain he was of the corpse's salvation, and how much better off he was there. Religion is such a comfort at such a time. He will be quite a parti now, won't he? About £3,000 a year, I suppose, with a big bank and a salary to come any day. What a lot of sympathy he will get. Such a sad loss. But I suppose somebody's gain in the end. That's the way the world wags, isn't it? Look at Mrs. Wilmot Randall. I dare say more than one would like to be in her shoes. And such a charming man, so different from Mr. Bingley, though rather young, of course. My dear, I thought you'd like to know at once."
She rushed away to spread the tidings elsewhere. What a lot of tea invitations she would get! She would be able to tell everybody exactly what Sally and Mrs. Dalton looked and said and felt. Finally, she decided to favour the Peytons. She hated Mr. Peyton, but their teas were a dream.
"Oh, my dear," she gushed to the recovered Mrs. Peyton, "how well you're looking! How splendidly Mr. Peyton looks after you, giving you stuff and things to make you better. What's the name of it? Not many husbands like that, unfortunately."
Then she plunged into her news and added,
"I assure you, if ever I saw determination in two women's faces, I saw it then. They just set their teeth with that 'I will' look."
She was not far out. Sally walked up High Street willing very hard indeed. At the motor agency she ran into Mrs. Dalton. That lady still had her nose glued to the window.
"Oh, isn't it a beauty?" she cried longingly.
It was Nina, bored to death, who first hailed Sally.
"Mummy won't come away," she complained, "and I'd rather go to the confectioner's. Poor Mr. Bingley's gone to a funeral. Isn't it sad? I wonder if there'll be those funny nodding things. Miss Maggie said he'd borne up well and had been awfully brave. I like weddings better than funerals. Who will you marry, Miss Lunton?"
Mrs. Dalton glanced at her rival with anxious eyes. Then she turned again to the window. Would it ever be hers? She sighed.
"Mummy, you're creaking. Why do you and Mr. Bingley creak? Miss Lunton never creaks. Who will you marry, Miss Lunton?"
"Oh, Mr. Nobody. I'm thinking of being a nice old maid with cats."
"Oh, like Mother making up her mind to be a widow," said the child in all innocence. "Oh, but you haven't an old maidy look in your eyes. They're all sparkles. I wish mine were all sparkles. I wish I had yellow hair like yours. I want to stroke it. Don't people always ask to stroke it? Do you let them? Mummy has tweezers to pull out the whitey bits. Do you pull out the whitey bits?"
"No, Miss Chatterbox," said Sally, suiting the action to the word. "I only pull out sixpences. Now run away and spend it." The child needed no second bidding. Mrs. Dalton moved to where she could get another view of the car. While she coveted that, the homeless vagabond by her side furnished her drawing-room with an artistic taste that Mr. Bingley, who clung to the early Victorian in everything, would have thought almost wanton. "I am lucky," she thought, counting her chickens. "He's manageable up to a certain extent by flattery. He isn't the amorous sort, and he's honourable, self-respecting, truthful, and yes, kind too, in his way. He is really human with children, and a better Mr. Bingley could be reached through them. Only, would they be Bingleyish children?" She gave a sharp sigh, and Mrs. Dalton echoed it.
The two women looked into each other's eyes, hesitated, and laughed. "Oh, we may as well see what humour there is," said Sally, "for it's pretty beastly on the whole, isn't it? We're not playing it low down because we like it, but because we must. Let's be friends," she added impulsively, "as far as it's possible."
"Why should we hate each other?" asked the widow. "It isn't the person, only his things."
"Oh, 3,000 things," laughed Sally. "It's made me, well, determined." Mrs. Dalton thrust out a dogged jaw. "And me." She looked towards the car. "I've simply ached for one all my life," she confessed. "And I for a home and ease," said Sally.
"Oh, isn't it sickening to think how easily men can earn such things, and that we can earn nothing, hardly bread?"
"Yes, rotten."
"It leads to so much. It's bad for us. You know how a stray dog goes about looking up into each face, seeking to find a master, anyone who will be kind, mean warmth and food. We get like that, some of us."
She felt compelled to speak out to Sally. She knew she would understand, and it was a relief to drop pretence.
"I was like that once. I had a miserable life in a miserable home. I was like a stray dog, and he wasn't kind. I got Nina, but for that. Now it's the same thing all over again, but none the less hateful. A car would make it so much easier. One could get away from things more."
"Oh, one could," agreed Sally. "I shall do my best to win the car, but of course I shall play fair."
"I know that, and so shall I to you.
Not to others, though. You're better off than I, elegant, beautiful, and younger. I'm 35, with a career and independence." "I'm much worse off, as a matter of fact," returned Sally, "but we need not go into that." Then an idea struck her, and she smiled. "Suppose, just as you had acquired a cheap two-seater, perhaps second-hand, you were offered a Rolls-Royce. What would you do?"
"Oh, palm off the two-seater on somebody who hadn't got a car at all," returned Mrs. Dalton promptly,
"and run the Rolls-Royce into the garage. Wouldn't you?"
"Oh, if I had any sense."
"Business is business. The other is quite a different thing. It never came my way." Sally was silent.
"How have you been getting on?" asked Mrs. Dalton. "He does zigzag so."
"Oh, he does indeed. Whoever wins deserves it, and will probably need a rest cure, and go on needing one. It's hateful that we have to do it at all, and yet I mean to go on to the bitter end and get the beast."
"So do I.
There's Nina." "Oh, bring Nina up differently. You have at least that in your power. See that she has the right sort of education, pride and independence." "I must first find something to bring her up on." "Oh, will the girl of tomorrow do this sort of thing?" asked Sally sombrely. "And yet I suppose some always will. Those that hate work, or can't find it, or haven't ability. After all, it's the shortest cut to many things, and as long as the marriageable women outnumber the marriageable men, it'll always be done. Yet our colonies are being starved for want of women. War will not wrest them from us, but a dropping birth rate of the best type of colonist must in the end. Still, you and I aren't out for slavery and cutting off all ease, are we?"
"Oh, it's such a sacrifice. I can't imagine a man being worth it," said Mrs. Dalton rather grimly. "In some of the parts of the North West Territory the lives of the women must be ghastly. They're cut off from everything."
"Yes, but what a lot they're doing. How splendid they must be. However, I don't belong to such high types, but to a low one. I want the soft job, if it's to be got by hook or crook."
"And I don't belong to the noble type either," said Mrs. Dalton. "Why pretend?"
"I'd like to be able to afford it, though," answered Sally, thinking of Dinah Randall. "After all, there's only disgrace in failure. It's the sorry success or the scrap heap. Nina is no end of an asset to you. He is really fond of her, quite paternal. Oh, black eyes and yellow hair are assets too, and slim figure and ankles and feet. That X-ray idea was wonderful, but isn't it beginning to show a little dark at the roots here and there?" Perhaps the wish was father to the thought. Sally's eyes twinkled. "Oh, it will hang out," she said. "I've just thought of such an awful thing. Suppose while we fought like two dogs over a bone, a third one carried it away from under our very noses." "Oh, Miss Lunton, don't!" "Oh, such a valuable bone, isn't it? I wish there was more bone and less meat." Mrs. Dalton chuckled. "I can't afford to mind that," she said. "I'm a trifle on the meaty side myself. It'll be a close thing. You have the wit and beauty, but I am safe and domestic, and have been through the mill, nicely broken in. You look as if nothing could either bend or break you, Miss Lunton." The laughter and sparkle died out of Sally's face. "You're mistaken," she said. "Life itself has broken me in more ways than one. Here's Nina," she added abruptly. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Here's luck to my husband's wife. It was later in the day, and Sally had started for a climb. She was trying to feel absolutely certain that everything would turn out for the best, and she would still know security and success. Happiness? Well, happiness was far to seek, and lay behind her. There had only been one thing to matter in her life, and that was over and done with years ago. It was a dead thing. Let the dead past bury its dead. To let what had been spoil what might be was against her whole philosophy of logic and life. It meant walking in the shadows instead of the sunshine, clinging to the dead hand instead of the living. She would forget. Only it was awkward when the past became the present, as it had a way of doing, and came hurtling into the life that sought to thrust it back. Here was Jimmy at her very doors, making the thing alive. Just the same Jimmy, save that another woman owned him. She climbed the mountain and looked at the sea lying in the light like a sword. So was Jimmy and the best part of her life set for ever beyond her reach. She came down and turned towards the moor road. A strong, keen wind blew from the east, ruffling the hair on her brow. It ran like wine and fire through her veins. She thrilled to the mere pagan love of life. What is money, after all? She thought. What can it buy really worth having? Love, peace of soul, happiness, 1 inch of the sky. What is its purchasing power? Just a cage to live in. Here I am free. The earth, the sky, the very wind is mine. Money could neither give me that, nor lack of money take it from me. She stood drawing in deep breaths. How mean and low was her ambition, how fatal in its consequences, a selfish ambition. One sought world dominion, but death was still overlord, his power omnipotent, his throne unshakable. To him went the victory. Selfishness is the root of all evil, she told herself. I can realize it, but I won't alter it. She thought how selfish she had been all her life, how self-seeking. I'm a true Lunton, there's no doubt about that. She put herself by Mr. Lovelady and his thought and life lived for others, and did not like the contrast. She almost forgot Jimmy. She quite forgot Mr. Bingley. Yet Mr. Bingley had not forgotten her. All the way back in the train he thought of her. Should he not? At home, as he changed into a grey suit that seemed to him just the correct sort of mourning for a relation who had made him his heir, it was a pleasing grey, smartly cut but not frivolous, he thought of Sally. Did grey make him look less slim than blue? To be or not to be? He decided to go for a walk till dinner time and think it over. His luncheon had been most unsatisfactory. No man of feeling would eat heartily at the funeral luncheon of a relation, even though the will had been read and he knew exactly where he was. Besides, the cook had been upset about something. She'd been there 25 years and possibly expected a legacy, as those greedy parasites did, and the meal was rather bad. On his way to the station, he had telegraphed directions to his own cook on the matter of dinner. She was to spare neither trouble nor expense. Fortunately, he had a suitcase with him, and there was a good wine merchant's close to his cousin's house, so that he was able to slip out and get some excellent port. Champagne he considered unsuitable under the circumstances, and put it in his bag without a soul being any the wiser. It was not that he was in any way ashamed of his action. Everyone knew he had never exceeded by as much as half a glass in his life, but he was afraid of being misunderstood and thought heartless. It was a censorious world. He decided he would go on the moors. The wind there gave one such an appetite. Vanna had told him to what he might look forward, and he would please the decent woman by doing her cooking full justice. His face was solemn, as befitted the occasion, but his step was buoyant. He had lost a relation and gained a fortune. Debit a relation, credit a fortune. Well, well, such was life. He looked round him with a genial smile. Undoubtedly there was no season like spring. His strong sense of religion had supported him throughout the whole trying ordeal. The relation was so obviously much better off, he would not wish anything different himself. Dear fellow, he had gone to his happy home. He had proved himself a true Bingley, and what higher standard could there be? For instance, he had many beggarly and consequently worthless nearer relations, but they would have used the money for spending, for pleasure. They would not have been able to afford to be its sacred treasurer. In a word, they would not have cherished it. Yes, his cousin had acted with far-seeing good sense. It was always a pity to split up one good thing into a lot of poor things. 3,000 per annum, cooed Mr. Bingley, and increasing all the time. It makes one feel quite a man of substance. It certainly made him look it. I could marry almost anybody, he thought. Was it fair to other women to restrict his choice to Little Crampton? He might marry a society girl. Lady Clare Bingley sounded very well, he thought. Yet these people were so often frivolous and extravagant. He had heard of them as regarding home and husband as merely something to keep away from as much as possible. A shocking idea, most pernicious. Then he remembered a maxim of that wonderful woman, his mother. Never marry your social superior, she'll look down on you, and never marry your social inferior, you will look down on her. Mr. Bingley could not imagine even a duke's daughter looking down on Mr. Bingley once he was her lord. After all, it was sufficient for any woman to be Mrs. Alfred Bingley. That was title enough. He would not be the minnow in a great family, rather would he be his own great family. Yes, but would Sally be an absolutely safe investment? A solid 5%? What about these bubble things that seemed to promise 20, and as soon as they had you, burst? It was hard that duty could not always go hand in hand with pleasure. Still, there was no harm in seeing her, in being decently civil. He would probably do that tomorrow. No harm in showing a little gallantry towards both the ladies. There was safety in numbers. What a prize he was, a man who was bound to get to the top, of high moral rectitude and great mental ability, with easy manners that women found so charming, and a sense of humour they seldom appreciated. Of a pleasing exterior, too. He didn't call himself actually handsome, did not wish to be. Handsome men were apt to be like barber's blocks, and effeminate and conceited. No one could ever accuse him of being either. A man should not be beautiful to look upon. That was the woman's part. He should be strong, able, responsible in all matters. If he had had any vanity, he might almost have suspected himself of being the ideal man. But vanity he left to the weaker sex. It was their prerogative. How delightful the Moor Road was! He liked Little Crampton. The place absolutely revolved around him and his bank. He reigned undisputed king. Even Wilmot Randall could not dispute his sway. Wilmot Randall was married. When he married, would the sceptre fall from his hands and some mere nobody pick it up? A disturbing thought. But no, his position was so important. Even Mr. Lovelady was simply nowhere without him. Mr. Lovelady was jealous of Sally. Anybody could see it. A most lamentable fault in a clergyman. He would put a stop to Sally's great chances if he could, deprive the poor girl of her happiness. Oh, too bad, too bad. Then just ahead of him he saw the subject of his thoughts, and his pulses and footsteps quickened. This was really a remarkable coincidence. They would be able to have quite a nice little walk before he must turn back for dinner. Sally turned as he came up to her, and her pulses also quickened. Her chance at last! Her dark mood was past, and she looked very pretty with her wind-flushed cheeks. "Well, here's luck to my husband's wife," she inwardly toasted. "It's now or never. I can feel it in my bones." They had paused outside the Hopkins house, and Miss Maggie, looking through the window, shivered with excitement. Would Sally get him? That she was going to try, she felt certain. Well, she would watch for their return, and the girl's face would tell her all she wanted to know. Mr. Bingley greeted Sally with impressive pleasure. He thought he had never seen her look so lovely. Her eyes were sparkling, her cheeks carmine, the corners of her mouth curling demurely at the sight of him. It was well to have it in one's power to bring this look to a woman's face. He liked her half-shy welcome. It suited her. It suited his mood. He had buried a rich relation. He was dying to discuss the great happening, and there was something especially alluring at thought of discussing it with Sally. "I may accompany you?" he asked, with that elaborate courtesy he kept for the favoured few. "I have only just returned to Little Crampton." "Miss Maggie was telling us of your loss," she returned soberly. "Believe me, I feel for you in every way." Her lips did not twitch. She believed Mr. Bingley would consider she had expressed herself with perfect tact. He did. "Ah, Miss Maggie," he said as lightly as he thought suitable under the circumstances. "The tongue is an unruly member in a woman." He did not foresee it becoming more unruly yet, and at his expense. "It has been a great ordeal, a very great ordeal." "Oh, it must have been," she agreed. "Yet I feel sure your courage would always be equal to such ordeals." She wondered if she had ventured too much. But no, he had swallowed it with avidity. "Oh, one does one's best," he said modestly. "Oh, but your best, Mr. Bingley," she murmured expressively, wondering to herself, would the creature's maw never be filled? "Oh, poor fellow, it would not be right to wish that he should linger on, perhaps suffer.
One knows he is so much better off, Miss Lantern."
"They always are under such circumstances," thought Sally cynically, as she said aloud, "Oh, of course." She tried to look as if she were in church, and saw that Mr. Bingley was both pleased and impressed. Mr. Bingley began to feel as if he were in church too, reading the scriptures at a large congregation. "What a libel to imply she is frivolous, flirtatious, or unsuitable," he thought indignantly. He always felt this disadvantage, and more, when Miss Maggie talked of Sally. He now felt certain she was a true woman, and modest and religious. "In the midst of life we are in death," he said, and blew his nose. Sally was not affected, save unpleasantly. She was jarred and winced for a moment. Mr. Bingley's heavy touch, his platitudes, seemed to take all the beauty out of the world. She rebelled. "Sometimes I think," she said, "it is equally true to say that in the midst of death we're in life. We see it every day. Someone drops in his traces, and yet everything goes on just the same. The greatest man, even the man, did not hold back the beating pulse of the world for an instant. Thousands are dying only a few hours' journey away, and nothing seems to mark it. In the midst of life we're in death has a terrible, almost a morbid sound. But if we remember that in the midst of death we are in life, then we can still march forward, keep our courage up, the flag flying. We can leave the dead and the past behind, and go on and on." Mr. Bingley stared at her with surprise and disapproval. Apart from the fact that she was talking nonsense and irreverently, she was talking far too much. Besides, one didn't talk like that at all on a weekday, though of course a funeral made a difference. Still, he was aching to discuss his fortune. But would that seem a little callous or wanting in good taste? It was obvious she had placed him on a very high pedestal indeed, perhaps too high for mere mortal man to occupy. After all, he was but human. It would be more restful to come down, but it was more dignified to stay up. "You must not puzzle your charming little head with such thoughts, Miss Lantern," he said at length. "Leave that to your elders and the wiser. Remain free of care, free of responsibility while you can." "Yes," she agreed obediently. "Was your cousin quite old?"
Close on 50.
He spoke a little reluctantly. "Oh, still in the prime of life!" she exclaimed, astonished. "That was hard." His glance was reproving as he said,
"He is at rest, dear fellow."
"Oh, yes."
"In my father's house are many mansions."
Again the girl winced. Again she felt moved to protest. "Yes, I know, but sometimes I wonder, suppose you got the finest mansion, and the other did not get one at all, or inhabited one with someone else. How be happy then?"
"What other?" asked Mr. Bingley, staring. He was pleased that she should bring her religious difficulties to him. Who more fitted to relieve them than the valuable lay reader?
"The one that mattered." And she looked tragic for a moment. "You in your mansion, and he or she in another, or perhaps cast out altogether. Between you the great gulf set." Mr. Bingley felt a little irritated, as if any nice person would commit the bêtise of setting his or her affections on an individual who went to the wrong place.
"If thy right hand offend thee, cut it off," he murmured firmly, feeling himself strong enough to make the necessary amputation. "If this person will not come up to your level, you cannot go down to his or hers."
"You must just save yourself?" asked Sally, looking at him oddly. "There is no redemption through a great love?"
"You must do what is right," said the man of 3 Ps, principles, prejudices, and platitudes. One cannot touch pitch without being defiled.
Or if a sinner burns, endeavour to put out the flames, lest one gets a little scorched. Love cannot count, sacrifice cannot count, neither can buy an ounce of redemption for the lost one. Oh, how sensible you are, Mr. Bingley.
One has to be in a bank.
Then he remembered the part of lay reader.
Straight and narrow is the way, he said.
Very narrow, seemingly.
Oh, it has to be.
Of course, there's nothing like keeping it select, she retorted recklessly, but it makes one feel sorry for the very fact. Think of poor Mr. Bolivar being taken up for causing an obstruction. There, I've done it now, she thought, and I don't care. I don't care. He's utterly contemptible, almost as contemptible as I am. Everything was going splendidly, and then I began to think of other things, things that hurt, and now, matrimonially speaking, I'm in the cart. Oh, Sally, you silly ass! Do you want to face the alternative?
I beg your pardon, gasped Mr. Bingley, thinking he could not have heard aright. What did you say?
Sally pulled herself together. Perhaps all was not lost yet. When they were married, they would not be going walks together like this. One could mostly be out when he was in, and in when he was out. Oh, how silly of me, she said. I was just thinking of ordinary narrow paths, like the one leading to the mountain stile, and wondering how Mr. Bolivar would manage if there was a crowd. No one would be able to pass.
Oh, said Mr. Bingley, relieved and not objecting to have stones thrown at that fat fool Bolivar. I hardly suppose he would go at all in such a case. What a monstrosity the fellow was, and so oblivious of it. Why, the very name Bolivar exuded fatness. Imagine being cursed with a name that designated a shape, and such a shape.
Poor Mr. Bolivar, sighed Sally, and such a big, warm heart. Hearts don't count enough, I am afraid. Sometimes I'm afraid we women admire brains too much. What do you think, Mr. Bingley? Mr. Bingley didn't think. He knew. His innate modesty made him seem a trifle self-conscious as he said, "Oh, I don't know about that, Miss Sally. So hard on the others, don't you know?" Ah, thought the schemer, the right bait, and swallowed in one gulp. If I can only keep my head, I'll do it yet. What a triumph to return home engaged. Poor Mrs. Dalton. But Miss Maggie would be pleased that her plan had come off. And what a relief to sit on velvet instead of rocks. The others must take their chance, she said. What have they to do with us? Do you know the sort of man I admire? Mr. Bingley blushed. How should I? He asked, all confusion. Oh, I wish I knew how one laughed inside, thought Sally wildly, as she tried to prevent the corners of her mouth from twitching. To laugh is to lose. Oh, I mustn't. I won't. Her face was contorted for a moment, and she felt his eyes upon it. Oh, such a twinge, neuralgia, she explained. Oh, but it's gone now. Then she baited her hook and offered it. Well, Mr. Bingley, if you must know, she looked down in maidenly confusion, it's the silent, strong man. Odd, she thought cynically, how in real life the silent, strong man is seldom strong and never silent. "Oh, Miss Sally," said the fluttered Mr. Bingley. "Oh, really?" "Yes, really. If only they weren't so rare. Yet now and then an ideal materialises." She looked away as one who had said too much. "Oh, yet I can't act on the stage," she thought. "Now, if I can stop thinking of inconvenient things, it's as good as done. Will he kiss me? Hold me against his heart? Oh, such a pulpy body, and I shall have to seem as if I liked it." She felt rather like someone who had screwed up courage to go and have a tooth out and longed for it to be over. In the meanwhile she was being kept waiting on the dentist's doorstep. Mr. Bingley almost purred as he moved a little closer.
"It's strange how people come across people," he began.
Sally kept her gravity. "Perhaps it's meant," she said in a hushed voice.
"Yes, perhaps it is. Who knows?"
He was busy thinking. He must keep his head. He must remember his mother's guide. He must not act like an impetuous boy. And yet he did so want to.
"Did you hear about a little money coming to me?" he asked abruptly. "It worries me rather."
"Worries you?" she gasped. He had not given her that impression.
"Such a very grave responsibility," he said with slight reproof. "I assure you, Miss Sally, I feel it deeply. The careless, shallow natures seem to think we are put into the world for the thoughtless enjoyment of money, the mere spending, the selfish scattering. To me it is a trust, something to be guarded."
"Oh, what a beautiful idea!" cried Sally, mentally spending a considerable portion of this trust upon herself and some of life's luckless.
"A worthy treasurer, that is my ideal. You remember the 10 talents, the lesson of increasing, so clearly expressed?"
The devil can always quote Scripture to his ends, and the unco good likewise, it seems, thought Sally as she nodded, fixing admiring eyes upon his face. Mr. Bingley would guard indeed. He would not squander on that elusive, thankless thing called doing good. In other words, doing harm by pauperising. When one had a rare specimen, one didn't go throwing it about the world to get its priceless edges knocked off. One put it in a glass case and locked it up out of harm's way. Now and then one took it out and looked at it, perhaps measured it to see how much it had grown. For if a rolling stone gathers no moss, the guarded treasure does. He had already decided upon the special glass case which should contain this hoard. Women got such fly-away notions into their shallow little heads. He was glad Sally did not possess them, that she was the thing with his eyes, seemed indeed prepared to see everything through the wider, wiser vision.
"At first I didn't know why I had thus been honoured above the rest," he said modestly, "and then I realised what it all meant. My dear cousin knew it would be safe in my hands."
"Yes," said Sally, adding to herself, worse luck. She would have to get him to make a settlement somehow or other.
"Let us go this way," he suggested, turning on to the moors.
She followed his lead, even though she saw it would take them past the hut, which she would rather have avoided. This was no time to cross Mr. Bingley in the slightest of his desires. She trod obediently along the rough track by his side. She shrank a little as she saw a figure come out of the miserable dwelling and lean listlessly against the portals. She had to remember his insult to her and harden her heart, otherwise she must have felt sorry for him, so dejected was his attitude. She stole another glance at him. He was looking ill, she thought, his face very strained. It still retained its Indian bronze, but it was thin and haggard, his mouth painfully compressed. "Oh, drink showing at last," she told herself. Then she looked at him again. It was difficult to associate such a weakness with this man's clear-cut, refined face, more difficult than ever just then. He turned and saw her, starting violently. His face flushed scarlet, and for an instant his eyes met hers. There was shame in them, and apology, and a desperate, moving appeal as well. Sally could not be ungenerous. She moved forward impulsively to meet it, to say she would forgive and forget if he would conquer even at the 11th hour. She would once more offer her help and friendship, and they would start afresh. And then she caught sight of the disapproving frown on Mr. Bingley's face. Was this a time to offend Mr. Bingley? To offend him was to lose him for ever. She was sorry for Robert Cantyre, but she was sorrier for herself. Oneself naturally came first. She passed the man of the hut with a casual little nod. When she was Mrs Alfred Bingley it would be easier. She would be able to afford to help others then. To descend into the gutter was to be helpful to none, and economically a crime when it could be avoided. She must avoid it at all costs. She was pleased with her own sensible arguments as they walked along, and waited for the momentous words to be spoken, and she was annoyed that a pair of desperate grey eyes went with her.
"Really, I have no patience with the working class," exclaimed Mr Bingley,
who felt extremely put out. Why, he could not have said.
"You never see them doing anything useful in their spare time, always just lounging, and usually round the public houses."
"Oh, perhaps a man who has laboured hard for 8 hours a day, week in and week out, requires to lounge somewhere," said Sally. "It's a pity we haven't the continental cafe system, with a sort of combined club arrangement. We not only ask them to drink, but ask them to drink poor stuff, and as uncomfortably and expensively as possible." Mr Bingley looked his opinion of such nonsense, and Sally hurriedly changed the subject. She must remember one thing, and one thing only. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 18. I'm afraid we are lost, my very dear Miss Sally. Mr Bingley took out his watch. He must not be late for the sacred function of the day. He had never been late in his life. Ought he to turn now, or could he venture another 10 minutes? Miss Lunton was evidently out for a long walk. Would it be too pointed if he asked her to turn with him? It was a perfect evening, and it would be pleasant to go back with an increased appetite. Yes, he could afford those extra 10 minutes. They could walk back at a slightly quicker pace. She was an excellent walker. He would get in, he calculated, by 7:15 to the minute. Sally noticed his action, and her heart sank. "Oh dear," she thought, "I'd forgotten the creature's dinner. I had a vision of walking on and on till he did it. Once backing Little Crampton, all is lost." She caught sight of a small compass dangling from the watch-chain. "How clever!" she said admiringly. "Now a woman could never learn to find her way about by a compass." She knew, too, who could. Mr Bingley did not like to spoil her pleasure by owning that he doubted being able to make use of the compass. He shook it and looked very wise. Then he put his watch back and said, "Where does that funny crooked little path lead to? I've never been down it. Have you?" "No," returned Sally, who knew it led to getting hopelessly lost. "I should be afraid to go down it alone." She moved timidly nearer her protector. "And you shan't go down it alone," said the gallant Mr Bingley. "I am with you, Miss Sally. We will just go down it for 10 minutes and then turn." "Excellent," thought the girl exultantly. "Oh, I do hope there'll be a moon. He's just got to the stage when moonlight is the sure push-off. Oh, there was a lovely one last night when I had no special use for it." The crooked little path merged into other crooked little paths, the same, yet not quite the same, as Sally knew. She followed her guide with a trusting faith he thought very beautiful. She would lean, she would be the ivy to his oak. Never, never would she dispute his wise decision, his will, his way. She began to hum softly, "It's a long, long way to Tipperary." "Oh, quite a pleasant tune," said Mr Bingley. "Keeps one going, you know." It was certainly keeping them going. The bank manager made quite a good imitation of quick marching to it. More crooked little paths, the same, yet not quite the same, and Mr Bingley ever confident. The 10 minutes were not up.
The girl who took the wrong turning, quoted Sally to herself as she looked trustfully up at him. We've got a bit mixed, for here's little Mary following the lamb. Mr. Bingley looked into the soft black eyes. How sad they were! They did not sparkle now, but they were infinitely sweeter so. He looked long into them, and Sally whistled Tipperary again, a little plaintively, perhaps, and now it was Mr. Bingley who followed, blindly, besottedly. And everywhere that Mary went, the lamb went too. You bet, thought pleased Sally. I am almost Mrs. Alfred Bingley. Oh, he's sure to kiss me. Oh, our poor shrinking flesh, how cowardly it is. Perhaps if I keep my eyes shut, I shall be able to bear it. Anyway, I must. I'm about in the dentist's chair by now, I suppose. I wish I could have gas. Oh, hurry up, man, and get it over. What a wrench it's going to be, but how comfortable afterwards. She looked at him, smiling shyly. Miss Sally, began Mr. Bingley huskily. He made a step forward, his hand outstretched to seize hers. She set her teeth and waited. It's going to be a wisdom tooth. Oh, she cried to herself. Now for it. Then a strange, illogical thing happened. If the face of Jimmy and the dead past had risen to appall, to bid her pause, she could have understood, have conquered them. But it was instead the desperate appeal in Robert Cantyre's grey eyes that she saw, and that so astonished and disconcerted her that she could not recover herself all at once. I went on the lay reader, and then something about the girl, perhaps the tenseness of her figure, the stiff smile on her lips, brought him sharply to himself. What had he been about to do or say? Once spoken, he could not have taken the words back. He was most strictly honourable, his word his bond. He had saved himself, though only on the brink. What a mercy she had noticed nothing. Miss Sally, he said abruptly, we must turn back. I shall be late for dinner. Sally bit off a naughty word in time and turned smiling. Oh, that would never do, she said. After all, since they happened to be going in the wrong direction, things were not yet lost. The moon, the blessed moon, friend of lovers and the designing, would come out and save her yet. Oh, what a fool she'd been to look like that, feel like that. And all because of a stranger's unhappy eyes. Did she want to remain Sally on the rocks to the end? Next time she would manage better, be a little helpful. That thrust-out hand should find hers. The irrevocable word should be spoken. The kiss not only received, but returned. Though that will take some doing, she told herself. In his relief, Mr. Bingley was hardly aware of where he was going. He had been almost over the precipice. How providential to find his feet on firm earth again. He broke into a quicker walk. The sooner they got home, the better. He began to feel the need of his dinner. Funeral luncheons were most unsatisfactory. Even if the repast had been all it might have been, he would scarcely have cared to let himself really go. Mary continues to follow the lamb, which is losing Mary, thought Sally, highly amused. Lost, stolen or strayed, a Bingley answering to the name of Alfred. Once more Mr. Bingley took out his watch, but Sally did not mind this time. It would need more than a watch to spoil her plans now. There was horror on his face. Really, it's most peculiar, he muttered. What? asked Sally, all innocence. This path, or paths, I had not noticed what a lot of them there are, and all exactly alike. The county council ought to put up signboards. Disgraceful. I gave 10 minutes to going and 10 to getting back where we started from. And though it's 11 minutes and we've been walking faster, I don't see the path. Do you? Sally had not expected to, but she affected great surprise.
"No, wherever can it be?"
"It almost looks as if we might have come a little out of the right direction. Now, which way is it, I wonder?" Sally left it entirely to him. She knew he could be trusted to do as she wished. He would never own himself at fault, never ask a woman's help. He would be the silent, strong man at any cost.
"Oh, how thankful I am to be in your care!" she exclaimed. "How awful if I had been alone!"
She certainly would not have been lost in that case. Mr. Bingley looked at his watch again, and then at the maze of paths. Sally clapped her hands.
"Oh, Mr. Bingley, how like you, and how clever to think of it! Now we shall be all right."
He stared.
"The compass, you know?"
Mr. Bingley took the compass in his hand and shook it. Then he stared at it hard, and then at the sky. The wretched needle seemed to him to dance about in the most ridiculous fashion.
"Oh, so few men, or civilians, I mean, of course, can manage a compass," cooed Sally admiringly.
He shook it again. Again the needle danced around. Then it stopped and pointed to the north. Did that mean they ought to go north? And which was north? Why couldn't the inventors make a thing that would work properly? He turned slowly round, revolving on a pivot. Are we going to play at blind man's buff, or getting giddy, or what? Thought Sally, interested.
I wonder what time the moon is due.
Mr. Bingley counted the paths. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Odd, he had never noticed that there were 5. He thought there'd been only 3. He decided that the middle one looked the most familiar. He marched down it with an air of confidence he was far from feeling. After walking another 10 minutes, he came to a branch of 7 paths. He began to be a little alarmed. Impossible that they should be lost, and such a short way from the big broad path he knew so well. But tiresome, very tiresome. He was certain he had not noticed a branch of 7 paths. He took the 3rd. At the end of 15 minutes they faced a tangle of 11 paths. Then he grew really alarmed. It was like a nightmare. Next he supposed there would be 20. He was prepared for anything, except to own up. He took the path to the right. It had a shrub he thought he remembered. They came to a branch of 3 paths. He drew a breath of relief. This was better. Nothing like keeping one's head. Women never kept their heads in an emergency. They only made it the more emergent. Only another 10 minutes. It had been the middle one. He remembered that distinctly. Why, it was the very spot where he had nearly met with such fatal disaster. "We're all right now," he said kindly to Sally. "Don't you worry."
"I'm not worrying," she said, truthfully enough.
She looked at the remains of the sunset. Oh, excellent young man. They walked a little way, and then Mr. Bingley had again recourse to his watch. His face was very grave as he consulted it. Then he made the needle of the compass dance again. "I think we will turn to the right," which happens to be the wrong, I fancy, thought Sally, turning. The more hopelessly she felt he was losing her, the more confiding grew her manner. At this rate we shall land in the sea in 6 months or so. How jolly for the mermaids to have Mr. Bingley to play with. That is, if Mr. Bingley permits the liberty. She looked up at him. She had not very far to look, like a dog following its master. As soon question the wisdom of the Almighty as Mr. Bingley's. He looked down at her, a long way down it seemed to him, and his heart grew dangerously soft. How enthralling when grave and sombre, how fascinating when bubbling over with laughter. How beautifully she followed his lead. What a valuable quality in a woman. The silent, strong man, the weak, trusting woman. His chivalry was stirred.
The dentist chair again, thought Sally. We shall walk home by the roseate hues of early dawn, engaged. The moon will have pushed off our matrimonial craft.
A peevish sound came from Mr. Bingley. "Oh, look, we ought to have got to the big path, and just look what we have got to. The county council deserves shooting. He would have to go on it himself, he supposed, if any work was to be done. Losing people like this." Sally was amused to discover they had got to a tangle of 19 paths, crossing and recrossing, blending and branching off again. The maze at Hampton Court was nothing to it. But while he had expected something different, Sally had entered it with her eyes open.
"It does seem funny, certainly," she agreed.
"Funny?" He checked himself abruptly. An awful realization was coming surely and slowly upon him. They were lost. First the infernal compass, and then the county council had lost them. He remembered with horror what getting lost on the moors meant. Sally must not guess the nature of the disaster that had come upon them. Women get so hysterical. Suppose she cried? The womanly woman always cried. He would find the way back to Little Crampton and his dinner somehow. The inner man was crying out for that same said dinner. He was annoyed that he had saved himself up for it so carefully. He might have risked a little more of that funeral luncheon after all. The beefsteak pie had not looked so bad. He could have left the pastry and the beefsteak. It would look more feeling to leave something, and have eaten the kidneys with potatoes and plenty of gravy. It would be more like 8:30 than 7:15 by the time he got back, and he would have had nothing, simply nothing to go upon. It was well to be a woman at such a time. They never seemed to bother about meals or be really hungry. At least refined gentlewomen didn't, and could eat anything and at any time. Possibly Miss Lunton would just as soon have her supper at 9 as at 8, her usual hour. She would only be a quarter of an hour or so late, and he an hour, and his meal might be spoiled. "Confound this compass!" he exclaimed with asperity. "What right have people to sell a thing that isn't in working order?"
"They will do it," returned Sally sympathetically. She peered at the compass. "It looks as if it's gone wrong," she remarked. "I'm sure the needle should not go on like that all the time, just contradicting itself. I should take it back if I were you."
"I certainly shall, and get my money back too, and tell the man what I think of him," he exclaimed. "It might have lost us." He gave a nervous little laugh. "That would have been a nasty game to play on us, Miss Sally?" It was clever of her to find out that the compass had gone wrong. Some women were so unreasonable, might have blamed him. Sally managed to shudder realistically at the mere thought of being lost. She wondered what her role had better be when the facts could no longer be concealed. Perhaps she had better wait for a clue. Her natural one was the helpful comrade, but Mr. Bingley might prefer a few womanly tears and a state of almost abject dependence. She must not make a second mistake. "I wonder what time the moon is due," she thought. Mr. Bingley pulled himself together. "We will try the next curve," he said. "We must find ourselves somewhere familiar soon." He looked at the sky. It was growing dusk. Dusk and then dark. Oh, good heavens, the way must be found at once, or... He refused to follow that "or" any further. Would Vanna be able to keep dinner back without spoiling or wasting, or would she, shaken to the foundations, womanlike, lose her head? He hurried round curve after curve, now and then breaking into a little trot. "Just like a rabbit seeking cover," thought Sally, inwardly convulsed. They arrived at 4 paths. "Another junction," murmured the girl. "Change here for Manchester, Birmingham and Crewe." Aloud she said, "I think you could claim damages against the man for selling a compass like that. I'm afraid you'll be a little late for your dinner." "Oh, how understanding she is," thought Mr. Bingley, sighing dolorously. "I'm afraid so too, Miss Lunton," he said aloud. "How good of you to take it like this."
"Oh, but I do not mind at all. You look after me so nicely. Suppose I had been lost alone, or with the average man?"
"I could not bear to think of that," he exclaimed truthfully. "You are safe with me, whatever comes or goes." "I hope a mad bull won't come," she thought, "because then I am afraid Mr. Bingley might go in earnest." She did her escort an injustice. Even in such an hour he would not have forgotten to play the gentleman. He would not have left Sally to the bull. He would probably have seized her hand and saved her by his dodging and running. "Oh, it's not as if we are really lost yet," he murmured reassuringly.
"Oh, no."
They went on, only to discover another junction. Then Mr. Bingley's proud spirit crumpled up, and he prepared to break the news to the unconscious Miss Lunton. "Bear up, I beg of you," he began bravely. "The fact is, I really am afraid we are lost, my very dear Miss Sally."
End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of Sally on the Rocks by Winifred Boggs. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 19. But perhaps bank managers don't curl. "Oh dear, what's the cue?" thought Sally. "Will it help or hinder if I drop into his arms and cling timidly?" She looked at him and decided it would hinder. "I must just be very unselfish," she decided, and of course surprised. "Really lost? Oh, you cannot mean it!" she gasped.
Thanks to the county council and the compass. Disgraceful."
"Oh, how trying for you! Oh, why, your dinner will be quite cold. Oh, it does not matter to me. I can take a scratch meal any time and not notice the difference." As a matter of fact, she was quite as hungry as Mr. Bingley. He warmed to her.
"Yes, it is trying," he owned, "but I am fortunate in my charming company, Miss Sally. I am sure Vanna will keep her head and hold it back. It's the first emergency she's been faced with since she entered my household, and it would be deplorable if she did not rise to it. Simply deplorable."
Sally fought with a desire to laugh, and conquered, making a dovish sound, as she described it to herself. Mr. Bingley took it to mean what he wished.
"You think Vanna will keep her head?" he asked eagerly.
"Yes, oh yes," she assented, but could not resist the malicious query. "And which way do we go now, Mr. Bingley?" Mr. Bingley determined to go dinnerwards, or die in the attempt. It was all very well taking exercise to get up an appetite, but it was rather awkward, having taken so much exercise and having got the sharp appetite, to have so little prospect of getting the dinner. He took Sally's hand, pulling it through his arm.
"You must be tired," he said sympathetically. "Just lean on me, my dear Miss Sally. I will see to everything."
"I feel sure you will," she returned, looking up at him under lowered black lashes. "Somehow I hardly mind being lost with you at all, Mr. Bingley." He patted her hand.
"My dear child, don't you worry. If we are a little out of our way, you can trust me to find it."
"Oh, dear old moon, come quickly and let's get it over," begged Sally. "I'm sure I could bear it better by moonlight. If one might only shut one's eyes and hold one's nose, as one used to do when swallowing something especially awful, I might be able to bear up really well. Need you ask me to trust you? Cannot you see?" she asked reproachfully. He looked down into the piquant, sparkling face, and forgot his crying need of dinner, as it occurred to him that Sally had even more than a beautiful face, a beautiful soul. He placed his hand over hers. "You are a true woman," he said emotionally. Sally wondered how long he was going to hedge, when, if ever, he would come to the point. He was keeping her such a long time on the dentist's doorstep. Besides, she wanted to laugh, and she knew she had got to look soulful. She was sure Mr. Bingley did not yet recognise the gravity of the situation. He was aware that they were lost, temporarily, but not that it would be dark before he found the right path, which she believed to be absolutely in the opposite direction. When it became dark, they would have to stay where they were till the moon rose. If the moon did not rise, they would have to stay there till the dawn broke. When a romantic veil of moonlight shone over the moors, he would probably propose, if he had not already done so, but he would certainly insist on losing her still more in his efforts to get back at a respectable hour. She thought of the sensation in Little Crampton when Mr. Bingley, by whom people set their clocks, did not return for dinner, and when Miss Lunton did not return either. Bedtime, but no Miss Lunton or Mr. Bingley. Was it possible they'd fled together to the nearest registry office? Had Miss Lunton abducted Mr. Bingley on hearing of his fresh fortune, bent on compromising the poor dear man? And then Mr. Bingley and Miss Lunton and the milk all turning up together. Are such things possible in Little Crampton? What a thrill! Why, he'd almost have to marry her for the sake of the bank. She choked into her handkerchief. "Oh, don't, he implored. "Be brave, Miss Sally." He pressed her hand. "The average woman would be crying or making a fuss or saying she could not walk another step, but you are different." Sally forced herself to return the pressure of his hand, looking down and seeming to blush. "He's taking his time, but he's getting there," she thought. "Oh, poor Mrs. Dalton. But that's the way the world wags. One's gain is another's loss. When he gets a bank elsewhere, she must come and stay, and I'll find someone for her." Mr. Bingley took away his hand abruptly. Good gracious, what had he been about to say? And his dinner spoiling, while the inner man raised a loud clamour for it. Oh, how gross only to be able to think of his appetite. He must be careful never to find himself in such a coarse situation again. By having an excellent dinner before he got too hungry, he had been able to go through life unconscious of what he called, in others, a carnal appetite. "We must bustle along a bit. We must really," he exclaimed. "I'm afraid I am making it uncomfortable for you." He took away his arm. "Oh dear, he thinks me too bold. Oh, good Lord, is it all to go through again?" thought Sally, beginning to feel exhausted. Husband hunting, or getting a man to propose, is the strenuous life, and no mistake. "Are you very tired?" he asked anxiously. "You can go on a bit, can't you?" "Oh, yes, I'm a splendid walker. I went on a tour once, and we lost ourselves and had to walk hours after the moon rose and then sleep out under the stars. It was heavenly." Her face flushed and her eyes shone. Then she remembered Mr. Bingley. "I hope there'll be a moon tonight." "Oh, we'll be home long before that," he gasped. "Oh, what a strong girl your friend must have been." "Oh, yes, very strong." "As strong as a man, almost." "Quite as strong as a man," agreed Sally. She was even stronger than I." "Oh, Mr. Bingley, here we are at the 7 junction again. Is it the same 7? I don't remember those trees." Mr. Bingley did not remember them either. He pointed vaguely. "Oh, surely Little Crampton lies in that direction." Sally nodded.
It's wonderful how men always know best.
Oh, they'd be there for the moonlight, all right. I wish I could have known a little better on this occasion, he returned ruefully. Still, he had every hope of getting home by, say, 9. 9 was quite a respectable hour to come home with a lady. Even Miss Maggie, if she happened to hear of it, and why need anybody hear of it, could not say very much. Of course, if it were 10, she might find a theme for foolish gossip, which would be painful and unpleasant to a man in his position. But nobody could make a scandal out of 10 o'clock, even in Little Crampton. Beyond 10 his imagination simply did not go. His dinner might be still eatable by then if Vanna kept her head. What a pity Miss Lunton's feminine intuition had served her so badly. If only she had thought fit to suggest earlier, before it was too late, that the compass had gone wrong. As far as that went, she was mainly responsible for the mishap. She had lured him on, as it were, not deliberately, but still lured. She had even suggested the use of the compass. It was she who seemed so eager to set forth on the adventure of the untried path. Oh, reckless, unthinking womanhood! Finally, if he had not met her at all, he wouldn't have been lost. He would be comfortably at home, seated at his dining table, his appetite being appeased, his dinner unwasted. Instead, here he was, landed, absolutely landed. It was growing very dusk, not to say dark. Suppose they got seriously lost. Suppose... Sally met his rather antagonistic eyes, and her spirit failed. Am I to lose, after all? She asked herself. Shall I have once more to abandon my hard-won position and consider from what vantage I will issue the next attack? Oh, if only there were some biscuits to nibble! If only all this horror were not necessary, and I could get him to do it, and be able to tell him quite frankly to... go to the devil! What a priceless moment! Still, the moon will help. Even Bingleys look better by moonlight. You see less of them. After I'm settled down to being Mrs. B, it'll be all right. What time is it? She asked meekly. What time had that unappreciated moon of the previous evening risen? Mr. Bingley looked at his watch and gave a jump. Almost 9, he gasped. Would they do it by 10? Oh, they must. That was all there was about it. If he had tried that pie, after all, crust, beefsteak and everything. Distance lent a distinct enchantment. He thought of the wasted opportunity as one might think of ambrosia foolishly foregone. By 9:30 they were no nearer. In fact, they were much further, and it was a case of groping now. The moors stood high, and it had been a light evening, but the sky was beginning to hang like an inky pall above their heads. Sally had had enough of it. "Let's sit down and wait for the moon," she said cheerfully. "We mustn't risk getting lost too far." Mr. Bingley sank down upon the ground, the spirit out of him. Then he got up again and spread his handkerchief beneath him. It felt dry enough, but one never knew whether that insidious damp he feared might not be rising all the time. He was too tired and hungry to care about anything, too tired to think. He leaned against a tree and hoped there were no insects about, or that there would not be any dew. To return with a cold would really be too much. If only he had guessed what might happen, and brought those cherished possessions, his galoshes. To think they would have to wait for moonlight to get back. There was something so compromising about a moon. On the moonlit moors, alone with Miss Lunton, at goodness knows what time. There was something rather compromising about Miss Lunton. "What time does the moon rise?" he inquired peevishly. Sally yawned. She couldn't help it. "I don't know. I suppose it depends upon how it feels about it. Doubtless it oversleeps itself at times." Mr. Bingley was jarred by the foolish frivolity of this answer. Sally looked round. "I say," she exclaimed,
Somebody's been gathering stuff for a fire and then not used it. Let's take some of it and light one. It would be more cheerful, and someone might see us then, perhaps. It's getting pitch dark." Mr. Bingley thought it a good idea. He collected some of the stuff. It would at least ward off the dreaded chill. Sally watched his efforts with impatient amusement. How futile he was. "That's not the way," she exclaimed, showing him how to do it. "It's plain you've never been lost before, or played at being gypsies." "I am glad to remember I have done neither, Miss Lunton," he returned with dignity. "Well, you've done both now. I think you'd better give me the matches." In a very short time she had the fire crackling and burning pleasantly between them. She remembered another such gypsy fire and another couple. How Jimmy and she had laughed at each other across it, how they had enjoyed the vagrancy and the freedom, and now... She sighed. "Quite an adventure, isn't it?" she asked listlessly. "We ought to have a pot to swing in the middle with a poached rabbit in it." The idea did not appeal to Mr. Bingley, and he let her see it. He never ate rabbits. As for a poached one... "Oh, I'm wasting my cheerfulness," she thought. "He can think of nothing but his dinner and the awful impropriety of this situation. He's annoyed with me for getting lost with him. Soon it'll be Miss Lunton, not my very dear Miss Sally, who has lost Mr. Bingley." She decided she would forget his existence. She flung aside her hat and lay back with her hands clasped under her head, staring up into the sky. She began to dream and muse. Further and further away she drifted from Mr. Bingley. Soon he had ceased to count. He looked at her careless attitude with disapproval. He thought she was looking for the moon, but considered women should never lounge off chairs or sofas. "There's a star," she murmured drowsily at length, "with such a naughty little twinkle in its eye. Looks as if it's going to have a night out without its mother knowing." Mr. Bingley preserved a disapproving silence. He was jarred. "Of course it may be genuinely lost, just as we are," she went on. "I hope it's found somebody nice to be lost with, poor dear." "I'm afraid you are talking rather foolishly, Miss Lunton," reproved the bank manager in his very stiffest tones. "I am not interested in the stars. The moon would be more to the point, I think." He wanted the moon desperately, and his dinner. "Suppose the moon runs away, as I feel sure that naughty star has done," demanded Sally, irrepressible now. "Where should we be, Mr. Bingley? Where was Moses when the light went out?" "I fail to understand you," he returned frigidly. Had he once admired this flippant young woman? "Oh, it was a silly question to ask. Of course we shall still be here. We will have to sleep on the hard, hard ground and make the best of our aches tomorrow." "We will do nothing of the sort," gasped the utterly horrified lay reader. "It is essential, absolutely essential, that we get back tonight."
"But if we can't?"
"We must. What would people say?" "Fools say, let them say," she quoted. "You seem to forget the position I occupy in Little Crampton, Miss Lunton." "Oh, alas, the fierce white light that beats upon a throne. It's like the limelight, isn't it?" she went on. "It will follow the popular star about everywhere. It must annoy him dreadfully. How fortunate for me that I am of no importance save to myself." "It makes the situation very difficult indeed," said Mr. Bingley fussily. "I insist upon getting back tonight. Simply insist." "Oh, insist by all means," retorted Sally, losing patience. What a tedious, insistent little mind it had. What a Bingleyish person he was. She could imagine the real trend of his prayers. Dear God, don't let me ever be seen and doing anything unconventional, or let me feel anything uncomfortable. Well, his prayer did not look like being answered this time. Oh, bother Mr. Bingley and all that was his. She gazed up into the sky. How magnificent and how austere was the shadowland over her head! How small and petty and contemptible it made her feel. Oh, what are we? A couple of insects, no more, she thought. Were the very heavens to burst open and pretence and pettiness fly away, Mr. Bingley would still be Mr. Bingley of the bank, a somebody in his tiny world, because it was so tiny, and because he was unmarried, and, as the Cramptonians went, rich. He would persist in Bingleyism in the face of the highest heaven, for he was of those who had no sense of proportion. "Oh, I know Vanna will lose her head. I know it," burst out Mr. Bingley in a wail. "Goodness knows if there'll be anything eatable left." Sally sat up and looked at him, and he thought her eyes very odd. "What awful risks we're running, you and I, aren't we?" she asked, as she thought of other risks not so far away. "What do you mean?" he asked anxiously. "It'll be all right when the moon rises. It can't be so very long now." He felt that the least it could do was to be punctual. It's the sort of thing that might happen to anybody with a bad compass. Most of the dinner will be spoiled, of course. "More than that is being spoiled," said Sally sharply. "What does it matter what happens to us, after all? We're not of any use. We have got to leave the big struggle to others, to play the looker-on at the greatest of life's games, just a couple of miserable atoms." Mr. Bingley hated Sally for a moment, almost as much as she was growing to hate him. To be called a miserable atom, Mr. Bingley of the bank, and £3,000 a year! The girl must be mad. "You are ill," he said. "The walk has been too much for you. You cannot know what you're saying." "I'm saying I wish I'd never been born," she burst out. "Oh, very morbid and irreligious," reproved Mr. Bingley, his mouth tightly buttoned. "The fact is, you want your dinner. It does make one feel rather desperate. Still, one must not give way. I beg you not to become hysterical. We will get back the moment the moon rises. No one need be any the wiser." "Oh, to whom would it matter if we never got back at all?" she demanded. "Oh, Lovey would be sorry, I know, and I suppose your directors would have to appoint another bank manager. But there are always plenty of them about, aren't there? And I don't suppose anybody would notice the difference. People would get their money just the same. And after all, that's the only thing that matters about a bank." Mr. Bingley gasped. "Miss Lunton, you are light-headed. Keep calm, I beg of you." She was going to have an hysterical attack. He knew it. He felt it. What on earth was to be done now? Was he to return through Little Crampton with a crying, hysterical woman calling attention to the situation? Oh, if only women had a little more ballast, a little more logic, more courage. Here was he, rent with the pangs of hunger, yes, absolutely rent, and yet bearing it like a man. He did not cry and look like that. He felt sure she was going to cry. The tears were there, her eyes burning. Such wicked, unwomanly black eyes. "You cannot have hysterics here and at this time of night," he said firmly. "You must command yourself." Sally burst out laughing, and laughed and laughed. Mr. Bingley went as near cursing as a lay reader may. She'd started. Oh, good heavens! And there was no water to throw at her. Oh, next, tears and drumming of heels, and perhaps clutchings. He hated to think of clutchings, and at that time of night. He stood up, and taking his handkerchief from the ground, shook it out and wiped his face. What a situation! Never, never again. To think he had at one time almost been a little attracted by this dreadful woman. Mr. Bingley of the bank clutched. He took out his watch with a shaking hand and prepared to dodge Sally the moment she began, almost sooner if necessary. "Oh, don't," he implored piteously. Wait till you can do it comfortably at home, with Elizabeth and a cup of tea, or at least till the moon rises." "Oh, I'm not going to do it at all," gasped Sally, rocking with laughter. "Oh, these Bingley things." "Oh, but you are doing it. They always start with laughing. Oh, do wait till the moon." "There isn't going to be any moon," spluttered the convulsed Sally. "It's too late now. Oh dear, oh dear." "Not be a moon?" gulped Mr. Bingley, looking tragic. "Not be a moon?" No wonder she felt hysterical. He felt rather queer himself. If there wasn't a moon, what about his dinner and getting home in decent time? What about his reputation? It did not occur to him to think of Sally's. She hardly seemed to have one somehow. "No," said the girl, "it hasn't risen to the occasion. Oh, but you have, Mr. Bingley, you have." She rolled in mirth. "A man does," he replied. "His life and training teach him that from the first. Self-control. Oh, won't you try and stop? There's no water, nothing. No burnt feathers. You'll make yourself ill. You won't be able to walk home. And then... and as it is..." Sally sat up, wiping her eyes. "We won't go home till morning," she broke out with vulgar gusto. She was enjoying herself now. She could not help it. Mr. Bingley was delicious. He shuddered. "There must be some alternative," he faltered. "We cannot stay here like this all night. Impossible." Sally began to bubble again. "It'll be all right," she said. "We've only got to wait till dawn and arrive home with the milk. I don't suppose we shall miss our breakfasts as well. One of the shepherds is sure to come across us." "Arrive home with the milk," repeated Mr. Bingley to himself. "Arrive home with the milk. Arrive home with the milk. Arrive... Little Crampton lies due east. We must just walk into the roseate hues of early dawn and see what happens. We won't look at the paths, only the sky, and trust to luck." Mr. Bingley shuddered. What a terrible disaster had overtaken him. What would people say? What would they expect of him? Would public opinion marry him to this flippant, hysterical woman? No, he was hanged if it should. Marry a woman who had got herself talked about? Never. A sentence in the book came to mock and madden. "Never compromise an unmarried woman," commanded the old dame, with conscious or unconscious cynicism. "There is nothing to prevent her marrying you." Had he compromised Miss Lunton? Had she not rather compromised him? Must he marry her either for his reputation or hers? Oh, what a problem to be faced with! After all, men could be thought a little wild, even in Little Crampton, and still be asked out to dinner, and treated as admiringly as ever, perhaps more so, when they were unmarried. On the other hand, neither bank manager nor lay reader could afford to be thought a gay dog. To come from burying a relation and inheriting some £30,000 to this? What a cruel irony of fate. "Oh, and till then?" he inquired icily. "Oh, I shall just curl up and go to sleep," she said casually. "I advise you to do the same." He gave her a look which spoke volumes. Mr. Bingley of the bank curl? Sally took the offensive. "Oh, but perhaps lay readers and bank managers don't curl," she drawled.
Mr. Bingley vouchsafed no reply. His attitude, however, very plainly expressed the fact that as far as he was concerned, they most certainly did not. Sally suited her action to her word in the matter of curling up. "If you're waking, call me early," she said lightly, adding to herself, "Bingley dear." Mr. Bingley made no response whatever. His eyes were stony, his mouth a tight little button. He was not only shocked, but grieved. "Mind you, don't let the fire out," she commanded. She was really very tired and sleepy, and her eyes closed thankfully. She was snug and warm in her little hollow, with the firelight playing on her. The silence seemed to wrap her round like a magic cloak, and soon she was fast asleep. Mr. Bingley did not sleep. To have done so would have added to the impropriety of the proceeding, he considered. He stared straight in front of him, once more seated on his handkerchief, and longing for his dinner and his goloshes. What will little Crampton say? Whirled round and round in his brain. Then he thought of that wasted opportunity at the funeral luncheon. The pie had become delicious in retrospect. Of scandals, of Sally's impertinent, but perhaps bank managers don't curl. She had dared to make fun of him. She had gone against the book unto 70 times 7. Never marry a woman who makes fun of sacred things. She may come to make fun of you. And Sally had done little else than make fun of sacred things. Oh, how his dead mother always knew. She looked very pretty, lying asleep by the firelight. Her wicked black eyes were closed. Her lashes made a soft shadow on her cheeks. The firelight gave a rosy glow to her face and gleamed on her yellow hair. Her lips were a little parted. He caught the whiteness of perfect and natural teeth. She looked years younger, almost a child, very desirable, very gentle. A sharp revulsion of feeling shook him. Yet she had said that about curl, implying that he was scarcely the shape that could. She threatened his liberty and his reputation, and she slept, heedless of it all. How like a woman! Of course, she might not have meant it. She might have been joking, not thinking of what she was saying. Very bad taste, of course, but still, a joke is no more than a joke. She recognised his keen sense of humour. Her admiration of him was almost obvious. Try as she would, she could not hide it. She had understood him, appreciated him from the first. What long lashes she had! What a pretty pointed little chin! No obstinacy there. What a perfect nose! She'd inherited that from her ancestors, the Luntons of Castle Lunton. Really, she looked like a fairy princess, lying there in the flickering rosy light. It made him forget his dinner for the moment, feel almost romantic. Of course, he was still a young man, though not a raw boy, thank goodness. He felt like the prince watching over the sleeping beauty, or like some gallant knight in armour. Would she sleep on forever unless the prince... He stopped these traitor thoughts in horror, blushing hotly. What had bank manager and lay reader to do with the fairy legends of childhood? How did he come to remember that ridiculous, fantastic fairy tale now? He had better think of his dinner. He leaned against his tree and began to doze uncomfortably. He felt very stiff and cold and wretched. Impossible to close one's eyes. He must have closed them in earnest, for when he opened them, a cold grey dawn was peering at him, and the fire was out. He looked at Sally and gave a little gasp. What a transformation scene! What a sight! So this was how she looked in the early morning. Her hair was pushed from her too high forehead, revealing its ugliness. It clung dankly to her head, a hideous, untidy, tangled mass. Her face was grey and pinched and haggard. She looked 100.
She was tossing restlessly to and fro and moaning in her sleep, now and then making a sound between a snore and a snort. Marry her? Never! Not to save 1,000 reputations. Not to stop the tongue of Miss Maggie herself if she happened to find out. No, they could say what they liked of him. The directors could ask for an explanation, but he would bite on the bullet, the silent, strong man to the end. Sally started and sat up, pushing the hair further from her face, staring at him, puzzled. Oh, what an awful dream! She shook all over. Then I've married him. Oh, so this was how he looked first thing. The carefully brushed hair was disordered, the little bald spots showing here and there. What a moth-eaten husband! She shuddered, still half dreaming. His face was yellow and flaccid, both his chins sagging, and peevish disgust was written all over him. Then she shook the dream from her, giving a thankful sigh. It had not come to that yet. Mr. Bingley was the first to speak. "We can get back now, I hope," he said. "I dare say you would like to tidy yourself. I will await you there." He pointed to a small clump of trees. "She looks like a tramp, a disreputable tramp," he thought in horror. "How can I be seen in her company?" When he returned, he was more than exasperated to discover Sally once more curled up in a tight little ball and sound asleep. As he stooped over her and shook her arm, no thought of princess and prince came to him, or even knights in shining armour guarding their ladies' sleep. "Wake up! Oh, dash it, wake up!" he commanded. Sally shivered, her eyes tightly closed. "Oh, Elizabeth, it can't be time yet," she objected. "Where's my cup of tea?" The question further infuriated Mr. Bingley, who wanted his own cup of tea. Sleeping on as if it did not matter, and looking like a vagabond who hadn't had her clothes off for a week. It was plain to see that reputations were nothing to her. She probably regarded them like eggs, as something carefully laid to be broken. It simply did not occur to her shallow little brain that bank managers in Little Crampton had to be sans peur et sans reproche, or Miss Maggie Hopkins got the directors to remove them. That was a nice sort of thing to contemplate, the ruin of a great career, and through a woman. The highly respected, much talked of Mr. Bingley in such a hideous position. Well, he'd be the most talked of personage now, no doubt of that. It would take him all he knew to steer clear of the rocks. He was between Scylla and Charybdis, matrimony on the one hand and scandal on the other. Oh, goodness only knew where he would find himself before he'd finished. And all through Miss Lunton, who never gave a thought to the hideousness of his position. That was women all over, egotistical, eaten up with selfishness. "Sorry to remind you of my awful predicament," he said sharply, "but we are on the moors and lost. I've been awake all night," he added bitterly. "Oh, how silly," yawned Sally, "though I only got a frightful nightmare by sleeping on the ground." She got to her feet, rubbing her eyes. "Well, we'd better start, I suppose. There's the sun rising, isn't it? Let's go bang into it." "Aren't you going to tidy yourself?" "Oh, unfortunately I didn't bring my dressing case," she replied, as she gave a casual tug to her hair. "And you haven't brought me my hot water. I don't even see any cold anywhere about. Oh, won't it be lovely to get into Little Crampton? I shall get into bed and stay there till tea time, won't you?" "I shall have to attend to the bank," returned Mr. Bingley, quailing. To be short-handed at such a time! For him there was no escape. "We men have to carry the burden, whatever happens," he added gloomily. Sally felt herself all over, not attending. "Oh, I had forgotten what a crowd of bones I had. Oh!" I got no sleep at all. I never closed my eyes.
Then why did you let the fire go out? I don't call that acting sentinel nicely. You'd get cells for that, even in peacetime, and during warfare you'd have to be shot at dawn. And it's dawn now. Isn't it gorgeous? What a sin to go through life missing dawns. Mr. Bingley considered it more sinful not to miss them, but he was too angry to answer. How quickly the glow goes, she sighed. Is life shorter at its morn and only long at its close? We don't take the glow very far with us, do we? That is for our first youth, radiant as the morn.
Do you see anybody likely to direct us? Inquired Mr. Bingley sharply. I thought I saw a man beyond that rise, but I am a trifle short-sighted.
There is a man, a shepherd too. They know the moors from A to Z. We're all right now. She put 2 fingers in her mouth, and a loud, piercing whistle made the man turn and come quickly towards them. Not a ladylike accomplishment, she said, but useful, and one of mine. Douglas Hill taught me 6 years back. The shepherd came up to them. He gave a rather knowing smile, but he took them to a familiar path. They had merely gone round and round in a circle, and were quite close to it. Mr. Bingley gave him a shilling. It was a moment when even the Bingleys become recklessly prodigal. "Well, we're out of the wood now," said Sally cheerfully. But Mr. Bingley, quaking in trepidation, wondered. There were still the consequences to be faced. End of chapter 19.